Radically increasing other elements of our transforming world to speed up process. So let me talk a little bit about this. So what are some of the key drivers of the future? Well, there's hardware, which, if you're familiar with something known as Moore's Law, basically that talks about the doubling of the transistors on an integrated circuit every, I think, 18 to 24 months. That has been holding true since the mid-1960s. It's essentially now Moore's Law has become a kind of shorthand for a whole array of technical improvements that are dramatically increasing exponentially our computing capabilities over previous generations. Another key driver of the future is artificial intelligence, which is becoming also exponentially more advanced every so often it's happening. A number of years ago, the leading AI intelligence had the relative intelligence of an insect. Now, I think the latest is that it's of a small rodent like a mouse. That may not sound like a big deal to you, but that's a huge leap. And before very long, it is expected that they'll have human scale intelligence. And by not long, I think 10, 15 years is the current best bet right now. And once it achieves human scale intelligence, there's a very strong likelihood that it will rapidly and vastly surpass human scale intelligence. Another key driver of the future, as I was just talking, is quantum computing, which takes the existing hardware and, well, transforms it and allows for a vastly increased capability, which will then lead to other drivers in artificial intelligence and things like nanotech and robotics and 3D printing and scanning. You know, think about what you could do with a combination of these. And then there's DNA mapping and gene editing, where quantum computing explicitly is going to have a huge impact on understanding genomes, because there's just so much complex data in genetics that quantum computing is expected to be an enormous aid by orders of magnitude in understanding and mapping and manipulating DNA. And then things like brain mapping. So, for example, there are now inventions being developed literally right now, like mind-reading technologies, essentially a kind of virtual telepathy. I read this a few weeks ago that there's now software out there which, if your brain is hooked up via wires and electrodes to a device, words that you think will be read by this software with a roughly 90% accuracy. And they've got to because the words that you think apparently are identified by a certain brain wave. And once they can map the brain wave, they can map you. Now, they can do this by physically hooking you up to wires and devices, but I can assume that it will be easier and easier to do this sort of thing remotely one day. And even if not brain waves, then maybe through facial recognition, voice recognition, quantum computing will assist all of those in terms of being able to read people. So what we're really going to see are quantum machines that will be, virtual telepathic machines that will be able to read you as you're going through airport security or walking into a store or who knows where, anywhere. You know, the ability to store facial and voice recognition in particular, I think quantum computing will have an enormous impact on. Population profiling, including predictive modeling based on your web and consumer behavior. All of this is happening, and quantum computing will, I think, be very likely to speed this up dramatically. What we're looking at is a future of ultra-fast, ultra-intelligent, hyper-fast, hyper-intelligent machines and robots and virtual entities. When I say virtual entities, I mean a virtual entity that may be on your computer or your phone one day. You know, without a body, but a virtual entity. This is your future. This is the future of your descendants. Now, here's a question that I've been kicking around. I've talked for years about a possible breakaway civilization. Other people like to talk about breakaway civilizations. I have believed and continue to believe that such a hypothesis, and that's what I consider it, a hypothesis, is a logical one, supported from time to time by indications and even possible leaks, a few of which I think are legitimate leaks and make me believe that this is a real thing, this breakaway civilization. And what I mean by breakaway civilization, shorthand, would simply be a classified world with radically advanced technology and science that is withheld from the rest of us for a variety of reasons. One is to maintain their own power. Another is to hide the fact that this civilization is almost certainly in contact or has detailed knowledge of others that are here. But the real question that all of us, I think, would like to know when we think about this black budget world on steroids with ET tech tossed in there and who knows what else, is how far have they gone in things like quantum computing and artificial intelligence and nanotech and 3D printing and 3D scanning. This is a real question. So, you know, there are people who go out there and have made claims that they have been part of such programs on Mars, for example. And they'll talk about some of the magical technologies that they say they've encountered without giving, as far as I can tell, a great deal of technical data to work with. But the real question is there quantum computing that exists in the classified world? Well, the way I look at the secret world, I now see 5 layers of reality. So think of 5 concentric circles. And you and I, most of us live in the direct center, the center circle, which is mass reality, mass consensus reality. You know, the stuff that you're supposed to believe when you read the newspaper and watch your television. All controlled by corporations, all filled with propaganda, all filled with lies. And, you know, there's a certain amount of data that's in there that you can work with, but really nothing that means anything. And then the next concentric circle beyond that would be what I call academic reality. So if you go to a university, you learn a more sophisticated version of the world. Essentially, the things that I remember when I was in college, you know, I'd read people like Noam Chomsky and Gore Vidal and try to get a deeper understanding of the world through their writings. But then beyond the academic reality, and things about which academics almost never discuss, is the classified reality. That is the black budget reality. And within the American, particularly the American classified world, there is an enormous infrastructure that exists, an enormous amount of money, an enormous number of people. All of this is really off limits to academic inquiry and comprises a separate reality about which we know a little bit, but we don't really know as much as we ought to. And then beyond that is the 4th concentric ring, beyond even the classified reality, which I call the breakaway reality. After all, the classified world has its own secrets, but beyond that, I'm talking radically advanced scientific breakthroughs, cosmological breakthroughs based on, the ET UFO reality that is hidden even from most of the classified world, that goes beyond most of that. But then beyond the breakaway reality, I would say there is the ET or other reality, the reality of these other beings, these other intelligences, whatever they are, grays, reptilians, interdimensional entities, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next segment. But those are the 5 layers that I can identify right now. So within the breakaway civilization, and I do believe one exists, do they have quantum computing? It's a real simple question. We have right now brilliant scientists working really hard on this problem. We have Google putting itself at the forefront, really, of trying to develop a quantum computer. These companies have a tremendous amount of talent. They've got great resources. It is believed that we're about a decade away from functional open quantum computing. Does one exist within NSA right now? That would be the classified reality. Well, James Bamford, who's probably the most prominent student of the NSA that I'm aware of, he's written several books about them. I think I read a piece in which he was quoted a couple of years ago saying he thought it was a 50-50 chance that NSA had some form of functioning quantum computing. But he didn't know. The fact is, none of us know. And it could be that a breakaway civilization, despite the fact that it's very advanced from us in certain ways, propulsion, for example, knowledge of other beings, other civilizations, maybe in terms of energy, probably in terms of energy, still may have some of the same limitations that we have here in our more advanced reality. It is not clear to me that a breakaway civilization is equally advanced in all facets of their knowledge. That's the question. Whether they have advanced AI, whether they have achieved the singularity, for example, or whether they have achieved quantum computing is unclear to me. And part of me is inclined to think that they have not. I'm not sure. All right, well, I'm going to try to come back to this. I am at the bottom of the hour. I'm having fun talking about this. When I come back, I'm going to have a few more thoughts on this, I believe, and then talk about different theories of the UFO phenomenon, from extraterrestrials, interdimensional entities, to quite a bit more. There are a lot of possibilities as to what we are dealing with. But I need to take a quick break now. I am Richard Dolan here on KGRA. Stick around. I got one more segment to go.
Statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Work with your doctor when taking medications. Make Protovite part of your healthy lifestyle.
HealthForLiberty.com is your source for Protovite, a powerful nutritional supplement that's a true breakthrough for your health. Poor digestion makes it nearly impossible to absorb the nutrition your body needs. Protovite is a liquid multi-nutrient formula with patent-pending absorption technology and the highest quality ingredients to nourish every cell in your body.
My name is Sandra White. 6 weeks ago, when I started taking Protovite, I was on 14 medications, from everything for blood pressure to fibromyalgia. In the first 10 days, my blood sugar dropped 50 points, and my fibromyalgia pain is gone. And so was 12 of the 14 medications that I was taking. I'm 66, living life and loving it.
Go to HealthForLiberty.com right now. That's HealthForLiberty.com.
Thank you, Protovite, for giving my life back.
Do you know what's in your body soap? Well, I didn't know the answer until about 5 years ago when I looked at the label of my soap and was shocked to see all the chemicals. For my entire life, I had been assaulting the largest organ of my body, my skin, and to think my children were using it too. Well, a lot has changed since then. Today, my family and I operate Stone City Farms, where we make and sell all natural goat milk soap using fresh goat milk from goats we raise on our farm. Our mission at Stone City Farm is to produce high-quality, all-natural goat milk soap for people who want a fresh, unrefined, natural product. At Stone City Farms, we offer scented and unscented soaps and a signature line of gift sets customizable to your needs. To see what our customers are saying, go to StoneCityFarm.com. Use the code NATURAL for a 20% discount. That's StoneCityFarm.com, code NATURAL for 20% off your order. You never know what could be hiding in your soap.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human. And she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org. Angioprim can unclog blocked arteries and improve blood flow in all parts of your body. Angioprim is oral chelation. Easy, simple, liquid oral chelation. You take it with juice before breakfast and forget about it. Angioprim works fast, unlike old-fashioned chelation that takes hours. Just log on to angioprim.com. That's Angioprim, ANGIOPRIM, angioprim.com.
Always on the edge of the hottest alternative talk.
No way you could keep a secret as big as covering up a UFO. Is this how evidence is suppressed?
Always has been. Always will be. KGRA, the planet.
So just to finish my thoughts on the whole thing of breakaway civilization, how far advanced is it? I just feel like it's wise for all of us who like to speculate on such matters to be careful in our assumptions. I believe that all of the logic points to a highly advanced classified world, absolutely, that has made breakthroughs in energy, propulsion, very likely weaponry, and a number of other areas for sure. But whether they have achieved the artificial intelligence singularity is open for debate, in my opinion, and I'm not sure that has been achieved. Ditto quantum computing. I would expect that certain key breakthroughs in those areas can be made ahead of the rest of the world, but I'm not sure. When you look back to the world of the 1960s and 1970s, government agencies back in those days were, I think, more in control of their resources than today. I mean, think about the Edward Snowden phenomenon, where you've got government agencies privatizing everything, intelligence, security, technology, to outside firms. Back in the 60s and 70s, it seems to me that it was possible for military intelligence communities to maintain better control and very likely to exploit breakthroughs more secretly. Now, let me be clear, because I think that there is an enormous classified world with significant advances in probably many areas of science. But advances in some areas of science do not necessarily translate to advances in other areas of science. This is what I'm saying. So I feel like we want to take a nuanced approach to this, and because the fact is that we do not have confirmed data on what exists in the hypothetical breakaway civilization. We just don't. Talk is cheap. Every one of these whistleblowers who's out there talking about what they know have been unable, as far as I can tell, to provide any kind of corroborative evidence as to not even what they did, but who they are, what their own background is. And so, without having that, I think that we're all doing ourselves a disservice by even letting these people in the conversation. If you want to speculate, you want to entertain these as interesting ideas, be my guest. Some of them are quite fascinating, I agree, but that doesn't make them true. I can't allow myself to to veer off into an unconfirmable mass of quicksand that, will threaten just to pull me in without any kind of shred of evidence and corroborative data. Just can't do it. Before I get into the my thoughts on ET, I just want to remind you, I do another radio program on Wednesday afternoon with my very dear friend here in Rochester, Dr. Eden O'Malley. It's called the Files. A number of you have heard of it. And I advertise it on my Facebook feed typically every week. We now have our own Facebook page, the Files. You can go find it there and like us. I will not be hosting the Files this week, but Eden will be. Eden's going to be going solo. I've done solo on the Files from time to time without her. Now it is her time to do it without me. I'm traveling to do a TV shoot on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm just going to be out of town, and I can't do it. So, Eden's going to be running it on her own. I think she'll do great. I would love to be able to call and do some kind of crank call and annoy her and disrupt her. No, I'm just kidding. I think she'll do fabulous. I'll be in front of a camera, doing some kind of shoot, and I'll just be unavailable. So, but I would encourage you to support Eden. Check out the Files on wayofm.org. That's WAYOFM.org. That's Rochester based. We are a tiny little engine that could. I am in the process of organizing the previous episodes, and I'm putting them up on the Wayo site. You can listen to them, and I'll eventually put them on a YouTube page and all of that. I'm going to do that with the Richard Dolan back episodes, incidentally. Race very kindly gave me back episodes of the Richard Dolan show. Have I done anything with them? No. Have I put them on the YouTube site that I said I would do? No.
Well, it's time for us to get some staff together around here. It's time to pull in some quality interns.
It's really necessary.
It is.
The reason, I'm just going to talk frankly here, and I've talked with you, and I'll just talk to my listeners. The show, it's difficult for me to do these shows. It's hard. It takes time. I enjoy doing them. I learn from them. And I'm gratified that people enjoy it, but it's a huge time commitment for me, and it becomes increasingly more difficult for me to do this without support. I do this on my own. I do my research, I do my prep, and it basically takes up my entire Monday, or at least a good portion of my Monday, to organize this. And it's something that increasingly I just can't do. I'm going to need help. If we can get research support, we can put the word out. I will try my best to be a good supervisor and tell my researchers what I need. If I can't do that, it's hard for me to do this more than every other week now. I used to do this every week for a long time. It's tough. So anyway, all right, let me get into the thoughts on the extraterrestrial hypothesis. I got into the UFO subject over 20 years ago. Once I started to recognize that this is a real thing, a real phenomenon, I will freely acknowledge that the extraterrestrial hypothesis was always the most intellectually appealing of the various competing ways to look at this. And I think for good reason. Our own society, we have our own reasons through the 20th century, in the 19th and 20th century, our own predisposition, I think, to thinking about extraterrestrials. You go back 100 years to writers like H.G. Wells, who wrote War of the Worlds, beings from Mars who came here. The Buck Rogers stories of the 1930s. What was American society of the early 20th century? Well, it was the great frontier was the sky. We had just figured out how to fly. We were particularly at that phase, a very materialistic society. And when I mean materialistic, I mean philosophically speaking. Religion and spiritual thinking was very much in retreat. Thought about other dimensions was essentially almost non-existent among scientists. The great frontier was the sky, and then the frontier beyond that was space. Naturally, human civilization was predisposed to think about beings from outer space, in my opinion. And then in the 1940s, out in the open, we get this phenomenon of flying saucers. So, and then the early theories about flying saucers, people like Donald Kehoe, who wrote books about it early on, and others who talked about these things as spaceships and beings from other planets. The early theories were they from Mars? Were they from Venus? Maybe they had just arrived and they were surveilling our planet. And these were very widespread speculations at the time in the 1940s and 50s. There are early variations of the extraterrestrial hypothesis. I've come up with my own name for some of these because there's no one else that's got these. I call one the Buck Rogers variant, basically beings from another planet who've traveled to get here. There's the ancient astronaut variant. It's like saying they've been here all along. There's the space brother variant. They're here and they're trying to help mankind, from George Adamski and right on through today, the people talking about the Galactic Federation of Light and so forth. But it wasn't just early people encountering the phenomenon in the public who thought we might be dealing with interplanetary guests. The United States intelligence community itself more than once strongly entertained, and this is confirmed documents, the possibility that we had interplanetary visitors. And, there's a lot of leaked data, unconfirmed data that go even deeper, whether you're talking about Roswell or the controversial Majestic documents, which I know there are people who say that they are all fraudulent. I have believed and continue to believe that the true reality of those documents is more complex than that they're some simple hoax. If they are a hoax, we're talking several inches thick stack of sophisticated documents. They are created by teams of PhDs working to create sophisticated disinformation against who? Me? You? The Russians? Well, the disinfo will not work against the Russians unless they are themselves predisposed to believe in extraterrestrials. Otherwise, they'll just dismiss it as nonsense. So there's got to be a reason for this disinfo, such sophisticated disinfo, to be created. Anyway, I'm getting off track. All I'm saying is that the deeper leaks in history also point to an extraterrestrial solution to the UFO phenomenon. So you might ask, well, what's the problem? Why don't we just say, well, it looks like it's extraterrestrials? Well, because there were problems with the ETH going way back. The early theorists said, well, they're preparing, they're surveilling, maybe for an invasion, maybe for an announcement. But there was no invasion. There was no announcement, at least nothing overt. There was a lot of high strangeness. There was a lot of elusiveness of this phenomenon that we started to realize. And in terms of the leaks, whether the Majestic documents or Roswell, there's no shortage of skepticism of the legitimacy of those. So you wonder, well, what are other ways of thinking about this? Well, you have the skeptics who just come in, like from Donald Menzel to Philip Klass to Carl Sagan to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who will just say that UFOs are a big mistake based on faulty evidence. People who think they've seen UFOs are delusional, they're hoaxing, and so on. Some of the astronomers will add that interstellar travel is probably impossible because of the distance, because of our biology, because of the limitations of our technology, and some have even talked about the possible brevity of advanced civilizations, no civilization lasting long enough to lasting long enough to achieve getting off of its world before maybe it destroys itself. Look at Earth. Look at us. Maybe we're on the verge of destroying ourselves. So this is a skeptical hypothesis, and this is a valid alternative to the extraterrestrial hypothesis. You can be a little less skeptical and get into things like the psychosocial hypothesis, which essentially is a valid school which argues that the human mind has created this phenomenon. It is a phenomenon that conforms to cultural and psychological expectations. I mean, you go through history, and you can see that there is an evolution of how human beings have seen this strange phenomenon. Whether we're talking about the 16th century Nuremberg woodcut showing some crazy stuff going on in the sky that does not look like flying saucers, whatever these things are. There's a lot of crosses and weird shapes in the sky. Some of them are cigar-shaped, though. To the airships of the 19th century, to the flying saucers of the 1940s and 50s, to strange plasma lights of the current era that we see. This phenomenon does seem to evolve. So is it that the human mind, to some extent, is interpreting an even more bizarre phenomenon, more bizarre than extraterrestrial? Well, it is true that our thoughts of this phenomenon have evolved over the years. So maybe there's something to it. Then you have the interdimensional hypothesis. People like John Keel and Jacques Vallée are well known for discussing this years ago. That UFOs, aliens, are actually interdimensional entities. I mean, after all, we apparently have been seeing strange beings for a long time, maybe thousands of years. And there are limitless numbers of sightings every year of UFOs. Are these beings still surveilling the Earth? Really? Why would they need to? Maybe they're conducting their own psychological operation. Vallée suggested this years ago. I think it was in his book, not Passport. It'll come to me. My mind's just blanking out right now. Messengers of Deception, I think, is what I'm thinking of, where he talks about the aliens or these entities, whatever they are, conducting their own psychological operation. That is, entering our world and affecting us in some way, spurring change, sparking innovation. Maybe there's something to that. I wonder about this idea of dimensions, how another dimension could even exist. I've talked about this from time to time, what I call my own little fish pond theory. Just like fish in the water have no idea. When a diver goes into the water and is interacting with a fish, they don't know what the diver is. They don't know that he lives on land. They don't know what land is. They don't know that they're in water. They don't know that there's a sky and that there's space because they're fish. They don't know that we can enter and leave their little reality at will. Well, our fish pond is our space-time reality. Our minds perceive space and time in a certain way. Are there entities that can transcend our space-time reality? Maybe. There may be other more advanced ways of perceiving reality than what we can. But the interdimensional hypothesis is a valid way of looking at this. There's what I have called the parallel development hypothesis. You can kind of figure this out. Another species or maybe another secret advanced civilization has always been here, somehow in secret. How far back does it go? Have they been ruling our world all this time? Do they secretly manage human civilization? There's a time travel hypothesis. That is, humans, usually human beings from the future, coming back in time, interested in our genetics, typically one hears. Their genetics apparently have gone bad. They need our genetics to correct something that's gone wrong. I've never really been sweet. I've never been much of a believer in the time travel hypothesis, but it's out there. There's another one that I've named. I call it the PSYOP and secret tech hypothesis. Basically, think of the Nazi UFO theory. So human UFOs would be a result of human-derived, black-budget breakaway civilization as part of some kind of major PSYOP that they want you to think it's aliens when, in fact, it's all human. They've got magical technology, and they are manipulating our civilization in some way. They have access to the goodies. We don't. There's another hypothesis that's not strictly speaking a UFO hypothesis, but in a way it is. In a way it's part of the picture, and this is a valid one that goes way beyond the UFO field, called the simulation hypothesis. My good friend Jill Hansen, fellow KGRA member, has talked a lot about this, and in fact I've chatted with her about it on her program and I think on my program. This goes beyond the Matrix. In the Matrix, you are an avatar in a simulated digital reality, right? In the simulation hypothesis, you and I are ourselves artificial and sentient algorithms. That is, we are programs living within a comprehensive virtual reality simulation. Why? I know it sounds crazy, but there are some simulation hypothesis theorists that they don't make the worst case in the world when you read them. Nick Bostrom is one that comes to mind. The idea being we're very close ourselves from being able to create virtual reality scenarios of kind of any reality that you can imagine, any kind of fantasy reality or any kind of past reconstruction of human civilization. And the theory is that we will have the ability to create such a realistic virtual reality immersion that the beings that you encounter in that immersion will themselves be artificially intelligent. Well, if that's the case, the theory is that we have the ability to create a virtual infinite number of these artificial realities all of which those beings in those realities will possibly think that they are real living entities, but they're not. So what makes us think that we're the one that's actually real? So goes the theory. There are other reasons to wonder about the simulation hypothesis. I'm a big fan of a book by my friend and colleague Mike Clellan called The Messengers. I published his book about a year ago. I think this is a book, I'm such a fan. Yes, I'm the publisher, so I have a vested interest. Okay, fine. But I think you should get the book. Why? It's one of the best books on this subject, one of the most mind-expanding books that's been published in years. Mike Clellan is a worthy successor to people like Vallée and John Keel dealing with our strange reality. And what I came away from when I read that book was that there are enough bizarre, truly bizarre synchronicities in our world that one truly does have to wonder if there is an overarching, highly advanced intelligence that is manipulating our reality. Now, some people call that God, but some people call it an artificially intelligent, hyper-advanced algorithm or other intelligence that's created our reality, that's playing us in some way. And if that is so, then the UFO phenomenon would be, well, one aspect of us being played. So when you think of all of these competitors to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, you might think, wow, I guess the ETH does seem kind of boring. It seems a little pedestrian. However, I would say this, and I realize I'm getting close toward the end of this program, but I would say that before we discard the ETH, as hot and cool as a lot of these ideas are, as awesome as they seem, there is reason to consider them. I would say that the extraterrestrial evidence is not bad at all when you look at a combination of, like, what is the UFO evidence from officially documented cases, as military cases that we have declassified, other unusual cases, encounters with beings or alleged encounters with beings, the testimony and research around experiencers and abductees who have talked about their own encounters with these beings, research even into things like consciousness and into some of the truly strange cases that are out there lead me to consider that we are indeed still dealing with a highly advanced intelligence that does not seem to have come from here and could very easily have come from another world. But there's one caveat to this ETH that I currently entertain. A fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis needs to incorporate a lot of information. It needs to incorporate our current knowledge in astronomy and ecoplanetary studies to recognize that there are seemingly an enormous number of planets that are out there that do support life, and probably a number that support advanced life, and probably a lot of them. We need to also incorporate our knowledge of current and future developments in our technology, energy, propulsion, automation, artificial intelligence, computing, all of that, because what we are moving toward is very likely what other civilizations on other worlds have achieved, at least somewhere. If we are about to approach the singularity in artificial intelligence, I'm inclined to think that someone else has already gotten there. And if they've gotten there, and if they've achieved their own version of quantum computing to boot, they found us. They can see us. They can experience us. We also, for a fresh ETH, need to incorporate our current data of UFO sightings and the experiences of people who have encountered these alleged intelligences. What I believe, a fresh ETH tells me that yes, they, whoever they are, came here. We've got the ability, we're so close to our own space drives, electromagnetic drives, and so forth. We're on the verge. I think they got it. I think they have incredibly advanced science and capabilities beyond quantum computing, beyond advanced artificial intelligence, beyond genetic mastery, organic printing, virtual reality creation, and much more. They can do all of that. They can manipulate space-time, folding space-time to get around this universe. I think many, if not all, are artificially created organisms in some way or another. Conceivably, some of them may be made from Earth DNA. Who knows? That would allow them to function more effectively here on Earth, wouldn't it? Yes, I think very likely, but also just tweaked in various ways. I think they have astonishing powers of the mind, intense telepathy, the ability to control us neurologically, as has been said more than once. That means if they don't want you to move a muscle, you won't. They can levitate you. All of this. They're interested in Earth. They're interested in life here. We have tremendous genetic diversity. It's valuable. Earth is a unique, wonderful place. These sightings occur not simply in densely populated human areas, but they are found in the most remote regions of the planet. That tells me Earth, all of Earth, is interesting to them. Maybe they have a quiet presence. Maybe they've been here a long time. I think probably they do. I think they have an infrastructure. I wonder, do they modify us? Do they use us in some way? Where are they? What is their infrastructure? I think that they are quietly interested in us, in humanity. Our development as a species has been very rapid. I think this means something to them. We are about, as I've often said, to leap into their world. So I think that a fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis has a good explanatory power for UFOs, but one that would incorporate interdimensionality and one that would incorporate several other hypotheses as well. I think that there is a reality to the black budget secret tech hypothesis. I think there is validity to a number of these other hypotheses as well. So by embracing the ETH, I am not embracing the ETH of the 1950s and 60s, which I think is a very simplistic way to look at this phenomenon of UFOs. I think we need to incorporate and we need to recognize that there's far greater complexity to our world and universe. And there are other ways of looking at it. I'd like to follow up on this. I have much more to say on these other beings. You know, are they the Greys? Are they reptoids? Are they insectoids? Are they blonde Nordic types? Are they all of them? Are they none of them? I do want to come back to that. I won't be able to tonight because I am at the top of the hour. I've gone for 2 hours. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. I won't be doing the F-Files on Wednesday, but I do expect absolutely to be back here for the Richard Dolan Show next week. After that, I'm doing some travel. We'll have to play it by ear. But it is now time for me to say goodnight. I want to thank my illustrious producer, Race Hobbs, the good people in the chat room, and you on the other end of the connection. I am Richard Dolan. I look forward to being with you the next time. Now stay tuned for Jimmy Church. 3 hours. Fade to black. And don't forget, from one small fish to another, stay alert, keep swimming, and don't get swallowed up. Good night.
Your UFO paranormal powerhouse of live alternative talk radio. KGRA, The Planet.
A large number of perfectly sane and reliable people have been involved in this flying saucer.
For whatever reason, the big science journals don't want to publish her findings.
Dr. Reed is a famous investigator of psychic phenomena. The disbelief of such a show might interfere with my investigation.
The term flying saucer has become a household word.
There's a multitude of theories and explanations for the mysterious lights and unexplained phenomenon witnessed by millions of people around the world every year.
Since 1948, one publication has continued to bring the world news about paranormal phenomena and unexplained events. That magazine is Fate, and in that tradition of true reports of the strange and the unknown, this is Fate Radio. Now, coming to you direct from the archives of Fate magazine itself, your host for Fate Radio, Chase Kletsky.
Welcome to our episode tonight on the Global Radio Alliance, the station keeping ufologists off the streets since 2012. This is indeed Fate Magazine Radio with another really awesome guest, you guys. That is no stranger to Fate Magazine or the field of unknown phenomena or the supernatural. David Weatherly is a paranormal investigator and author. He is also a radio talk show host with Fate Magazine Radio, and for over 35 years has explored the world of the strange and supernatural around the country and abroad. He has written and lectured on diverse range of topics, including cryptozoology, ufology, and of course hauntings. David also has studied shamanic and magical traditions with elders from numerous cultures, including Europe, Tibet, Native America, and Africa. Author of 3 immensely popular books, The Black-Eyed Children, Strange Intruders, and a newly released Wood Knocks, he is absolutely a leading presence and speaker in the field of unknowns. Welcome, David.
Shay, it's always a pleasure to be on, whichever side of the mic I'm on.
I know, right? You freaking killed it with Lyle Blackburn as a guest host. And, of course, now you're a permanent member of the Fate crew. And Phyllis is thrilled. I'm thrilled. Everybody's thrilled. It is such an honor to have you on our team.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of Fate Magazine. It was a huge influence on me early on, as you know. So it really is my honor to be part of it.
You know, and a lot of the things that you study and invest most of your time with in the field isn't necessarily the normal. It's not what we know when we talk about paranormal. You're investigating topas and the black-eyed children, which definitely would be put in a more supernatural category. And I think that some of the phenomena that you're bringing to the attention, people have a hard time putting in a category of extraterrestrial or paranormal. So I think it's really important to, stress that supernatural isn't necessarily demons, that there's a whole different cosmic type world out there that we need to explore.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the past year or so, I tend to use that word supernatural a lot more, partially because, as you know, I think we've talked about this in private, the whole thing with the use of the word paranormal, it's a little bit of a pet peeve with me because the word got co-opted somewhere along the way with reality television to get people in this mindset where they think the word paranormal means ghost hunting. And, right. It's a little bit confounding to really think about that because if you look at the definition of the word, it's whatever's beyond the normal, paranormal. And, it really is kind of irritating that people think when you say the word paranormal, is ghost hunting. Well, no. It's all this unexplained phenomena. It really is. Supernatural encompasses that in the same way. I think it's a word that we haven't heard used as much in recent years, but it sort of functions in the same way. And, I definitely try to go outside of the boundaries. Now, that being said, I investigate UFO cases and haunted sites all the time and all these things, but I don't avoid or sidestep the more bizarre cases, I guess is how you would say.
Right. And, the jinn and, some of the things that are, deeply embedded in some of our ancient script and our ancient writings and things, you're bringing again into a modern phenomenon and modern audience. I think it's just amazing. But, I really wanted to start with your new book, Wood Knocks, Volume 1, because it's out, but it features some of the, some very special voices on the topic, and one that kind of surprised me for 2 seconds, and then, of course, it made perfect sense, which was Micah Hanks. You don't really associate him, with, the Bigfoot or the cryptid, and yet he's brilliant. I'm a huge fan of Micah and his work. So, for that 2 seconds, it was like Micah Hanks. And then it's like, of course, Micah Hanks. Why not? He's brilliant. Can you tell us a little bit about that book?
It's funny. I had a few people respond that way when the book was first announced. And this incredible cover by Sam Sheeran, for anybody who hasn't seen it, you have to at least go and look at this cover.
Absolutely. One of the best artists out here, hands down. Yeah. Absolutely, who I'd go to too.
He's the best in this field as far as
absolutely,
just hands down. So it lists the contributors on the back, and I did have a couple of comments initially. Micah Hanks, what's he doing in there? He's a skeptic. He doesn't know anything about Sasquatch, and I really beg to differ. First of all, if you know Micah very well, he's not a skeptic.
Right.
He takes a skeptical approach to things, which tends to irritate some people. But
however, it's what they call for, which is, more of a scientific mindset going into these investigations,
That's right. That's right. And, Mike is still a young guy. He's a good friend and, the mouth of the South, as he's called. And,
right.
He really is sort of up and coming in the field in my thoughts. And I think he has a very unique voice to lend to this field in a lot of different aspects, whether UFOs or cryptozoology or whatever. And it was funny because when I contacted him about this, he said that he had always wanted to write something about Sasquatch, but hadn't really had, the right slot to put that. So it was right time, right place, and the right project. And this book, I call it a journal of Sasquatch research. It is volume 1. If you look at the book itself, you'll see that on the cover. And obviously, that means there'll be other volumes. And I'm certainly hoping that there will be. The reception has been pretty good so far. I wanted to pull together, friends in the field who I also felt were just kind of the A-list, and I didn't get the whole A-list in the first volume, but if other people pan out for future ones, then it's going to be quite an incredible series. But I've got Lyle Blackburn, a good friend of ours, and
I love
an
him too.
Amazing researcher and great field researcher. Ken Gerhard, who everybody knows from numerous television shows and books. Richard Freeman from England. I have a couple British guys in there. I also have Richard Muirhead, who hasn't written a whole lot, but he's involved pretty heavily with cryptozoology in England. And, of course, Nick Redfern. You almost can't do something like this without him.
Right.
Linda Godfrey, who did an amazing piece on Sasquatch in southern Wisconsin. And, most people know her for her work on the Dogman, but, she kind of hit it out of the park with the pieces in here. So, and of course, I did a long chapter in there on Sasquatch sightings on the Navajo reservation and tried to really, give people a perspective of how this creature is viewed among the natives. And I've had the honor of doing a lot of research in that region. I've been up in the Four Corners area a number of times with the Crypto Four Corners guys, J.C. Johnson and that crew, and I've been up there myself quite a bit. And it's an amazing, rugged area, and there's so many things that we just don't know about what's out there, because it's we're talking about a vast amount of land with very few people. So that's my chapter in the book. And it's, the intent is to do a series and present different perspectives on this creature from, hopefully from a wide range of researchers. And
it's a perfect blend.
I think the first one's a good start. So
I do too. It's a perfect blend, and just new voices or voices that we don't hear from very often. I think you nailed it, and I love not only the differences in just the approach to it, but the information coming out. This very well could be almost our encyclopedia. I mean, it really is that great of information and solid. But honestly, David, I think when we think of David Weatherly, we can't help but think of the black-eyed kids or the black-eyed children. Your name is synonymous because you really were the investigator that broke this phenomena to a world audience. Do we still get these reports? Are they still continuing?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they come in all the time. I get them literally on a weekly basis. It is rarely a week that it goes by that I don't get some of these reports. And frankly, a lot of them, there's a lot of very brief reports. I saw this kid, and it kind of falls right into the same range of what we'd experienced, with all these other encounters. What really intrigues me about this phenomena, Chase, is the old cases that are constantly coming to light. And, I think we talked about this some the last time I was on. There's some intriguing cases from the 70s. Here's the thing about this phenomena is that so many people assume that this started in the 90s and that it was a new phenomena. It never happened before. That sort of incepted from Brian Bethel's account in the late 90s. And, I've been talking to Brian some recently, and it's very interesting because he actually told me that he very much regrets using the acronym BEK because he feels like it limited the phenomena. And it just kind of happened, by default with him sharing his encounter. But he's kind of annoyed that happened and stuck so much because, he still researches the phenomena some. He says, my God, there's so many accounts of black-eyed adults and teenagers and everything in between. People are really limiting the phenomena when they say, BK, just a black-eyed kid. But like I approach everything, I think we have to take a very holistic view of this phenomenon and say, all right, what's potentially behind this? How long have these things been here? And, of course, when I researched and wrote the book, that was really my probably biggest goal in writing that book when I was doing the research, rather, was to find cases that predated Bethel's account and hopefully the internet and even television. And I was successful. I found a few. But, my God, since then, these cases come up all the time. There was one that I posted on my blog this past week from 1956 from Chile. And researcher Albert Rosales dug this one up. And it's this crazy account. And it's a black-eyed woman. And, these children reported encounters with this woman, and it fits so many of the strange aspects of the phenomenon, the solid black eyes, the cryptic language. At one point they asked this woman if they could touch her, and she said no because, that wouldn't be good for either one of us, and they asked her where she was from, and she makes some comment like beyond the sun. That's very non-committal either way. But again, this whole account, it falls right into this range of these black-eyed entities. And I think that, with other people now digging into the phenomena, it's going to be interesting to see what else gets turned up long term.
Absolutely. And you kind of answered a question, I was going to ask if, the new reports are not new. Well, they are to us about black-eyed adults is maybe these children have grown. And if you thought that was partially, but it definitely sounds like the black-eyed adults have been here as well. And we're just now getting, those reports all over the world as, it's what's great about when researchers write a book. I know people think you write a book to do something, or I don't even think people would think it's to be famous, but, it really is just one of the easiest ways to get your research out there. And of course, if you're printed, you're vettable. And, again, hitting one of those components of scientific investigation when you've got your information that people can shred and analyze and, comment on, we really put ourselves out there. And
oh, sure.
So, and that's what a lot of these books are. They're not entertainment. This is research and, things that are going to make an impact in the future. I love your blog, David. I know you know that. But you recently killed me because I love the chupacabra. I love the little goat sucker. And the Puerto Rico one. We all know the Texas one is different, blah, blah, blah. But you freak me out because I love these articles, and you find the best ones. So on your blog, which we'll be giving that out here in just a moment, there's a story about a flying chupacabra spotted in Puerto Rico. It's like awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. There's actually, you might be a couple of days behind, Chase, because there's actually a second article on an incident in Chile, again, about another what appeared to be winged chupacabra.
Oh, I am behind. Son of a...
That's from just a few days ago. But yeah, this previous article was it was a case from 2010 in Puerto Rico, and it was really weird. It involved a Puerto Rican police officer who was out on patrol with another officer, And they described what they heard as the beating of powerful wings. And, they had this weird odor come and sort of surround them. And it was really, described this bat-like creature that was flying around. But the strange thing was that this was part of a whole series of reports from Puerto Rico around that time. There were other people claiming that they were seeing these weird winged creatures. It almost sounds like a gargoyle when you read some of the news reports. Of course, the locals were saying, oh, it's, the chupacabras, and, they're winged, but they hunt at night, but they live in these tunnels. There's an abandoned sugar mill in the area where this happened, and the locals were saying that these chupacabras were living, down in these tunnels under the sugar mill. But some of the reports are just so intense. So there was a guy who reported that he was in his front yard and that this winged bat-like creature swept down on him and attacked him. And he actually was sent to the hospital and had these deep claw marks in his chest and on his back that he got when he was trying to escape this animal. And it's one of those situations, the authorities don't have an explanation for it. And of course, a lot of these areas, they're more open to the idea of some of this phenomena than, most people in the Western world. So right. It's a little bit more of a situation where, these attacks occur and the whole community is saying, oh, yep, chupacabras. so they try to take whatever measures they can to save themselves from these things. But the report from Chile is even more fascinating, I think. First of all, I've been to Chile, and it's a beautiful country. People are really interesting, and again, this is one of those places where the view of the phenomena and the way they approach things is very different. They're much more open and accepting of the possibilities. But at the same time, you see a situation like this where what appears to be a winged chupacabra is attacking people or animals, and they get freaked out just like anybody else would. So that case was from 2007, and one of the reports is really bizarre. It involves some people who were driving by, and they saw what they first thought was a large black plastic bag on the corner of this house that came falling off the house. And they got out of the vehicle and walked over, one of the witnesses walked over to this object, and it suddenly launched itself into the air, flying away. And he described it as a chupacabra with wings. So, this is a bizarre series of reports around this. There were a number of animal attacks, chickens with all their blood drained and so forth. So a lot of it fell into the typical chupacabra reports that we've heard so often, but this one was really interesting.
I kind of wonder if they just jumped to the chupacabra because it's legendary and something that they're more familiar with, or is this more like the Mothman, or like you mentioned earlier, a gargoyle? Where did the gargoyles come from anyway? These legends or creatures. I'm not even sure where that whole gargoyle thing came from.
Yeah, when we're dealing with these reports out of South America, it is hard to say. They do leap to the conclusion of the chupacabra because there have been so many of those reports down there. So many people have seen these creatures, but we really don't know exactly what we're dealing with. Now, I will say, they don't seem to fall into Mothman territory to me because these are usually described as being much smaller and, closer to like the chupacabra size. It's just that they appear to have wings and are able to go airborne, which, I had so many people comment on that blog, which is one of the reasons I did a follow-up to it, and it just sort of freaks people out, the idea that, these bloodsuckers could now be flying.
Right. Do you think, the chupacabras, about the size they are, is usually estimated about 1.5 meters, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very big. You know, you think that, but the gargoyle thing, it just, I'm fixated on that description in your report. And the reason I loved it is, in Watchers 10, L.A. Marzulli and Richard Shaw will be featuring, a being, that's pretty freaky. I mean, you know, I've known about this for a couple of years, and oh my gosh, it just freaks me out to even look at this thing. It is disturbing. So, but it's much smaller than that 1.5 meters. But, you know, when we come back from a break, because we have to do that first, I really want to start because there are biblical warnings of strange creatures and supernatural uprisings that have been told in our Bible and ancient texts. All righty, we're going to go to a commercial break, but stay with us as we have a lot more to come with our special guest, David Weatherly. He's so awesome. On Fate Magazine Radio is the station that brings you live program every single night, guys, on the Global Radio Alliance. Yes, we are. KGRARadio.com.
Would you like freedom from insurance? Liberty HealthShare has united a community that shares their healthcare costs. And Liberty HealthShare members are exempt from IRS penalties. You choose your doctor and hospital. Your medical provider submits your bill to Liberty HealthShare. Why wait? You do have choices. Use promo code TALK and save $50 when you enroll. Go to libertyhealthshare.com/options. That's libertyhealthshare.com/options.
You read about UFOs, strange creatures, and ghosts. You watch videos about them. Do you know how to investigate them? Chase Pletsky does. For 20 years, she's been Indiana Jones and Laura Croft rolled into one. The real hunter of Bigfoot, ghosts, and UFOs. She goes everywhere, from remote woods to ghost-infested buildings to the highlands of South America, hunting down strange things in our world. Now she's written a book to show you how it's done. Co-authored with UFO researcher Richard Dolan, Chase lays it out. How to prepare, what to bring, interviewing witnesses, doing a stakeout, handling evidence, and documenting it the right way. Get Admissible, the field manual for investigating UFOs, paranormal activity, and strange creatures. Learn more at richarddolanpress.com.
Also available on Kindle. Did you know that there is another way to listen to all of the great UFO paranormal talk radio on KGRA while on the go? Well, the KGRA has partnered with TalkStream Live to bring you a call to listen feature from any phone. Simply dial 605-562-4206 on your cell phone. No smartphone, apps, or internet needed. No extra cost if you have unlimited minutes. Add the number to your contacts and dial hands-free. Listen to the KGRA from any phone, anywhere, anytime. Just dial 605-562-4206. That's 605-562-4206. Making it even easier to get the talk radio you want from TalkStream Live and your KGRA digital broadcast station.
Always on the edge of the hottest alternative talk.
No way you could keep a secret as big as covering up a UFO. Is this how evidence is suppressed?
Always has been. Always will be. KGRA, the planet.
Welcome back to Fate Magazine Radio with our awesome guest, David Weatherly. You can find his blog at twocrowsparanormal.blogspot.com. And you guys, you can find his books, The Black-Eyed Children, Strange Intruders, and Wood Knocks Volume 1 on Amazon, and where other great books are sold. One of my favorite covers of your, I love all your covers, but of course Sam also did Strange Intruders, and I loved it so much that I had David autograph the cover of this book in a great big 11 by 17, and it's front and center over my desk. I see it every day. I just love this. And he did wood knocks, which is very apparent. It's starting to be able to spot Sam's work everywhere. In fact, I'm desperately wanting to work with him on a project for the two of us have discussed but haven't gotten back to. But he's just amazing. I just love it. I like that you're all over the place. So, David, when we left, it's kind of wanted to hit on the warnings, biblical warnings, or, CERN is rumored to be opening, with their collider and opening types of physics we don't really understand, which could be dimensions. Do you have any thoughts at all about why we have all these new types of what we would call supernatural reports?
There's probably several answers to that. In terms of phenomena itself, over time, it definitely goes in cycles. And, one of the things I've always tried to do, which for a long time I think was a bit more unique, I've tried to take a very holistic approach to investigating this stuff. And, Chase, you and I have talked about this at length. When I started in this field, my big influences were people like John Keel, Jacques Vallée, people who were really looking at phenomena just, overall. And,
yes,
of course, over time, has over the years, I watched it all get very segregated. And, everybody wanted their slice of the pie, so to speak. These people wanted to investigate only UFOs, and these people only Bigfoot, and so on and so forth. And a lot of data was getting pitched to the side. And I really made an effort over the years to sort of snag as much of that as I could. If somebody saw a Bigfoot and a UFO at the same time, I really wanted to hear that report because, to me, all of this stuff, and I'm not for a moment saying that, flying saucers are dropping off big feet or anything like that. I don't believe that. But I do believe that we have to study all of this phenomena to a certain degree to understand what's happening and why. And if you look at the phenomena across the board, you'll see that when these spikes in activity go up, it goes up across the board. There's more reports of hauntings. Haunted sites will get more active. There'll be more UFO reports. There'll be more encounters with cryptids. And, if there's not some kind of connection, then why are those reports all escalating at the same time?
Right, absolutely.
I find that very intriguing.
Yeah, and I like how you put it about, the researchers started out just looking into, phenomena, and it has become segregated, and we do not like to mix our sciences at all, and we are missing a lot of data. So it's important for, researchers like yourself to get out there and try to remind everybody, wait a minute, guys, we're seeing a spike in everything. Why is that? Is it the UFO phenomena, Bigfoot, or is there something bigger that's the catalyst? It's just a brilliant way to bring us back to a reality and our roots.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something larger scale going on. Now, we could look at that through a lot of different lenses. Of course, if you're a Christian, you'll look through it, look at it through the lens of biblical prophecy and say, okay, we're moving into, end times or times of biblical prophecy or however you want to phrase it, and say we are seeing more and more supernatural influences and more things happening on the planet. Now, I could flip the coin and say, look at it through the lens of tribal cultures. And I've heard, directly from the mouths of a lot of tribal elders, we're moving into a period of time, or we are in a period of time when all of this activity is going to continue to increase because the portals between the worlds are more and more open all the time. And we're going through a cycle where the planet itself is going to go through changes, and part of the reflection of that is this opening up, this accessibility to other levels of reality.
I think it's a great time, or could be a great time, for a lot of reasons. The biblical text I didn't so much think of it as like a Christian thing, because when I heard and read for myself, all the passages, all the terminology or warnings in the Bible about supernatural things coming to light, or, things that will terrify men, my first thought was not so much the prophecy and the Christian significance. My first thought was, dang, they were talking about this stuff back then.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's what I took. I friggin' blew me away that, this is something that was known back then. Do you think that with these cycles, David, that when we have that low part, that we kind of go into an amnesia-like state, that, a generation or two will forget that this stuff is very real and experienced? And that's why we tend to kind of continually looking for the same things that, we were told were real, 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's definitely true. If you look at some of the cycles and look at the reflection in pop culture on that, it's really quite revealing, I think. So, we were talking about Fate magazine earlier. Fate magazine rose, of course, after Kenneth Arnold's UFO sighting. And, everything was UFO related for a while, all these things. People were kind of jumping in and looking at all these different strange phenomena and so forth. And, they started going back to older research like Charles Fort. And, then we kind of moved from there into a little bit of a lull in the 50s and part of the 60s. And then the 60s come along and everybody is really delving into metaphysics, the Eastern traditions and all these.
That was the drugs.
Of course, the psychedelics. Well, yeah, that was part of it, but
it really was a little bit.
Yeah, but what's interesting, Chase, if you look at the late 60s and then into the 70s, what you see, the 70s is an incredible decade for ufology. If you look at some of the cases that occurred in the 70s, they're just mind-boggling. And the number of reports went way up. And the interest in a lot of different aspects of the paranormal and the supernatural became really, really popular for a while. And what did we have in pop culture? We had In Search Of come along on television. Von Däniken surfaced, with Chariots of the Gods and the series that spawned from that. And, there were all these things that were starting to come into the mainstream media that dealt with, UFOs or ancient aliens and ghosts and all these different things. And, I think we sort of went into a lull in the 80s, and then, the late 90s, maybe a whole nother era started when the paranormal itself really ingrained itself in pop culture with all the reality television shows. And, good or bad, it's what we have. There are great things about it and negative things about it, but it's interesting to me to see that evolution that we were talking about previously of people wanting to segregate all the phenomena and only look at one particular thing. And now what I'm seeing is people are starting, there are more and more people talking about various types of phenomena at the same time. And it kind of made me chuckle the other day. I saw an announcement, and I'm sure you know about this, that MUFON just announced an official cryptid investigator.
Yeah.
And I really just kind of shook my head and said, okay, after how many years? You finally designate somebody as a cryptid investigator. Okay.
Well, that's a big move for MUFON, because you have a whole population, as we're discussing, that is science-minded. UFOs are it. We don't mix our sciences, and even the Bigfoot people would have a fit. Oh my gosh! It's just. But we're getting the reports of these, humongous creatures, 8 to 10 feet, covered in hair, odd smell, and preceding these sightings were strange lights. Well, what do you want? We have to study the phenomena as the witnesses report them, if the witnesses are credible. And we can't delete a detail because it doesn't fit in our little report outline, which technically it does, because in MUFON we use the Vallée classification, right. And it clearly names cryptids and ghosts and, poltergeist activity, again, coming from Jacques Vallée, whom, when they first started, was very interested in the big picture, as you brought out. So yep. It's interesting. But yeah, MUFON has just announced that. It's led by Fred Saluga of New Jersey, and he's actually going to be a guest on MUFON Radio with Race in a couple of weeks when they come back. So I think it's very interesting, MUFON doing this, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
David,
and it's funny, I go into so many locations, to, for instance, investigate a haunted site, and I've got people telling me about, there was a UFO sighting yesterday,
yes.
there's Bigfoot encounters down the street.
Well, I think, for those of us that will look into anything, or, legitimate reports of things that aren't supposed to exist, we've been experiencing that for decades. I
Absolutely.
mean, you're absolutely right. Or how many times have you gone in because they thought it was a haunting and their kids, were being woke up by ghosts or, poltergeist or something, and we completely suspect this is definitely more extraterrestrial in what we know to be, true about that phenomenon on that side. Right. So, of course, we're not going to tell them that, but, as investigators, we're sorting out the information, and if you have none on the other side of the fence, then you are going to be short-sighted and almost behind the ball. And I'm sure that's what MUFON wants to avoid. They don't want to be behind the ball because, everybody they have is only focused on one thing and, can't see that forest because of those trees.
Definitely.
So, but David, I'm always interested, and I'm not sure I've ever asked you this, but, you investigate so many things, and I'm really curious about if there's anything in particular that ever scared you the most or kept you up at night when you learned about it?
In terms of phenomena, no, there's not. There's, I've been into some really creepy places and creepy situations, and, we were talking about this during the break. I go into a lot of locations that everybody says, nobody will stay in there, nobody will go in that, nobody will investigate that. And but I usually will. What really frightens me, Chase, quite honestly, is the human factor in terms of what humans are capable of. And I was a few years ago went to investigate a haunted location at a ghost town out west, and went there in the middle of the night, and it turned out there was this vehicle parked down in this gully. And, fortunately, they had not heard me drive down this road. We got out of the vehicle, and I saw this guy standing, walking around, smoking a cigarette and holding a gun. And I was like, we got to get out of here. And it turned out I talked a few days later to one of the local county sheriffs, and he said, oh, yeah, they were cooking meth out there. And, we happened to catch them. And I'm thinking, oh, my gosh. This is the kind of things you have to deal with, on a lot of the investigations that we end up going on. I hear from friends, you have to be careful in a lot of areas investigating Bigfoot sightings because there are, people farming marijuana and opiates and things like that in a lot of these national parks and different areas. So there's always a human factor to consider, I think. Now, all of that being said, I will admit I've been into some places that I did indeed find very disturbing. It didn't run me out or stop me from investigating, but there have been a few locations that are just, wow, the intensity of them. Probably the most recent one was a location called Fox Hollow Farm.
Is that the one you had just done with the new group that I want to talk about next, Society of the Supernatural?
That's right, yeah. I teamed up with a couple of other guys, Dave Spinks. He and I are really good friends. We had a lot of things in common with the way we approach phenomena and investigated. And I've got about 40 years experience, and he's got about 30. So, it's that alone was kind of, sort of makes us a little bit of a dynamic force, I think. And we've done some pretty incredible places. We have another guy that joins us at times. His name is Mike Ricksecker, and we go by SOS, the Society of the Supernatural. We did a location in Indiana that is just, Chase, it's one of those places you walk in and you think this is, you start thinking about the human factor of what happened there. And the reason being that Fox Hollow Farms, for those who don't know, was a house that was lived in by a serial killer. And this gentleman, his name was Herb Baumeister, and he was responsible for a very large number of deaths. There's only, I think there's a dozen confirmed and like 10 more suspected, but you get the feeling that that's just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak.
Right.
And he was married, had a family. He built this big house at the time. It was sort of off in the woods in Indiana, but he, on the side, was going down to the local gay bars and luring these men back to his house and killing them. And he was videotaping the murders. He was, he's just a complete pervert. There's so many twisted things about the story, and you walk in this place and you're thinking, you can't help but think about the things that occurred there.
Right.
And the whole piece of property is notoriously haunted. There's ghost lights that appear. He was disposing of the bodies on his own property, and just.
Did he keep them? So
some of them he was burying them, and I'm sorry.
Did he keep his victims for any length of time? Because that fear energy and terror must be imprinted. It has to go somewhere.
Yeah, there's bizarre reports over some of the people who were there, and some of them that tried to get away. There's a pool inside in the lower level of the house, and that's where a lot of the murders occurred. And they don't know a whole lot about exactly what went down, because what happened was the police got on to this guy and he fled to Canada, and he was actually approached by Canadian authorities because he was parked under a bridge or something, and they approached his vehicle, and they asked him what he was doing or why he was there, and he had some silly excuse, but he had all these videotapes with him. So he actually committed suicide in Canada so that he couldn't be tried for the crimes. And the videotapes, no one knows what happened to them. It's assumed that he destroyed them or disposed of them somehow. But it's a really intense location, and just all the activity was off the hook the whole time we were there, and bizarre stuff, really bizarre stuff. We did a whole segment. There's an apartment that is an upstairs wing of the house that was lived in for a time. We actually interviewed the guy who lived in the apartment for a while, and he had a lot of weird phenomena happen to him while he was living in this apartment. Something would come pounding on the door, he'd open it, there'd be nothing there. All these voices and different things. But Chase, this is one of the stranger things that's happened in a while. We're all sitting in this apartment upstairs, and we were trying to do various EVP sessions and stuff like that. We had film running, and it started pouring raining. I mean, you could just hear it pelting against the windows and on the roof. And we're thinking, geez, man, all the equipment and everything is going to get soaked when we try to take this out. Well, when we wrapped the investigation up, we opened the door, and it was dry as a bone.
Oh.
And all four of us heard this rain. And it was just, it was the freakiest thing. We're standing there, so bizarre.
My goodness. I think sometimes the activity is when we go to some of these locations, it's just intimidating. You already have that kind of nervous energy going. We still walk in, of course, because that's just fun, honestly. I'm like, I'm over 50. It's like, this is the most fun I have. You know, I often use the reference of, you know, being on a Bigfoot hunt and, you know, there's just a couple of you and a twig snaps. Well, you know, it's a raccoon, but your heart's pounding, right? I love that. That is awesome. So, you know, going to some of these sites, you know, and when you do experience real phenomena, I think we explain so much of it that when you actually every once in a while have something that, you know, stops you in your tracks and you're just like, what?
Right.
Because for as often as we go, we're never really ready for, you know, a real event.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects of that. I mean, I think that a lot of the activity is often dictated by the combination of people that are on the investigation. And I've seen this, you know, firsthand. I've seen people, you know, in a team go into a location that is notorious for activity. You know, everybody goes in this location and gets, you know, all kinds of things happen. And, you know, in marches the right person who is just sort of an energy killer, and there's nothing going on.
Right.
You know, it's just dead as a doornail. And at the same time, you know, the reverse of that is true. If you have the right combination of people who are, I think, open-minded but not paranoid and, you know, not jumping at everything, I think that there's a way to go in and approach it, and the activity is just off the hook. And, you know, I'm really fortunate that, you know, it's great to work with Dave because we have that experience. I think everywhere we seem to go, the activity just goes crazy. And it's, you know, I don't necessarily attribute to that to anything more than that we both take a very, very open approach to investigating, and we try to stay aware and pay attention to what's going on. But, you know, I don't deny that sometimes people are just meant to do those things, and I think that's what's happened in this case.
I do too. And there was a former guest on Fate Radio that said, find your peeps. Find your people. And right. Once you find that crew, you know, amazing things will happen. You know, my crew and my peeps, you know, although it expands out to, you know, many, many people out in the world, you know, my peeps are here at KGRA. And, you know, there's, you know, just certain people that work very well together. And it's great that you recognize that there is a combination of personalities that is a better fit. You know, I like to work with what I call high performance teams, you know, very energetic. Right. Let's get it done. Let's get it done right. Let's follow the rules. I'm a rule follower. So, you know, there's certain things, but I need to be with not people just like me. So I think that combination, like you said, but I think it's more about the spirit. I think they know, or, you know, if you're open, like you said, you know, what is that? Is that a mindset? Is that a soul? Is that a spirit? I mean, what makes us open? Do you have a theory on that?
You know, I'm not sure if I could define it easily. I can tell you that one of the things that has really partially defined my path through this whole, you know, supernatural world is the fact that I started studying tribal traditions when I was really young. And the important thing to me was that all of those people, you know, that I had the good fortune to study with, you sit down and you say the word, you know, Sasquatch or, you know, ghost or, you know, all these different things. To them, it wasn't something weird. It wasn't reality television. It wasn't anything else. It was accepted. It's like, oh yeah, we understand that. This is how we see it. You know, it's part of our worldview. And I think that over time, you know, the modern world lost that in a lot of ways as part of its worldview because it became unacceptable to believe that if a person died, their spirit could stay around, or, you know, that a place could just be, you know, cursed and unlivable, you know, or that there could be creatures out there we haven't discovered. So, you know, unfortunately, the modern world, for a lot of people, I think, really closed off their perception, their awareness, and their acceptance of something a little bit beyond everyday reality. And for me, I never really shut that down from the time I was a kid. So I've always been very open to those possibilities and aware that, yeah, there's a lot of things in the world we don't understand. And, that the curiosity to understand that has really driven me over the years.
Exactly. Thank you, David, so much for joining us tonight. You honestly are one of my favorites, and you know it, so don't get cocky. But honestly, I really, so sincerely, and welcome to the family of KGRA and the Fate Magazine Radio.
Oh, thank you. It's great to be on board.
Man, we have so much to look forward to with you on our team. Very excited. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, tonight as we finish another episode of Fate Magazine Radio. You guys, you want more Fate? You can find a lot more on fatemag.com. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, all those socials. I want to also let the audience know that you might want to clear your calendar for Thursday night. I suspect Phenomenon Radio is presenting a show that you are not going to want to miss. Of course, this is all spearheaded. The whole heart and soul of KGRA is Race Hobbs, which I would like to thank for all the production and support he gives, not only me personally, but for this show and every guest I have on. If you guys could hear the courtesy and professionalism in the background, you'd be as impressed as I am with my little brother. But Phenomenon Radio starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. I swear, guys, followed by a Friday night lineup starting with Q Science with adorable Jill Hansen. But I am your grateful host, Chase Pletsky, reminding you that fate absolutely loves the fearless, and I'm out.
It's beyond doubt that we have recovered aircraft, alien vehicles, that we have made contact with aliens, and that we have vehicles and bodies.
Your UFO paranormal powerhouse of live alternative talk radio. KGRA, The Planet.
Welcome to Strange Dimensions, the interface to alternate realities, contact experiences, and mysterious phenomena. And now your host for Strange Dimensions Radio, here's Rosemary Ellen Guiley.
Good evening, everyone. We have got quite a show tonight. We are going to be talking about one of my favorite topics, the jinn, and getting some different perspectives on them with my friend Lisa DeRosa Phillips, who is a well-known spiritual advisor and psychic medium, and she has been in the trenches for many years dealing with dark and malevolent entities, including the jinn. And she's going to be bringing us some new perspectives tonight. First, a little update on my road adventures. I sort of feel like Dorothy picked up a tornado and plunked down in the land of Oz. I was down in the North Festival this past weekend in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and it was just a crazy weekend. It was the 50th anniversary of the Mothman wave of UFO activity and sightings of the winged humanoid known as Mothman that took place in 1966 to 67. And it was the 15th anniversary of the Mothman Festival, and I've spoken at nearly every single one of them. And we had an estimated 8,000 to 10,000 people pouring into the little river town of Point Pleasant. And it was just jam-packed and rocking the whole weekend. It was nonstop. And just an incredible time. If you've never done the Mothman Festival, save the third weekend in every September every year for it, and try and make it down. After that, I went up to the Philadelphia area, and just last night had a wonderful evening with Jennifer Stein's Mainline MUFON group. And I was talking about the new data on experiencers that I've been researching as part of my role as a board director of the Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Encounters. Data that's literally rewriting the face of what we know about experiencers. And we'll be dealing that on a show upcoming soon. I've got a really great guest lined up for that. But now I'd love to get into the gin with Lisa. Lisa is someone that I have known for a good number of years, and we've had many conversations about really tough entity cases, malevolent entity cases where people are very afflicted with something attached to them or to the home environment. These are demonic entities. Some of them are jinn. And Lisa has worked herself and her team in many cases to do demonic entity cleansing and removal, to handle negative hauntings. She is a wonderful spiritual advisor and psychic medium. She does spiritual energy cleansings, healing, training classes, law enforcement, cold case readings. And she's really known for her approach to unconditional love, faith, wisdom, humility, and we're going to hear it tonight, her joyous laughter. Lisa DeRosa Phillips, best known as Mama Lisa, because that's how people feel about her. She's been called in to help people from all walks of life, regardless of religious beliefs and backgrounds, and she approaches every situation with a great respect and sensitivity to the individuals involved and also the entities involved, because even when we're dealing with negative entities who are causing problems, we have to have a real good understanding of exactly what we're dealing with. Lisa lives down in Flowery Branch, Georgia, and she knows Johnny Zaffis very well, and I've worked with John Zaffis on many cases. She's also featured in the new book that John Zaffis and I have written, which just came out a few weeks ago, called Demon Haunted, True Stories from the John Zaffis Vault. So we'll get into some of that this evening. Lisa, I'd like to welcome you to the show. Thanks for being on tonight.
Oh, sweetheart, thank you for that introduction. That is, wow, I hope I can live up to how you've made me sound.
Of course you can. Well, you know, we've chatted, as I mentioned, over the years about handling negative cases, you know, bouncing things off each other. And some years ago, well, in fact, it was well over a decade ago, I got very deeply involved in jinn research. And just briefly, folks, the cliff notes on that started out with doing investigations of shadow people. Wanting to know exactly what they were, couldn't find a good explanation for them. The short of it was, after a long period of analysis and looking at many cases, I realized that what I was dealing with was a type of entity known as jinn, and they're not very well known in the West. They are best known in Middle Eastern lore, but they're really everywhere around the world, and they can act a lot like demonic entities, but they share the planet with us. They're supernaturally empowered, and a lot of them seem to have a lot of hostility toward human beings for a variety of reasons. Well, recently, Lisa and I had a conversation where jinn had popped up in some of her cases with some really different angles. And Lisa, why don't you take it from there? Because one of these cases involves jinn that don't seem to be so hostile.
Yeah, it was, and I actually tried to get in touch with you and Johnny about it. I had been contacted. There was someone who was actually flying in to see us from another state, because obviously it's a lot easier if we don't have, 7 or 8 people that need to travel. We do, but this was all the way up the coast. And she said, no, she goes, I need help. I'll come to you. And there were several aspects of this case. And dealing with different entities, throughout my life, different deities, different religious figures and things, that it was just amazing at the things that were happening. And over at one of my team members' house, we built a new medicine wheel, because I do have a lot of Native American ancestry, and I work with a lot of them, and there are several things that it just coincides. with the way that we're told to do things. Cause a lot of times we don't know what we're dealing with or what we're doing until, my angels and guides are, kind of clue us in what we need to do, what's happening, what we need to look for. And we all work very individually with whatever abilities and gifts that we have been given to do so for this work. But we work together as a team. So I'd been told to build the will, a few days beforehand, and my son had actually come and helped with setting it up and blessing it the first time and saying the prayers and things. And then my teammate Rebecca did the same thing. And as we turned around to walk away, I looked up at the hill and I grabbed her arm and I said, "Do you see what I'm seeing?" And it kind of looked like the heat coming off a street as the rain hits. On a very hot summer day. And all of these entities started forming. And I mean, we saw Native American ancestors, we saw alien, we saw angels, we saw fairies, we saw all kinds of things that, you look at it and you're like, okay, I'm either really going crazy or I have a very interesting life. And as we're standing there, she said, "I have a message." She said, "And I forgot to tell you." She said, one of the things that she said, "Have you ever heard of an internal portal?" And I said, "Yes. Actually, I have. I've never dealt with one." I said, "But I have a very strong suspicion that this particular case involves." She goes, "It does. And we're basically going to need to clean it out and cauterize it and then heal it back up." And I said, "All right, gotcha." So I go home that night and I'm doing my thing, getting prepared, because we had to go actually pick this lady up from the airport, and we needed to make a couple of stops before then. And as this is happening, I recognized the energy, but it wasn't the same. In the past, everything has an energy, just like everyone has a different face, different color,
or fingerprint.
Hair. Exactly. Everything has a different vibrational energy. And there's always been a difference. It may look like a demon, it may act like a demon, but we have come to find out it's not always demonic. And the same thing with malevolent spirits and different things that have shown up. So I recognized the energy and I was like, "Oh, it's a jinn." I'm okay. Yeah, not real crazy about jinn, but that's okay because I couldn't remember a whole lot. And it had a very positive feel, and that was new to me. I had never dealt with a jinn in any situation that was not negative or dark or malevolent or just plain out evil. And he didn't come too close. And I say he, but it was really a balance of energy. There was male and female. And the impression that I got is that whatever they're doing, whatever is needed, if there is a more female energy needed, then the female steps forward within the jinn. But for this case, I'm just going to call him he because that's the way it was. And he said, "This situation that you're dealing with?" I said, "Yes." He said, "When it comes time to, as your friend put it, cauterize," he goes, "I'm going to be coming to help." Okay, that puts me on edge anytime because they don't usually offer something for nothing. And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because we don't want what's there in this world any more than you do." And had this little conversation and proceeded to try to get in touch with John and Rosemary, but they were out and about. And so I thought, well, I'll try them again next weekend. I said, they'll clue me, they'll help me out. And I wasn't sure if this was really going to happen or not. And this lady was here for a couple of days, and we worked with her several times off and on over the next 2 days. Was not quite sure why things were so shortened, because a lot of times when you're dealing with higher level demonic or darkness or things of that nature, it takes more than one trip. A lot of people think it's a wham bam, thank you ma'am, and oh, I've got my faith in this, that, and the other, and they begin to find out that their faith is really tested, that they're not always sure exactly what their faith is when they're in the middle of it, or even when we get to the end. And so many times it does require a few more trips. But obviously, since she lived out of state, we were told, do it this way, do it now, hit it this way. And we actually went to one of our favorite stores down here. I needed to fill up on some supplies, and we ended up getting some new jewelry, and my son was led. He's like, I've been told to get these books. And I said, well, get what you need. We'll get it taken care of. We'll worry about divvying out the funds later. And he was picking up on things, and he has learned to really listen. And he said, something is going to be helping us. And I said, yes, I am aware of that, and I know what it is. And he went, okay. He said, I was just told to remind you, and as long as you got that covered, we're good. And he said, but we need to talk about this later. And I said, yeah, that's fine. So as we're in the process of this, and there was so much that went on to the point that everyone in my team is writing down their experiences, there were just some amazing things that happened. And when you're in the throes of it, you don't always take notice. But when it did get to that particular part of, as Rebecca said, cauterizing and removing and then replacing with healing energy, etc., the jinn kept his word. And he showed up and he helped and did not ask for anything more. But as he was leaving, he did say, I will be seeing you again soon. And I was like, okay. I heard that from a couple of the other entities, and pretty much well said note to self. When you have a little bit of everything show up, you're dealing with something really nasty, and pay attention, especially when they say that they're going to be seeing you soon, because that means something else is on the horizon.
Well, Lisa, if I'd been in your shoes, I'd be a little concerned too, because all of my encounters with the jinn in haunting cases, they've all been hostile. And right. I've had others tell me that jinn can be very helpful, but they have quite a track record of being very deceitful. And if one told me a step forward that it was going to help me out in my cases, I'd wonder what the real game was going on.
Exactly. And the other, and I actually prayed about this quite a bit today, because I wasn't sure if I needed to bring this up or not, because the other interesting part to this, we all know, or it's standard, as you grow spiritually, as you go through your life, you may have the same guardian angels, but you do get different spirit guides, different teachers, those that have crossed over, some that are just in a different part of the angelic realm. And you recognize all of those energies. And especially when you're used to listening to them and you're capable of hearing them, or at least feeling them, same thing, you recognize their energy. And you know the difference between angelic, human, healer, whatever it is that they're doing, you know the difference. Their energy vibration is different. There was something new in my field. And I'm talking to my angels, and Michael tends to be one that I call on the most. And I said, what's around me? What is it? And what do I need to do? And he said, you don't need to be concerned. It's not here to harm you. And I said, okay, again, what is it? And he said, you'll find out in time. And, cryptic as always. And Lori and I were actually going to a case to check something out for a friend of hers. And before this happened, I was introduced to, and the only way that I know to kind of describe it is it's like a jinn spirit guide. He is no longer alive because jinn they live for centuries. but they do die.
That's right.
And basically this is like, I guess you could call it the ghost of a jinn, but he's a spirit guide and he just tells me I'm the guardian. And I said, okay, why? What's wanted here? And he just very simply told me, I'm here to assist in keeping others away.
And by others away, what exactly was this entity referring to?
The dark, evil jinn that are still alive and are transdimensionally coming in and out of our worlds.
So he's like a jinn cop then.
That's a good way to put it. I haven't seen him in action, but that's what I've been told. So I guess I'm going to find out because or it seems that in any time in the paranormal, when you begin dealing with a certain type of situation or a certain type of magic, an entity, similar things like that, all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, here's the spotlight. And I've gotten, in the last week, 3 more cases that appear to be jinn. And even the folks involved that, because in 2 of them, they're very much aware of spiritual and actually said to me, this is not demonic. It looks like a demon, but it doesn't feel like a demon. What is this? And I said, there's a really good book that you need to get, written by Rosemary Ellen Guiley, which I finally have my copy again. Thank you so much, beautiful lady. Because when all this started, the copy that I had gotten from you when you first wrote it, because we had had so many conversations that they would constantly cut off when you were on the road researching right before you put it all together. I went upstairs because I have my Rosemary Ellen Guiley bookshelf that has all of my helpful info, and it's missing. And I called Ro and I said, my gin book is gone, and she just laughed. She goes, yeah, that figures.
They do like to take things. When I was doing that research, which went on for some years, it seemed like the deeper I went, the more I uncovered jinn tracks. They are called the hidden ones, and that I came to the conclusion that they were involved every single paranormal experience that we have. They're involved in hauntings. They're involved in mysterious creatures. They're involved in the alien scenario, including abductions. And they're very good shapeshifters. And of course, I've interviewed people all over the world, including people who are in sorcery and dealing with the jinn. They're very difficult to deal with. And I have been told that they can be tasked for you, but it's often a dangerous thing to do because there's a price to be paid for that. And so what do we make now of a seeming well-meaning jinn who comes along and offers some services? And has this jinn asked for anything in return?
Not yet, but I am still, there was one other visit. And I know that I am covered. I know that my angels and guides and God and the powers that be are on it. So I don't believe they would allow me to unknowingly agree to something. There was a night, I think it was about a week and a half ago. I had a very horrendous migraine, which, I've always been prone to them. And this one in particular was just not going away. I'd had it for a couple of days. And I got up in the middle of the night. I was having difficulty sleeping, and I went to go take some other medicine. And the good jinn was there. I remember him visiting, much like we do if we have a dream, if a loved one comes and visits us in a dream after they've passed. And I remember talking to him, but I don't remember what was said. What I do remember, I didn't take any more medicine, and my migraine was gone. And when I realized it, I said, oh, okay, thank you. I didn't ask for it, but I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. But I'll be honest with you, I'm still cautious. This is the very first time that I know of, that I can remember, that I've dealt with, as we're calling it, a good gin. And we know that everything is balanced, so we know that there's good and bad for everything. This is just my first experience with a good one. I don't know if he's going to ask for anything in return. So I'm still cautious. I am not just chalking this up and saying, oh, hey, by the way, I've got this awesome dude on my side, but, hey, we're just going to go and play. I'm still going to be cautious about it because I don't know any other way to be. Because, like I said, this is the first time that I've dealt with them this intensely, this closely, and nothing's been asked for, but that doesn't mean that it's not coming.
It's a wise position to be in. Lisa, we've got to take a break for a few moments. And when we come back, I'd like to find out more about how you go about clearing out some of these malevolent entities and what all is involved with that. Your website, Mama Lisa Cares. Mama Lisa Cares. Cares.com. And we'll be right back in just a few minutes, folks. You're listening to Strange Dimensions Radio on KGRARadio.com.
Statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Work with your doctor when taking medications. Make Protovite part of your healthy lifestyle.
HealthForLiberty.com is your source for Protovite, a powerful nutritional supplement that's a true breakthrough for your health. Poor digestion makes it nearly impossible to absorb the nutrition your body needs. Protovite is a liquid multi-nutrient formula with patent-pending absorption technology and the highest quality ingredients to nourish every cell in your body.
My name is Sandra White. 6 weeks ago, when I started taking Protovite, I was on 14 medications, from everything for blood pressure to fibromyalgia. In the first 10 days, my blood sugar dropped 50 points, and my fibromyalgia pain is gone. And so was 12 of the 14 medications that I was taking. I'm 66, living life and loving it.
Go to healthforliberty.com right now. That's healthforliberty.com.
Thank you, Protovite, for giving my life back.
Every 2 seconds, someone needs blood. Whether it's a natural disaster or one single child suffering from illness, the American Red Cross stands ready to supply blood when it's most needed. But blood is a perishable product. Therefore, it must continuously be replenished. You can safely donate blood every 56 days. The need is constant and patients are waiting. Call your American Red Cross at 1-800-GIVE-LIFE to schedule your life-saving appointment. Please give blood today. Patients are depending on you.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Your UFO paranormal powerhouse of live alternative talk radio. KGRA, The Planet.
welcome back to Strange Dimensions Radio. My guest tonight, Lisa DeRosa Phillips, best known as Mama Lisa. She is a spiritual advisor and psychic medium, specializes in some really tough, demonic, malevolent entity cases. We've been talking about the jinn tonight and the problems that people have with jinn. These are entities that are excellent shapeshifters. They're often hostile to people, and they are involved like demons in a lot of malevolent hauntings. And we've also been talking about a good jinn who's come on the scene offering to give Lisa some help. Lisa, right before the break, you were talking about a case, and you used the term cauterize. This is an entity clearing case you are working on. Can you explain exactly what goes on in that and what you mean by cauterize?
Well, this particular situation that we were discussing and that we were going to be doing, cauterizing was the only terminology that we could come up with, because it was basically like sealing off the portal. But this particular one was internal. It was in this person. And we've all had a touch of medical background, and that was one of the reasons why she used that terminology, because if we're doing it in a home or on land or property, something of that nature, then we usually just say we're closing it and sealing it. And in this manner, she was, because it was literally eating a hole in this person, causing medical issues, different things of that nature. She used the terminology cauterize to really burn it and seal it in that manner. And when we do these things, and the interesting thing about this, we were very emotionally invested very quickly. And it turned out that this particular situation was what we love to refer to as a trap. The dark side had actually been utilizing this person to trap other people, other deliverers, other folks of faith, priests, different things like that. And this girl kept asking us, you've got a lot of stuff, because, I have, if anybody saw my stuff, which, they do, it's boxes of crystals and herbs and candles and Bible and other books and a sword and a staff and Native American things, conjugal shells, just different things that we use, because we never know what we're going to use. We never know what's required. It used to be that we would have a clue, several weeks of what we were going to need to do, how we were going to need to do it. But because the demonic or the dark side, because there's so many different entities, it's not just demonic. You've got so many different types of entities in the dark. And they have their spies, they have their watchers, and they would get a clue. So many times we'll talk about things, and as we refer to it, stealth mode, where we have prayed and asked that, they can't hear us, they can't see what we're doing. They can't become involved, different things like that, till we get to the time that we're actually doing it. And the majority of the time, we don't know exactly what's going to happen and what's going to take place. About the only thing I can tell you that is consistent is the prayers that we say and the angels that we call in and the help that we call in. And but every situation that we have ever been in, every case that we've ever worked, it has been customized to that individual or that family's situation. And we do as we're told. If our angels tell us to jump left, we don't say how far, we don't say when, we immediately do it. We don't ask them what's coming next. If they tell us to jump, we don't say how high. Because many times, and my son has just really started his training in this again. He had gotten a taste for it when he was a teenager and turned 25 this year and has started back he's like, it's time. I need to get back into this. and he's been doing his prayers and his meditation. And so a lot of times I'm explaining things to him that I can. And I was explaining this particular thing, and he said, no. He said, they just told me. I said, okay, and he's referring to his angels and guides. He said, they told me that if I don't do exactly what they say, when they say, there could be dire consequences. And I said, they're absolutely right. Because unfortunately, in a lot of the situations that we're dealing with, if we do have an influenced, a semi-possessed, or a possessed person, the demonic itself may not be able to touch us, but they can throw things at us. They can have the person that we're dealing with harm us, break legs, different things like that. We walked into one home, and literally a guy behind me, he goes, duck, and grabbed me and pulled me down to the floor. They had just opened the front door, and out of the center of the kitchen, there was a knife block. And all of the knives that were in that block had just come flying at us and hit the wall beside me. And I was like, oh, okay, great. That was fun. But it can be very dangerous. So we listen to what they say. We burn herbs, we bring oils, we do different things of that nature when they tell us to and how they tell us to. We don't have a set rule book.
I know that every case has to be tailor fitted with a solution according to the circumstances, and
right.
What's present as well, and why it's there. What do you do when some of these entities fight back?
We use a lot of energy. We usually have an EMT that is certified if we're dealing with a person who is having an issue, because there have been situations where the demonic that is messing with them or is possessing them has wanted to hurt them. So we do, in situations like that, we have an EMT that's certified in strapping down, because it's not like what you see in the movies. You can't just take a couple of ropes or a couple of belts and strap them to a chair. There are certain things that have to be monitored. There are certain things that have to be done. And we do them because if not, someone can get hurt in the process. Usually the person that we're dealing with. But in terms of the fighting back, we've had things thrown at us. We've been pushed. We've been shoved. There's been some physical. But we all have such a strong faith in the family of light, as I refer to them, in God and the powers that be, and the angelic realm, and all of the entities that are in the family of light that come in to assist us with this, because we're just the tools. We're the physical representation of the family of light. We're the scalpel, we're the laser, however you want to see it. We're what can physically connect the spiritual and the physical in dealing with these situations. And that's what we're here to do. So it's not our knowledge, even though we've learned a lot. And yes, we have gifts, we have powers, we have whatever word you want to use. But the only reason that we're gifted with these things, or that we're given these abilities and things, is to do the work for the family of light, is to help the human being fight the dark side in whatever manner it comes at them. And that's why it's so imperative that we listen. And that's why, because everything that we deal with, every case that is brought to us, it could all start from, doing witchcraft in a bad way when they were younger, or making a bad wish, or playing with a Ouija board, or walking and just being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Do you think these cases are on the rise?
Oh, they have been. They have been for many years, and they're becoming more and more intense. We don't tend to get too many of the ones that we've termed wham bam thank you ma'ams, which tend to be some of the smaller ones, some of the more haunting issue ones, which is fine. We've been warned, we've been trained. There's lots of stuff, and we still go through with training. this case we dealt with a few weeks ago, we all learned a lot. We're still learning things. There's still only so much the human mind can take in. And so each time there's something new that we note or that we mark down or that we pay attention to. And there definitely, the more strife that there is in the world, all the negativity, all the racisms going around, all of the hate groups coming up from all areas, it puts the negative energy out there. And there's an imbalance right now between the good and the bad, between the evil and good-natured and positive. So yeah, it's getting worse because you're seeing so many people who are already struggling and they're depressed or they're just having a hard time making it through life. You know, they may have come from making $6 million a year and now they're making a measly $24,000 and, you know, barely getting the bills paid, if at all. And that puts so much out there, and it's basically a party zone for the dark side. And they're having a blast with a lot of it. And they're helping, excuse me, to create havoc and to create these situations. I have seen couples where the man says one thing, the woman hears another, and vice versa. And we could be standing there and saying, no, that's not what was said, and that's not what was meant. But from the man's mouth until it hits the woman's ears, she heard a completely different subject, so completely different sentence. And, you know, the same thing. We've heard the woman say something to the man, and just immediately he's angered. And what he heard was not at all close to what she said. And we are seeing more and more of this type of situation on the rise. People have lost faith in organized religion, and they don't know how to build their faith with God and the powers that be outside of it. I work with a lot of people that are in that situation saying, you know what, I was raised Southern Baptist, I was raised Methodist, I was raised Catholic. You know, I have known this for 35, 40 years. And all of a sudden, my entire world has been turned upside down. And in the middle of this reboot of their brain and of understanding things and of understanding the spirit realm, they're attacked. They have voices that all of a sudden they're hearing. They think they're going crazy, go to the doctor, grab some pills, and things get worse. So yeah, there's a definite uprise on so many levels that has been happening, especially over the last 3 or 4 years.
One of the things that I observed, especially with the jinn in malevolent haunting cases, is that they can get a very good beat on people who are in emotional upheaval. And yes. So people whose lives are in turmoil, or they're suffering from depression or a lot of anger, even grief. That's how I got started on the shadow people research, because shadow people will glom on to people who are in turmoil. And sometimes they'll go away when people get their lives in order, but sometimes they can latch on and cause a lot of problems. Now, one of the things also I wanted to ask you about, Lisa, is that with regard to the jinn, and I do see a difference in behavior between jinn and demonic entities, yes. That they're often very self-serving, kind of a what's in it for me. They want the vital life force, but they're very good at faking things out. You know, people will come in and do the releasing, the cleansings, the exorcisms. They'll put up a big struggle and fight and slink off, and they just go into hiding and just wait for an opportunity to come back. And have you seen cases like this? And then how do you combat this recurring attachment and possession?
The interesting thing when it comes to jinn in that particular situation, with the demonic, we can use the blood of Christ for the majority of the Christian ones. Now, you got to understand, and I know that a lot of folks may not agree with me and may not understand this. When you're dealing with different religions, they have the same good and bad. They have the same gods and goddesses. They have an ultimate creator, an ultimate savior, an ultimate God. They also have the dark. They have the demonic within them. And there are certain times that you have to deal with things in certain ways. This is where our angels and guides come in greatly, because not everything is going to bow down and go away or do whatever just when you plead the blood of Christ or just when you say certain prayers. The jinn, they seem to be higher than humans, but lower in status than angelic. And your free will, which is the second greatest gift that God gave us, seems to be the thing that is the strongest. You can call for help. You can call for the angels. And a lot of times they'll go away and say, okay, you got somebody here that's come in to help you, and they're bigger and badder than me, so I'm going to leave you alone for a while. But until you learn to and this is what it seems to boil down to, you lose your fear, or you ignore your fear, or you bury your fear of them. Doesn't mean that you don't respect their power, because they do have power. And in many times, their power can be much more intense and much stronger than even demonic.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Yeah. And they're trickier. They're much more deceitful. They're much trickier. And they pay attention. When it comes to the demonic, they tend to do the same thing over and over again. They're very predictable. Jinn are not. And they can change shape and change flavor in the blink of an eye. They're very good at what they do. And if they're wanting to cause pure havoc and hell living here on earth, they do it. The thing that I have found is, like I said, free will, is the people that have become tired of it. They understand them. They know what's going on, and they literally fight back. My son was actually, as we started learning about this over the last few weeks, he was actually attacked in his home in the middle of the night. And he said, do you know what I realized? And I said, what? And he goes, it's a mind game. I said, what? He said, it's a mind game with them. He said, you use your mind more than you use your physical strength. I said, okay, I can agree with that. And a couple of the books that he'd been led to get, that his angels told him to get at that store a few weeks ago, he said, they have some answers in them. He said, I've got to do this and I've got to do that. All right. I said, do it. And we had actually, and in going back, and as I was telling you guys on break, the original copy of the book that I had of the jinn from you, I'd read it when I first got it many years ago. What 2013, I think.
It was 2013 is when it came out.
Okay. I was thinking it was about 3 or 4 years ago when I received this book, and I started reading it.
This is the Jinn Connection.
Yes, the Jinn Connection.
Jinn Connection, yes.
It was as if I'd never read it. I couldn't remember anything from it. But as I'm reading it this time, I have this Rolodex of cases, of experiences, of things that happened to me. Going, oh, okay, I'm making the connection. I didn't make it 3 years ago because of whatever I was going through at that time. I didn't make the connection. This time, they're slamming me in the face with them. And I do think that it's very interesting. I think that there is still a lot more to learn. And that's why I'm very cautious, and I Would love to learn more from the good Jinn. And I don't know if I'm going to, but if there is something that I can, share with other people and share with the cases that we have, that would be amazing. Because one of the things, regardless of what you're dealing with in all of these situations, we kind of have to give these cases a test or two before we even try to help them. Because we've learned this over the years. There are those, they just want you to come and clean up their mess for them. We're here to help. You have to learn how to fight. You have to build your faith. You have to build your inner strength. And in the case of the Jinn, you have to build your free will. You've got to build the strength of, this is my life. This is where I am. And you're not going to take it. You're not going to mess with it. It all comes together with it. And you have to use it all to fight these things. And the interesting thing about them is, because they are capable of doing the transdimensional walkthroughs, and the simple fact that they are not just energy, that they have a beginning and an end when it comes to where they live in these different planes, and that they cross out of them and go into the spirit realm just like we do when we leave these human water bags. I think that there is something that they are trying to hide that is a very strong key to learning how to fight with them and win on a much more stronger level than what happens now.
We've touched on a very important point that I came to the conclusion about in my own research as well, Lisa, about free will and also the boundaries, the sovereignty. And I saw in many cases where people were repeatedly afflicted or had a great deal of difficulty expelling something, that they had allowed the entity to cross the boundaries of sovereignty and free will, and sort of a giving away of power. And for a variety of reasons. I mean, people get weakened for a variety of reasons. They're vulnerable. And in many cases, they really do have to learn how to project their free will to prevent an invasion of a hostile force. Now, we've got just a few minutes left in the show here, and I wanted to touch again on this good Jinn, and this is kind of a new wrinkle because we just don't see a well-mannered Jinn stepping forward and offering to help, and so it seems to me, and you can agree or disagree with one of these. It's one of two things: either it's a genuine thing, and we're going to see more of it, which would help out a lot of us in the field, or it's a Trojan horse, and could be aiming to cause a lot of upset. So, what's your, just quickly, what's your game plan here? Your strategy with dealing with this?
Again, I'll be depending on God and the powers that be and my angels. The only factor that has kind of taken it to where it doesn't feel like the Trojan horse scenario is the simple fact that having the guardian, and I'm not the only one that felt it. Almost every team member of mine that I talked to said, "What is that?" I'm like, "Well, what is what?" And they described him. And they described what was happening, and they're like, but it's not like, like I could physically touch, like you can feel these others. It's like I said, a guide, and they're like, yeah. And I think that's interesting too, because that's never come into play. I do agree that it can be one or the other. And as I said, I'm going to remain cautious, because if there is something that is about to happen that we're going to be involved in, that is going to require the assistance of the opposite of the evil and dark Jinn, then I think there's a very good possibility that we could all end up having more and more experiences with the good jinn, because that type of strength and power is going to be necessary.
Well, they
I'm
certainly
not sure I want
possess.
to find out what it is.
They certainly possess the inside information on how to deal with the unruly members of their kind. I think this bears a lot of watching, and I would certainly welcome hearing from other investigators out there who've become familiar with the jinn, if they've had any dealings on the positive side. This would certainly be interesting, because most of the time we're dealing with very malevolent beings that want to wreak a lot of havoc. Lisa, your website, mamalisacares.com. That's where everybody can find out about your activities, your skills, your services. What have you got coming up?
I mean, we've got cases that we're doing, but I've got grandbabies and family, and I kind of was given the opportunity to take a couple of years off from the paranormal, so I'm not quite sure what I have coming up. I've heard whispers of a few things, but at the moment, you can hit me up at lisa@mamalisacares.com, and I'm pretty much well there, except for my day job and the grandbabies.
Well, it sounds like you've got some new doors opening for you with these new wrinkles in your cases. Thank you so much for being with me tonight, Lisa, and I want to keep tabs on what's happening here.
Oh, I will, and thank you so much for having me, Ro. This has been just wonderful and awesome. Thank you so much.
We'll check in with you later.
All right, darling.
And stay tuned now, folks, for Fade to Black with me. And my guest will be Ken Gerhard. He's got a new book out, Mythical Beasts and Cryptids. You've been listening to Strange Dimensions Radio on kgreradio.com. Good night.
You're listening to the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Station, Van Buren, Arkansas, Sarasota, Florida.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Global Newsmaker Focus. Every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Global Radio Alliance, you will hear guests from a wide spectrum of fields talking about current events and developments that affect our world. Together, let's analyze the latest news and developments on Global Newsmaker Focus. Every Friday night at 8 p.m. And now, I give you your host for Global Newsmaker Focus, Patrice Sheridan.
Welcome, everyone, to this July 29th, 2016 edition of Global Newsmaker Focus on the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Station and the Global Radio Alliance. This is Patrice Sheridan. The show's website is globalnewsmakerfocus.com, as well as our webpage on KGRA. This evening, our program features as guest Daryl Sims. Tonight's topics will include Daryl's and team's current research findings on compelling physical evidence and an agenda behind alleged alien abductions. Daryl's bio details are the following. A successful businessman in the real estate and investigative and security fields, Daryl Sims' other pursuits include his field research for more than 38 years on the many aspects of claimed human-alien encounters. Daryl's credentials are several. Master hypnotherapist, certified hypnotic anesthetist, certified master neurolinguistic practitioner, international speaker, private investigator licensed in the state of Texas, and researcher of alleged human-alien encounters. Daryl's trademark name, Alien Hunter, was given him by a writer in 1994. As a former military police officer and CIA operative, Sims offers a unique insight to the alien organization, which he believes functions similarly to an intelligence agency. Daryl, with his medical and scientific team, discovered fluorescence found on abductees and alleged alien implantation. Their discoveries have continued, including major firsts as to functioning and characteristics of implants. Daryl's focus on physical evidence includes alien DNA and genetic testing. Daryl and team use a multi-modality approach on behalf of experiencers. His and his team's efforts include tracking the alien predator by collecting and analyzing medical and scientific evidence and helping experiencers with effective therapeutic intervention. Also, Sabre Enterprises, an organization founded by Daryl, continues to offer Daryl's and team's services in helping abductees at no charge. In addition, Daryl serves as an investigator and advisor for the Parsec organization founded in Italy. Parsec, an Italian-based organization, is composed of medical doctors, physicists, psychotherapists, and other professionals. Daryl's many presentations during his career have included those given at scientific, medical, and college conferences. He is a frequent media guest on numerous television and radio programs. Daryl's website is alienhunter.org. His two books are Alien Hunter, The Evidence in Light, and Alien Hunter, Evidence and Truth about Alien Implants. Daryl, it's an honor to have you speak with us this evening.
Well, Patricia, it's my honor, really, because anytime I get to be on a program with you, I just jump for the chance. I think you're one of the finest people in the whole field, and I just really admire you.
Thank you, sir. Well, it indeed is a privilege to interview you, Daryl. Now, Daryl, your Sabre Enterprises and medical, scientific, and other personnel, including great field and ground researchers and therapists, seek to provide an answer to the victims of alien abduction and an effective therapeutic response to the abduction horrors. Could you give us an example of one of your thousands of cases where the abductee has suffered physical or traumatic harm, often both, at the hands of the aliens, and what does your team do to help the victims? Also, they're never charged for the services. Mm-hmm.
That's true. Our interest is philanthropic. We don't charge anything for the services we do. We beg, borrow, and do anything we can to make the surgical interventions we do for people free or very, very cheap. By that I mean we've done 25 of them so far. The last one being, to answer your question, this case was in India. And in that case, the individual, several people contacted me, and I became interested in this particular case and with alleged implantation, 3 possible implants in this individual. And I was so interested in the case that I paid my way to India to meet with the individual. And to my great surprise, the individual was everything that I hoped they would be. It was a lady, and she was very, she is a contactee. By that I mean she thinks here to save the planet, fix the ozone hole, or help us in some particular way. I am of a different view, totally. I think that we've kind of been hoodwinked, and people are just now, some of them are just now figuring it out. But the bottom line is that her brother became psychotic over his quote-unquote contact with the monkey people. Now, to make this clear for your audience, these are images given to the abductees that represent something to the individual. In India, the monkey god is called Hanuman, and he is a monkey-faced human being type person that shows up in their mythology. Now, the alien will mimic things that people have in their life, and this is one of them. And the young man got some very startling news from one of his relatives. He said, "You're not." The monkey people told them you're not going to marry your wife, which these are prearranged marriages. I mean, they just happen. And the next day, the girl shows up and says, we're no longer going to marry, and she just walks off. And how in the world could anybody know that? Within a period of time after that, the young man goes completely insane, and I've actually met him, and he has suffered very heavily at the hands of the alien. Now, what's fascinating to me about this, Patrice, is that other people in the family, a 5-year-old girl, the sister, the father, and now my contactee, who's got 3 implants in her, all of them have met the so-called monkey person, which is a screen memory, or it's an image that they use that makes the abductee or the contactee more compliant. So that's kind of fascinating to me, because someone has gone insane having contact with this entity, and the other people in the family seem to think, hey, it's a pretty good idea.
You know, these individuals can be such victims. The experiencers I've met have been the nicest of people, many of them. They really are owed the correct explanation. The knowledge that you are researching and collecting and analyzing is so valuable for them, and also just for it's also generally in the public interest as well. Now, Daryl, let's talk about implants. Now, your books delve into very, very intriguing information. Now, let me go down to this. Now, let me see here. On these implants, you mention that some are cocooned implants. Others have been reported as possibly affecting hormones in the brain. Really fascinating information. And I'm looking to see here. Yes. Now, your medical team was the very first to remove implants. You mentioned in prior shows the second brain capability of some of these implants. Again, the ability to influence hormones of the brain, and that cocoon implant feature for some. Sir, just give us the details on this. I know you could describe it so much better than I could.
Well, the first implants that we removed in 1995, the first public surgeries that were done, the objects were housed within a biological cocoon, which later the surgeon referred to as impossible, because that type of material would not be located deep in the body, would be located on the surface. But, of course, we had 17 witnesses, 2 attorneys, an attorney and 2 doctors, myself, doing hypnotic anesthesia, and nurses and everyone else present, and they all witnessed it, and it's on film. And he said, I don't care if it's on film or not, it's impossible. It can't happen. That's kind of important for us, because that gives us a marker that's rather interesting, something that can't happen biologically, so we may have something there. The second thing we found was the metal itself inside the cocoon, and this metal was taken and tested at Los Alamos in New Mexico Tech, and the short version of it is that the metal turns out to be extraterrestrial in origin, coming from a rare meteorite, either the Wittgenstein or the Yaocheng meteorite. So this was rather fascinating, and again, when the scientists found out it came from the human body, they said, of course, the same thing. The biologists did. That's impossible. These rare meteorites don't appear in human beings in any form, in any way. So the question is, of course, how did they get in there? And, of course, the aliens wanted to install them.
Indeed. Now, for example, with the removal of the implants, your training as a certified master hypnotherapist is crucial. You think that's the way to go for these patients before they undergo the surgery? Some of the hypnosis that I use if in a medical setting is for hypnotic anesthesia, so that they'll heal up 3 to 5 times faster. The master hypnotherapy part of my credentials
has to do with, for instance, people come up to me all the time and say, well, I'm a hypnotist too. And I said, okay. And they said, well, what's the difference between you and me? And I said, well, I'm usually the guy that certifies people like you. And they, so readings have different meanings. In the medical realm, the hypnotic anesthesia, of course, is to keep people from being in pain while they're going through their surgery. And 2 is to heal up 3 to 5 times faster. Recently, we had a remarkable case where a man came forward and he came to the Houston UFO Network and he spoke to us, and he was an attorney, in fact, a very high-level attorney, an assistant attorney general in a particular state, and he came forward and told his remarkable story of a UFO that came over a nuclear base and lit it up, basically, and got the nukes all warmed up and scared everybody half to death. And then later he describes his contact with the alien being, and when I worked with him hypnotically, we were able to determine that the entity literally did take him in his home. In fact, the event occurred in his home. And what made him know that was, he said, of course, he's an attorney and a top-level attorney, so, I mean, he's got everything to lose by saying anything.
Indeed.
And he basically, he said, I fell asleep for just a few minutes, and then I woke up, and there's mud all over the bottom of my 1 foot. He said, now we have an alarm. An alarm didn't go off. There's no mud anywhere, and there certainly isn't any in the house. And I'd had to go outside to jump in the mud somewhere where there isn't any. And he said, and the mud was smeared on my foot in 2 different directions, so it was like it was purposeful. Well, he couldn't remember how or figure out how in the world that happened, and how he's sitting in his chair with this specialized mud on his foot. It doesn't make any sense. So, long story short there is when I worked with him, we found out the entity had taken him inside his home, and as a memory marker, put the mud on the bottom of his foot in 2 directions to let him remember who she was, the alien woman, and to give him a presence of mind as to that she's coming back. The fascinating part of that whole story was when he starts describing her, he's very upset describing her. He said, because he said, this doesn't sound real. It makes me sound like I'm completely insane. He said, I said, Tiss, tell me what she looked like. He went through my flip chart of alien beings. He said, that one right there. And he said, that's closest to it. He said, the problem is she had a bouffant blonde wig on. And it's a fake wig. And it's something out of the 50s. And I laughed and laughed. And after his case was over, we discussed it. And then he said, well, that's completely insane. This couldn't have not have happened. I said, yep, the mud was on your feet. And she did it. And he said, that's true. He said, well, that's true. But that has to be some kind of a screen memory or something. It can't be real in my mind. And I informed him that we had 5 other witnesses in Houston, Texas. One of them, who did not believe any of this stuff at all, actually had contact with this same alien woman themselves 20 years prior. And I said, you live in Dallas. These people live in Houston. And he said, well, I said, when was your last contact with her? And he said, on June 16th of this year. And I said, okay, last month, in other words. And I said, okay. I said, do you realize that when we found, she drove a red Ford Escort that had dents in it, which is kind of funny because she was not a very good driver, and she had all these dents in her car. Mm. I said, I finally have someone who witnessed the car, and they wrote the license plate down. And I ran the plates as a private investigator, and the plates were stolen out of Dallas, Texas, where you live. I thought he was going to have a heart attack when he heard all this stuff. But every word of his story was absolutely verified true by other people that he never met, never knew 20 years prior.
That's fascinating information. And Daryl, that too would speak of your ability as a private investigator. And, thank you for correcting me on that. I got confused there for a second. Indeed, with your skills as a certified hypnotic anesthetist to prepare the patient who will have an implant removed, and the master hypnotherapist to help them overcome the trauma. Now, with the master neurolinguistic ability, is that used with the hypnotherapy to try to get some of the information or terms that the abductee might hear in an encounter?
You're a very good question. When I was working with this high-level attorney, I said, I'm going to locate some information in your body, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. And I did, and I used an NLP technique, neuro-linguistic programming technique, to do a kinesthetic anchor or location of information. And I located it, and so I'm going to touch you right there on the finger, if you don't mind. He said, okay. And as soon as I touched him, I thought he was going to jump clean off of the couch. And, I mean, he, even under hypnosis, freaked completely out. Because I took him back to the very first time that he met the so-called woman, the one he liked, the one that was treated him well and all that.
Right.
It appears that the initial meeting wasn't exactly what he expected.
Indeed. Fascinating information, and with those skills you're able to reveal that information to him. Now, I always get guffaws when I mention this, but Daryl, did that attorney or any of the other individuals in your cases ever speak to you of the concept that they thought that there were human rights violations with some of these activities?
There's no question that what goes on with the abductees and the contactees is a crime against humanity. If anyone, for instance, a lady was trying to convince me different. She said, they're helping us, they're doing this. I said, listen to me. I said, if someone broke into your house and took your little girl repeatedly over a period of years and abused her and did these same things to her, and you caught him, I said, you'd have him put in prison for 100 years. And so would the court. However, if you have bald head, you stand about 3 foot tall, large black eyes, you get a pass. In fact, it's not even called kidnapping. It's called alien abduction. Isn't that interesting? I said, the fact is, these very same things these entities do it's a crime against humanity, and it's a crime against the individual. And anyone that did this, I assure you, if we went to quote unquote their planet, whatever that is, and did the same thing with their little ones, I guarantee you that you'd have a lot of problems, just like they should be having some problems with us.
Great. Oh, that's a really intriguing response. Now, Daryl, I was floored by a recent UFON notice of a meeting next month at a medical venue regarding the medical complications of alleged human-alien encounters. If you wish to discuss any elements of your presentation and the evidence aspects here, feel free to. The information apparently was included in your latest Roswell presentation and indeed caused quite a stir at the Roswell Daily Record newspaper.
It certainly did. As a matter of fact, I was getting off my assistant and I were getting off the elevator, and someone met us on the elevator, and they said, we're going for breakfast, and they said, Stanton Friedman would like for you to have breakfast with him this morning. And I said, okay. And we went in, and there was Kathy Martin and of course, Stanton and their partners. And Stanton looks at me and says, well, he had a newspaper in his hand. He said, Daryl, you made the front page of the Roswell Daily Record. And I said, was it good or bad? And he said, it appears very good. And he said, they were pretty impressed with your with the artificial insemination cases that you're working with, where an alien fetal implantation, where I did a demonstration. I had a model on my computer that I could show people how this particular procedure worked. And then at the end, I showed not only could it happen, but I told them that there was a hospital that had a specialized ward in which there was a glassed-in area, and the patient was in coma, and no one was supposed to be able to get to her except the nurses there. And since the lady was a lesbian, they wanted to honor her privacy by not even having a male nurse present that night. And so there were 5 nurses and the lesbian woman. At about 3 a.m, the cameras stopped, because this is all filmed, and all 5 women ended up pregnant, including the comatose patient, lesbian woman. And recently I met one of the children of the artificial insemination. Interesting, fascinating case. And at the end of my presentation, I told about this, of course, in the hospital where all these people were impregnated all at the same time, the same place, same station, so to speak. In the hospital, they all became pregnant, and including the lesbian woman, and while she was in coma, although there were no males present, of course. Then I mentioned at the end, I showed some sonograms of an alien entity, a fetus, inside a human being, a woman. And that ended the presentation. So anyway, it was rather kind of hair-raising. Everybody's telling me this stuff can't exist, and yet, we keep finding more and more evidence of it.
Boy, I wish so much I could attend that presentation in August, and thank you for your intrepid work there, Daryl. Now, Daryl, you do continue to search for the medical and scientific evidence of alien abductions. Those are definitely evidentiary markers there. Your findings have been remarkable. Case in point there. A central focus is now alien DNA and genetic testing. Daryl, do tell us about your search for the compelling evidence to prove that abductions are a real event. Now, of course, the account you just rendered would be a strong evidentiary marker with sonograms and other records to show indeed that these ladies had been impregnated. And again, what a traumatic event to them even afterwards.
Yeah, it certainly was. Of course, then the difficulty is when people started, and only one of them actually figured out what happened. Mm-hmm. The others are just all stunned that they all got pregnant the same night, but none of them were home with their husbands. And one of the husbands has cancer and can't produce children at all. And the wife has to go tell the husband who's dying of cancer, oh, by the way, I'm pregnant. And, of course, like, okay, well, how does that happen? And the response was, I haven't the slightest clue, but I have never cheated on you, and then blah, 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 and so on. And I know the people very well, and they're 100%. But I did meet the daughter who was born of this artificial insemination. So the way to think about artificial insemination with the alien is twofold, in my view. The first thing is that when I've told doctors this before, and they kind of look at you like, no, those women are just sleeping with somebody, and they're just blaming it on an alien. I said, well, okay. I said, I think when we start doing our genetic testing, you're going to be rather surprised yourself, because some of these women are going to show up with, the testing's going to show that the child is not theirs. And they, of course, their retort is going to be, well, yeah, but it didn't have to be theirs. It's some guy, and so on. And I said, well, okay, but when we do further testing, we may find that the daddy's not the daddy and the mommy's not the mommy. In effect, what you have is literally an artificial insemination. And you say, well, how can this be? One of the complaints or discussions among many, many abductees is the fact that the alien comes and takes eggs or ova from women and sperm from men. Well, the question one has to ask is, if that is true, and there's certainly many stories of it, if that's true, where are they taking the sperm and where are they taking the eggs, and what are they doing with it? And my answer is that they're using it, of course. That's the whole purpose. One of the purposes, besides the genetic, I call it Dr. Moreau's spacecraft, where he does all this insidious and awful stuff in creating these genetic monstrosities, of which the alien is one of them, by the way. The alien is not anything whom we think he is. The alien, in my opinion, is in fact hatched, cloned, manufactured, or made for the purpose of interaction with humankind to give them the impression that the alien is from some other world. The fact is, he isn't from any world except Earth. And you say, well, how can that be? Well, first of all, many of the aliens don't, the small ones especially, don't have an opposing thumb. So they didn't build any spaceship, not without an opposing thumb. Second is that every one of the aliens, you line them up, which I call I just use a term from my police work referring to the usual suspects. And when you line them all up, you have the Bigfoot type guy, and you look at and you see a reptile guy, you see a human type guy, you see an alien taller form, which they often refer to as the Doctor, and the smaller little guy they call the little gray, and there's a praying mantis one. But when you look at those carefully and you divorce yourself from all of the preconceived ideas and just look at the evidence, and that's all. Nothing more, just the evidence. Not the stories, just the evidence. You can come to some very stark and clear conclusions that to get DNA for the Bigfoot as an example in the lineup, which we see him in some of the abduction events as well. You look at him, it's obviously an ape-type creature. And the question is, where would you get ape DNA? Well, it probably wouldn't be on Saturn, and it probably wouldn't be on Zeta Reticuli. But you can come to Earth, and there's plenty of apes out there, all kinds. And what's interesting about that is they did some recent testing on DNA of the so-called Bigfoot, and what they found was it is, are you ready for this? Not only ape, but modern human woman. Modern, not ancient. So whatever this thing is, it's been put together fairly recently. The second thing is, if you look at the next one in the lineage, you see a human being, a Nordic, as they sometimes refer to him. This Nordic guy, where in the world would you get human DNA? Probably not on Mars. Probably not anywhere except Earth. So if you wanted human DNA, you'd come here to get it. The same thing is true with the praying mantis. You're going to get praying mantis DNA from Earth. You're going to get DNA from a reptile on Earth. So wait a minute. This is the Cosmic Walmart shopping center for the blue light special for whoever it is making these guys. They come here, get the DNA, take it back out there, work on it, bring it back here, and introduce them to us as aliens from other worlds or from some other dimension. And the fact is, whoever they are, they come from here. Whatever consciousness they have or whatever belief they have about even their own existence probably is programmed or given to them by their makers. And that's the big mystery of the whole thing. Who put them together?
That is truly fascinating. Those are rather really fascinating concepts. Now, at this point, we must take a station break. You're listening to Global Newsmaker Focus on the KGRA digital broadcasting station and the Global Radio Alliance. We will be directly back after this short break with our guest, Daryl Sims. Daryl's website is alienhunter.org. His two books are Alien Hunter, The Evidence in Light, and Alien Hunter, Evidence and Truth About Alien Implants. Again, we'll be back in about 3 minutes' time.
would your life be like if you woke up each morning with new vitality, feeling better than you have in years, and you noticed a difference in your sleeping patterns, blood sugar levels, and had a sense of well-being overall? There's something that is changing thousands of people's lives, and you could be one of them. It's called Heart and Body Extract. Sharon Harris, co-creator of Heart and Body Extract, talks about the positive effects of this product.
What happens with the formula Heart and Body Extract is it's giving the body the necessary vitamins, minerals, amino acids, enzymes, and phytonutrients so the body will heal itself. And yes, the body does have the ability to balance blood pressure, balance cholesterol, clean and unclog the arteries. It can also work on balancing the circulation for diabetics. So the body is an amazing thing. It simply needs some help so it has the tools to heal itself.
To order your 2-month supply, call now toll-free 866-295-5305. Order online at hbextract.com.
Health in America is becoming a top priority. Or maybe I should say, good health in the world is becoming a top priority. Maintaining a healthy body can be challenging. How about letting Life Change Tea help you? Our tea you make, you drink, and you benefit. Our unique blend of 8 different herbs helps you maintain good digestion, a healthy colon, and detoxes harmful toxins and parasites out of your body. And you know what? It tastes great. If you're wanting a change, a life change when it comes to health, log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Or you can call us at 928-308-0408. That's 928-308-0408. When you log on to our mobile-friendly website, you can read all the numerous testimonies of how Life Change Tea has helped so many people. We carry many, many beneficial products that help your health and keep you on track. Getthetea.com. Kind of gets in your head, doesn't it? Getthetea.com.
The station that won't put you to sleep at work. KGRA, The Planet.
Welcome back to Global Newsmaker Focus on the KGRA digital broadcasting station and the Global Radio Alliance. We're speaking today with guest Daryl Sims. Daryl's website is alienhunter.org. His 2 books are Alien Hunter, The Evidence in Light, and Alien Hunter, Evidence and Truth About Alien Implants. Again, welcome back to our listeners. Now, pardon me, Daryl. Daryl, regarding aliens and the potential for their genetic testing of humans. Daryl, what do we expect to find with what the aliens are doing in the genetic realm? What are they doing to humans, and what are they doing to their own kind?
Well, I think that's a great question. The first thing I think they're doing with humans is let's back up a little bit. One of the things the alien seems to be interested in is the lineage. 45% of the people taken in these events are Native American, Indian, Irish, or Celtic. There are several things that we have found. We found 6 reasons that they may be taking abductees in particular, besides the fact of their lineage. We also noticed that there are certain eye patterns and other things that we're looking that they're interested in. They're also interested in you fasten your seatbelt for this one. I'm using their terms, not mine. And the terms I'm using are not from the alien, but from their boss. And they may, if they do, somewhere out there, they probably won't be abducting our children and their women and doing terrible things to our cattle and stuff like that. They probably actually would be pretty decent beings. But what we're meeting are not really nice folks. They're doing some pretty ragged things on people, some of which are so horrific that I only do the presentations for doctors and medical personnel, because it would literally gross people out to see the mutilations and some of the things that are done on a medical level. It is just medieval, some of the things that they do. So what they do in humans, I think that they're artificially inseminating children, and a good example is this one lady who had this kid, and now she doesn't know what to tell the kid and doesn't want to know and nobody wants to know. I mean, who wants to do a DNA test on their kid to find out it's not theirs? And to find out that not only is it not theirs, but they don't know whose it is. It's just the eggs or the sperm from someone, from them out there that they've collected from other people that they want to, quote-unquote, hatch or get it out into the population where we can't find it, so to speak. So that's one of the things they're doing with human beings. And some people think that they're actually making hybrids out of us and things like that. And that's possible, I suppose, but I would love for someone to produce a hybrid for me that we can test. And I've had all these people tell me, well, I'm a part alien or whatever. I said, no, okay. I said, we'll do the DNA test. You pay for it in advance. And if it turns out you're an alien, I'll pay for it. But so far, we've not even had one taker. Not even one person put up the money to test themselves, which I'd be glad to see, if they can back that up. But it's all about evidence. And the second question goes to what are they doing with their own kind? Well, first of all, whoever's in charge, in my opinion, aren't aliens. The alien we refer to, the Nordic, the human, the mantis being, the greys, and all that, those are beings that are made, hatched, and cloned, manufactured for the purpose of interaction with us to make us think they're aliens. Why would anybody in my opinion, why would any rational person think, oh, my goodness, there's a 7 foot tall praying mantis in front of me. That must be an alien from another planet. That sounds like a genetically engineered, constructed monstrosity, in my opinion. Doesn't have anything to do with aliens. And in my book, when my co-author, Pat Gray, when she was alive, she asked me a question. She said, we need a zinger for this next chapter. And I said, okay. She said, so what's the zinger? And I said, the zinger is, do aliens have implants? And she said, oh my God, do they? And I said, Pat, the alien is an implant. He is a construction of all kinds of things put together for the purpose of someone else to convince us that these are aliens from other worlds, and they're not.
Oh boy, those are fascinating arguments. Now, Daryl, I have a question regarding consciousness. I had asked a question of a guest last month, I believe it was. I've read accounts of people who do seem very credible to me, ufologists and researchers who link meditative focus with the appearance of alien craft. What is your response to this?
Well, the alien craft, I would answer that in two ways. One is the alien craft will show up on radar, and some of them do and some of them don't. But the fact is they're quite real, is my whole point. They're also craft that can show up mentally and that other people won't see, but the abductee or the contactee might see. And so in that sense, the construction would be in the mind of the individual if that were the case, and not a real event itself. But it doesn't mean that the entity is not tampering with the individual and obviously getting them to buy into some particular program. And it's important to know that there are programs that the entities run on human beings. And anybody that has the slightest understanding of the contactee and alien abduction phenomena knows for a fact that these entities run programs on people, and we literally are a product. Some of the things that happen to us and some of the things that we think are programs that are running inside us. One of the programs that is very, very, I'll give you several very quickly. One of the programs is many abductees and contactees do not believe their parents are their parents, period. It doesn't make any difference how you can prove that, how genetically it's correct. They feel all alone. That's a program. It's called isolation. The feeling, the human emotion of it is simply all alone, but the purpose of it is to isolate the person from others. That's a program that's run on people. Another program is to put you on a quote-unquote mission. You're never told what it really is, but you're on a mission and you're part of the program. But you're never told what it is. And then I've met people that are literally on their deathbed, and they couldn't get the alien to tell them what the program was. Because the fact is, there wasn't a program that's called the mission. It's a ruse. It's to keep these people occupied for the rest of their life, and there's no real reason or rationale for it.
Fascinating. Now, Daryl, this is on the intelligence aspect. Tell us why you believe the alien organization functions similarly to an intelligence agency. Also, now, some of your group's abductees have agreed to ask questions of the aliens during an encounter so that humans can gain that information. Could you explain that to us?
Certainly. The alien, when I first discovered this, it was back when I was working in the Central Intelligence Agency during the Vietnam War, and I noticed that the alien functions just like we did. That we basically made up a whopper, a story, made a huge cover story about it, which is a lie, and it made it sound very plausible, which was a lie. And we would pass this off to people, and we would usually pick people out that we would get to parrot the story as true. These were people we referred to as useful idiots. It's an awful term to use, but it's a true term. And the fact is, the aliens are doing it forever. They find a useful idiot. Does that sound awful or what? And to parrot their stories, which are not true, and to get people to buy into this stuff as much as possible. And if people knew what they had been set up for, and they would be furious to find out they've been duped. And so I realized that the alien was doing, I didn't know which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Did the intelligence community figure all this stuff out and do all this, or is this just the nature of the beast? And the fact is that the alien functions like an intelligence community. They lie, and they lie consistently. That's the nature of the business. And in reference to using it in another way, one of the things I decided to do was start using some of my own abductees in a voluntary basis, where they would be able to, I would be able to run a program on them with their permission, and get them conscious when the alien would literally take them under control and do things and basically be the boss and just run the show with them, so to speak. So they didn't know how to respond. They're just laying there or sitting there while they're running the program on you, and you think you're in the school of higher consciousness. And the fact is, you're laying on the table with a 7-foot praying mantis over you with a surgical scalpel or some awful device, and they're trying to convince you that you're in the school of higher consciousness or something. But those are programs that run. What we've done is get some of our people to bring back information, to be intelligence agents for us, for humanity, so to speak, and tell us what they're really doing and why they're doing what they're doing, and try to get us information. Some doctors that I know are real interested in that program simply because they would like to see some of the advanced technology and stuff that these beings are doing so they can learn to develop it themselves before everyone else does.
Well, Daryl, that suggests that indeed not only our great field researchers, the on-the-ground researchers, but also doctors, scientists, professors, people running the gamut of society are interested in this phenomena. Many are beginning to consider it as real and valid. And Daryl, after your many conference presentations, have any of the attendees or panelists made revealing statements to you about the phenomena that they've learned or experienced?
Many people come back from their events, and I mean this in the kindest way when I say it. They'll come back and they'll tell you things like, wonderful, amazing things that they've discovered, most of which we pretty much already know. And most of the stuff is pretty old hat. And one of as an example, the people come, and some of the things they say are, of course, not true. For instance, one of the people on our medical team did a presentation for me the other night at the Houston UFO Network, and they got onto the part about blood types, and they said one of the things that Daryl's been working on, researching, is the blood types and what the alien might be interested in. And then this guy butts in and says, "Oh, we know all about that. You know, this RH negative and blah, blah, blah." And I told him, I said, you might want to just keep your mouth shut while she's doing her presentation, because she's forgotten more in the medical field than you'll probably ever know in your entire life. And he just kept on. And I looked at her and smiled. I said, "Get him." And she opened up the next slide and said, "So you think that RH negative is the big one?" And he said, "Yes." She said, "There are over 52 different kinds." She clicks on the slide and says, "Which one do you think you are?" And she said, "I have news for you. There are a lot more than that. We just don't know what they are yet. We're still discovering them. But there are over 52 different kinds of RH alone." And she says, "You don't know what you're talking about. You need to keep your mouth shut and let me do the presentation here, bud."
That's a very interesting response. Now, Daryl, as a private investigator, licensed in the state of Texas, you would believe that reported abductions should be considered a criminal event to be forensically analyzed. More details, please, on the protocols necessary to successfully collect probative evidence of the alien encounter?
Well, one of the things we've done, Patrice, is to we have some photography, real photography, not photoshopped, and we also have some DNA evidence of the aliens' handprints. And I put together a beautiful composite of about 10 different hands of the different aliens, different entities, and they are absolutely fascinating, the most beautiful things you've ever seen in color. One of them is so large that it picked up a woman in Chile, and it left a caustic burn of his giant hand on her front and on her back, where he picked her up and walked off with her. The hand is, the two hands almost went around the woman's waist and back, and left these caustic burns on her. But there are different types of hands, and again, when you look at this stuff, you realize, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. How can something with 4-inch claws fly a spaceship? Why do some of these entities not have an opposing thumb? What's the point of that? Why do them have suction cups at the ends of their fingers? And so on and so on. So what I started doing is putting together all this evidence, and some of it is actually DNA evidence that we're looking at right now, which, interestingly enough, had cattle mutilation in it, as well as the aliens' DNA. So this was rather fascinating. But as a private investigator, evidence is everything to me. All these stories kind of don't mean anything without evidence. You can say anything you want to, but that doesn't mean anything until you have evidence to back it up or support it. So at this point, we have, in our opinion, the first let's use this as an example people can relate to. If a person commits a crime, as like a sex crime, they will, or murder is an example, they will take that person when they're convicted. They will take and do a DNA test on them, and they will get their fingerprints, and they'll have a DNA sample. So if another crime ever shows up and that DNA shows up, they know it's you. Well, by the same token, I've started collecting the handprints and the DNA samples that we have, about 16 of them so far, from the alien. We have the first DNA catalog of alien culprits, alien criminals, in my opinion, on our own database. So we're rather fascinated with this, and And at the 70th anniversary of Roswell, I'm going to display this in the most remarkable way.
Indeed, that definitely would be something not to be missed. That is fascinating. Now, Daryl, I'd like you to mention now some of your great television work. Also, we will be ending probably about 5:55. I'd like you to have the floor now for you to mention whatever you'd like to.
Well, we're doing a series of TV programs for different outfits, and we're very, very pleased with some of the outcomes of these programs. I'm also working with an independent producer, and I'm hoping to get my own TV show, which would be an Alien Hunter TV program. If that happens, then I would be more than excited, because these would be my own cases. And as one quick example, in Texas, a young boy and his father were fishing, and the water underneath their boat in a bayou boils, and it just turns, a bright light shines, and the object underneath their boat took off, and it never surfaced, but it left a wake the size of a ship. And later, the boat that they were in, the little aluminum boat, became magnetized. Well, aluminum doesn't magnetize. And they went out and sank the boat so no one would ever find it, but I have the location of it, and that's going to be one of our shows. I'm going to pull up the boat and locate it and verify the story. There also is a death of a child involved in this particular case as well, which is alien-related.
You know, just very quickly on that death of the child, I do remember your case of two children killed in a pool several years back?
Yes, that was due to the carelessness of the alien. And by the same token, in this case, the little girl was being handled by an alien entity in the bathtub, and was in only 4 inches of water. The father had to run, get a phone call, and run right back, and the baby was already dead and face down in the water with a stark look upon the child's face. It was just horrific. And the guy thought he had killed the baby accidentally because he'd left it in the shit drowned. And I said, the baby was in rigor mortis? And he said, yes. And I said, you're a CPR specialist? And he said, yeah. I said, rigor mortis doesn't set in that fast. The baby was scared to death from someone holding it. And I looked at him, and I used an NLP technique to recover his memory over the phone. I said, as you go back, I want you to notice if there's ever any time in your life that you've ever seen the expression of that on that child's face, on anyone else's face in your entire life. And he stopped crying and said, oh, my God, my father's face when the light was under our boat. He said, because after we sank the boat, he shot holes in it with his pistol and sank the boat so no one would ever find it. He said, my father went from the most wonderful person everybody loved in town to a hated man within a few months. He said, in fact, it was so bad I hated him. He said, my point is that his entire personality changed. Something happened to him. I said, it's called missing time. And what happened to him on board that craft was just beyond horrific, and he never could get over it. That sort of thing isn't supposed to be happening in our world.
Indeed, Daryl. And Daryl, thank you so for your and your team's work and speaking, Daryl, to us this evening. Your information and your time with us are greatly appreciated. Now, to our listeners, thanks so much for joining us this evening on KGRA Radio on Global Newsmaker Focus with guest Daryl Sims. Again, Daryl's website is alienhunter.org, and his two books, Alien Hunter, The Evidence in Light, and Alien Hunter, Evidence and Truth About Alien Implants. Daryl, sir, thank you again so much for joining us this evening. Thanks to our listeners. Wishing everyone a great weekend.
You're listening to the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Station. Van Buren, Arkansas. Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, nurse, let's get this man to the ER stat.
Right away, doctor.
We see this every day. Heart attack or angina pain due to blocked and clogged arteries. Chelation can remove obstructions or blockages from arteries and help avoid painful and expensive surgery. Now there's Angioprim. It's a liquid oral chelation product that you take with juice. You start to feel the results fast. Angioprim increases blood flow all over the body, and that means more energy and strength to take on the day with less aches and pains. 60 years of research has gone into chelation, and Angioprim is the result. A safe and easy way to unblock your veins and arteries from buildup that slow circulation.
Paging Dr. Jones. Please report to the emergency room right away.
Log on now for a special radio offer from Angioprim. That's angioprim.com/radio. ANGIOPRIM. Angioprim.com/radio or call 877-882-7221. That's 877-882-7221.
Sure, humans can be a little weird at times, but take it from me, I'm a dog. And a person is about the best thing that can happen to a shelter pet. So if you want to learn how you can be that person, get down to your local pet shelter or visit theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Live alternative talk radio in over 125 countries across Mother Earth. KGRAradio.com. Live alternative talk radio in over 125 countries across Mother Earth. KGRAradio.com. In the spring of 1969, the Mutual UFO Network started the long-standing tradition of professional research and investigations into reports of unknown aerial phenomena. Over the last 46 years, MUFON has made great strides in gathering evidence and data using the most up-to-date methods and equipment in the scientific study of UFOs for the benefit of humanity. In keeping with MUFON's missions and goals to educate the public on the UFO phenomenon, the MUFON UFO radio show was developed to deliver data and real UFO investigations to the public directly from the MUFON case archives. On this program, you will hear from the witnesses who file the reports and those who investigate them, as well as experts in the field. This is the MUFON UFO Traffic Report with your host, Race Hobbs.
Broadcasting live from the heart of the American Midwest. Welcome everyone around the world. This is the MUFON UFO radio show and traffic report, and I am your ever grateful host, Race Hobbs. And I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us here tonight on KGRAradio.com, The Planet. Tonight on the program, we've got a really, really interesting case. We've got the state director upon which this case was filed and two witnesses that we're going to bring on and talk with. This will be case number 76291. You can go to MUFON.com right now. Go with me right now to MUFON.com, and on the main menu right up there at the top, you will see Home, About, Newsroom, Get Involved, Research, Track UFOs, the e-journal, and How to Contact MUFON. If you will hover over Track UFOs, and the drop-down menu selection will present Search UFO Database for you. You just click on that, type in that case number that I just gave you, and here it is again, 76291, and what you will see is the long description of the sighting report as it came into MUFON. You know what? I think I'm going to go do this because, all right, and click. I'm going to do this right here with you. I'm going to read the sighting report. This is what you will find when you go there. The report comes into MUFON just like this. I was driving down the road after staying at a friend's house for the day. As I was entering the highway, I noticed some lights heading east. Being an avid plane spotter, I parked my car on the roadside, grabbed my binoculars, and went outside. I then noticed another set of lights entering the airspace. I could tell the second formation was Air National Guard F-16Cs. The other formation, however, was like no other plane I'd ever seen before, and I have seen a lot of planes and known their characteristics. These matched none of those characteristics. At first, I thought they might have been an RC stunt plane, as I have seen that, and it can pull crazy loops and stuff. But who could be flying an RC plane at night? The objects were dagger or diamond shaped and was executing maneuvers that resembled Lemon's or Pugachev's Cobra and others. Then, apparently, the ANG F-16s lit their burners and flew at the objects. Then all of a sudden, the objects changed a heading north and flew off at a high rate of speed. No landing occurred. This encounter left me awestruck at what the heck it could be. Now that's the way it was written. That's the way it was reported. That's the way it comes into MUFON. And tonight, we have the case lead field investigator and Wisconsin State Director Susan Bertman and 2 witnesses live right here on the MUFON radio show and traffic report. This is going to be a good one, folks. Really appreciate Sue and her witnesses taking the time to come share this case with us. You know, every week, folks, I do a little banter about the weather and how nice or terrible it is and that kind of thing. And you know, this week has been no exception. Absolutely beautiful here in the River Valley of Fort Smith, Arkansas. And, you know, this week, I just found myself outdoors more than indoors as much as possible. Love the fall and the cool weather, and it's coming. Folks on the eastern seaboard from Florida to Boston, brace yourselves. This hurricane is about to rake the entire eastern seaboard, it looks like. I was just going over the radar a few moments ago as it passes through Cuba and Haiti on its way north. Looks like it may just run right up the eastern seaboard there, which, you know, a few miles one way or the other can mean the difference between high waves and torrential wind and downpours. So keep a close eye on that. All of our friends over on the eastern seaboard and down there in Florida, and be sure and stay safe. We want you all to, and well protected and prepared. Also, each week, I try to come to the airwaves with information about the Mutual UFO Network. Boy, I'm getting tongue-tied. The Mutual UFO Network, because it's an amazing resource for UFO enthusiasts, taking in and posting online thousands of real UFO reports annually. That's what MUFON does. They investigate these reports. They collect and they present these reports to the public for researchers, scientists, and enthusiasts worldwide. I pulled this one for you from the MUFON site today. I wanted to bring this story, to the listeners, as it's a military sighting case as well as a historical account, and those I really, really appreciate. You know, you can file reports from last night, and that's one of the great things about MUFON. You can tell us the story about what happened last night, what you saw last night, what happened last night. You can tell us about what happened a year ago or 50 years ago. It doesn't matter. All of these sightings and these events need to be collected and scrutinized for every detail as we seek answers to one of the greatest mysteries, in my opinion, of all time. And I'm sure if you're listening to the sound of my voice and you're interested in UFOs and taking the time to sit down and listen to UFO Talk Radio with us every Tuesday night, I'm sure that goes for you as well. This case submission, case number 17954, reported July the 8th, 2009, and the date of the event was March 1956. This was an AN4 Cat 3 case. The shape of it was a circle. The location was Ventura County, California. I used to hang out in Ventura many, many years ago. Lived there. Beautiful place. Number of witnesses were 2, and the lead field investigator was Cindy L. Costello, and closed with a disposition of unknown. Returning from an evening out, a young sailor and his date encountered something that would change both of their lives. It was March of 1956 in Santa Monica, California. The couple was driving down the coast highway in Santa Monica to return to his station port, Hueneme Naval Base. when they noticed two young boys on the side of the road, both dressed in proper naval uniform. Concerned, as the hitchhikers appeared to be very young, the witness guessed their age at around 14 years or younger. The couple pulled over and offered the boys a ride. While driving, the witnesses asked the young sailors where they were headed, and the boys responded that they were on their way to Coos Head Naval Base in Charleston, Oregon. At this point, the witness became confused because he had never heard of the naval base, but decided upon no further questions. When they arrived at the turnoff, the witnesses stated that his young passengers exited the vehicle and were wished a safe journey. Continuing their return to port, the couple noticed they were drawing near a large sphere of light, hovering close to the center of the road. The sphere was white, and the witness estimated it to be anywhere from 11 to 30 feet in size. As intense as the light was, the witness stated it did not hurt his eyes to stare directly at it on approach. As the couple advanced towards the location of this unknown light directly in their path, the sphere simply disappeared, stunning both of them. The witness recalls that as soon as they drove through the previous location of the sphere, they experienced, quote, a bone-chilling iciness that passed through their bodies, unquote. Now, folks, this is an amazing story, a really amazing account. It has all the elements of a spine-tingling encounter, and you can read the full case overview by Cassidy Nicholas on the MUFON.com website. Please feel free also to post your comments and suggestions below the article if you like. It's a really good read, and there's so much more. Go to MUFON.com and just explore the entire website. It is literally jam-packed, full of UFO information. There is a huge volume of information there. All right, I have ran about 10 minutes here, and I know that Roger Marsh, the executive director of the UFO Traffic Report, has a dandy of a traffic report all lined up for you. Let's jump over the studio to Roger. Take it away, my friend.
Welcome to the UFO Traffic Report for Tuesday, October 4, 2016. First up, a Missouri witness at O'Fallon reported watching and photographing a sphere-shaped object that was hovering and slow-moving overhead at an undetermined altitude, according to testimony in case 79276. The reporting witness and his wife had a similar experience about 1 month ago, but were unable to capture the object with a camera. At 4:30 p.m. September 19, 2016, a similar object appeared in the sky, and the witness was able to take photos. Quote, we were relaxing outside on our patio and I looked up, the witness stated. There was a white dot in the sky. It was pretty much stationary. I asked my wife to get my camera. It had not moved, and I went back in to get my telephoto lens, a 55 to 300 millimeter zoom. I took several pictures of the object. The witness could not determine the object's size or altitude. Quote, not having anything for size reference, I could not determine the altitude that it was at. The sky was perfectly clear, and what struck me interesting was that there was no air traffic the whole time we were outside. We were outside for approximately 45 minutes. We went into the house to prepare dinner. I checked on it several times, and it was still visible. So the entire time it was directly overhead was probably an hour. I stopped looking at that time. O'Fallon is a city along Interstate 70 between Interstate 64 and Lake Street, St. Louis, and St. Peter's in St. Charles County, Missouri. Population 79,329. Missouri Chief Investigator Joe Palermo is investigating. The witness provided 5 images with the MUFON report, which was filed September 19. Next up, a New York witness at Colony reported watching and photographing 3 cigar-shaped UFOs that hovered overhead under the cloud cover before quickly disappearing, according to testimony in case 79390. The witness and a sister were driving along Central Avenue heading to Schenectady about 7:10 p.m. September 11, 2016, when the incident began. Quote, my sister observed a brilliant light in the sky, the witness stated. When I looked, the light was steady, didn't move for about 3 minutes. I quickly thought it was a UFO. The two decided to pull over for a better look. Quote, "It impacted us, and my sister parked the car, and I got my cell phone to take pictures, which are the ones attached. It looked like a cigar type. Then 2 more objects showed up." Quote, "Then the first UFO moved, and then 2 more showed up and were steady for about a minute, and then the 3 of them disappeared." The witness submitted 5 images with the MUFON report, which was filed September 25, 2016. Colonia is a town in Albany County, New York, population 81,591. New York Chief Investigator Nicholas Vulgaris is investigating. Next up, a Florida witness at St. Augustine reported watching a disc-shaped UFO hovering in the night sky before moving out over the ocean, according to testimony in case 79397. The witness is a MUFON field investigator who was taking out the trash at 9:39 p.m. September 25, 2016 when the incident began. Quote, "As I watched my garage door go up, immediately in front of me was a UFO hovering in alignment over the house across the street, but further behind it," the witness stated. "See the house photo, which shows my neighbor's house, but in daylight." The witness immediately recognized the object as something unusual. Quote, "My first thought was, oh my God, a UFO. It was way too big for a plane. A second later, as the light strobed and reflected off the body, I realized the lights were a wrong color, too much blue for a plane, and it was far too big and too slow to be a plane, slower than even a slow helicopter. My vision is about 20/35 without my glasses, so I ran inside to get my glasses. It was hovering at about 30 degrees in elevation and 10 degrees north. The sky was mostly clear with only a few clouds. The cloud base was between 3,100 and 6,500 feet, according to the weather report. Winds were northeast at 8 miles per hour, temperature 78 degrees, humidity 78%. The witness described the object, quote, "It was disc-shaped but had sharp points on the top and bottom. There was a larger oval, very bright white light on the top point that blinked, not strobed. That light was so bright it hurt my eyes. Surrounding the object along its side were strobing multicolored lights that strobed white, blue, green, yellow, red very quickly. They reflected off the body that seemed to be dull gray, but sometimes looked dull amber depending on the color of the light strobing at the moment. Its speed was quite slow, slower than a slow helicopter. The object also turned off its lights." Quote, "Twice all of its lights went out at once for about 2 seconds, and then the lights came back on as it hovered in the same place. Initially, it hovered for about 2 minutes over the house, and then it headed east for about 10 seconds, stopped for 2 to 3 seconds, headed back west for about 10 seconds, stopped for 2 to 3 seconds, and then headed southeast. It had significant sideways movement as described, but its altitude did not change much other than slight wobbling. The object also moved into a cloud at one point. Quote, "Once it went inside a cloud, the cloud lit up with the multicolored lights, and then it came out of the cloud, so its elevation was at least 3,100 feet, meaning it had to be pretty big to appear penny-sized at arm's length and 3,100 feet up. The object soon moved away." Quote, "It moved slowly southeast of me, and I lost sight of it when it went behind some woods. From its height and distance, it should have been over the Atlantic Ocean at that point. From the direction it moved, it may have been over downtown St. Augustine or at St. Augustine Beach at some point, so I wonder if MUFON will get more reports. I watched it for a total of approximately 6 minutes. There were no animal or psychological effects and no missing time. St. Augustine is a city in northeastern Florida. The county seat is St. Johns County, population 13,679. MUFON Florida State Section Director Thomas Branham and field investigator Julie Taylor are investigating. Next up, a Vermont witness at St. Albans reported watching an object hover alongside her second-floor balcony that could not be identified, according to testimony in case 79413. The events occurred beginning about 7:15, September 15, 2016. Quote, I was at home with my 9-year-old daughter and my husband, the witness stated. My husband was in the shower and did not witness any of this event. I was in the kitchen getting dinner ready, and my daughter was in the living room watching TV. The living room has a sliding glass door that opens to our second-floor balcony. The witness first heard a noise outside. Quote, "It sounded like there were a couple of motorcycles, maybe across the street in the sports complex parking lot, that were revving their engines or something. It was kind of loud and a little disruptive, but I didn't pay too much attention to it since there is a fair amount of traffic where we live. After a couple of minutes, my daughter said to me, 'Hey, Mom, it's a helicopter.' I said, 'Oh, yeah?' I really wasn't interested in stopping what I was doing to look at a helicopter, but I did it to make her happy." The witness went to see what her daughter was looking at. Quote, "You can imagine my surprise when I went into the living room to look out the sliding glass door to see a helicopter in the sky, but instead saw an object hovering literally right next to the left corner post of our balcony. The object could not have been any more than 10 feet away from us, maximum." The witness quickly reacted. Quote, "I became quite alarmed and gruffly told my daughter to get inside and away from the glass. I looked back over at the object, which continued to hover momentarily. It was solid black in the front. It did not have any propellers on it because the object was so close that the propellers would have been striking the building. Also, I did not feel any wind or breeze coming from the direction of the object. The glass door was open to my balcony, so I would have felt something coming through the screen. My hair did not even move." The witness then had a second look at the object. Quote, "After telling my daughter to move away and then turning to look back at the object, it went from a hovering position to a straight-up vertical ascent, extremely fast. In this position, the object had an egg-shaped front with a long, thin part extending toward the back. Connected at the back, the top part, maybe 8 feet long, not sure. The extension part looked like it had some red color in it. The object ascended straight up and then started to turn like it was going to go upside down. The witness thought the object might crash. Quote, "I became concerned that it was going to crash on the ground. Then a light army green colored helicopter, a real one, was traveling over our building coming from the south and headed north. As the green helicopter went overhead, the black and red object vanished, literally. My daughter also saw the object ascend, since she had only moved away from the window and did not go where I had wanted her to." Her daughter had more details to share. Quote, "Later, my daughter shared with me that she had seen the object arrive, starting at the east end of our balcony and stopping at the west end of it. Initially, I was pretty confused by what I had seen and thought the object was a helicopter, as my daughter had thought. It all happened so unexpectedly and quickly." The witness noticed other odd occurrences. Quote, "Also, I felt like my brain wasn't really processing my observations like it normally would. Also felt like I was a little bit trance-like, which I think is why it took me a few days to sort out what I actually saw, backed up by my daughter's observations, and come to terms with what happened. However, looking at all of the facts, there is no way the object could have been a helicopter." The daughter experienced problems after the incident. Quote, "The next morning after the sighting of the object, my daughter woke in her bed with a bleeding nose. Also, she was very distressed, angry, agitated, and physically aggressive. She was 1.5 hours late for school because I could not get her to calm down." The witness explained her own feelings. Quote, "My reactions and feelings were, initially, fear and concern. Why was someone in a helicopter hovering next to our balcony? Were we in danger? Then somewhat of a feeling of awe watching it ascend so quickly, and also from what it looked like. Then concern again that it was making unsafe maneuvers and might crash. Then extreme confusion. Initially, it seemed like the object had turned into a green helicopter heading north, but really, it just vanished as the helicopter was going over. I have to say this has been an unsettling experience." The witness reports strange experiences locally from the past as well. Quote, "The event happened after a series of sightings of strange lights further away, one of which had been on the ground across the road from us a few weeks prior. I am concerned that we could be confronted again. I just don't know what to expect at this point, trying not to dwell on it and focus on the blessings of each day, but experiencing a lot of anxiety and stress, to be quite honest. Also, maybe a little curious too. St. Albans is a town in Franklin County, Vermont, population 5999. MUFON Vermont State Director Ken Pfeiffer is investigating. And finally, tonight, a Pennsylvania witness at Slippery Rock reported watching and videotaping a sphere-shaped UFO the size of a basketball, according to testimony in case 79259. The witness is a student at Slippery Rock University who rolled out ball lightning, dust particles, and bugs. The event occurred beginning about 10:27 p.m., September 18, 2016. Quote, I was doing my homework when suddenly I noticed a bright dot out of the corner of my eye, followed by my neighbor's dog barking like crazy, the witness stated. Upon noticing these things, I then turned towards the window and saw a very bright basketball-sized white-silver, beautifully unique-shaped UFO or orb. This orb was like nothing I've ever seen or experienced before. The witness said the object appeared to be angelic. Quote, its shape was mainly spherical, but looked like it was a spherical shape, hard to comprehend, like a two-dimensional creature seeing a three-dimensional sphere. It's almost like it came from a higher dimensional plane, managed to somehow project to our plane, gave off a feeling of power and love, and was accompanied by a light humming sound. The witness described the object's path. Quote, the orb's travel path was linear, traveling from the woods behind the back parking lot of my building to a lamppost in the back parking lot. While traveling, it was pulsating. Again, I was absolutely astonished by this object. The duration of time it took the orb to travel from the woods to the lamppost was approximately 1 minute. When the orb neared the light post, it caused the lights to dim initially. When the lights brightened, the orb started to almost dance around them in some sort of way. The object appeared to be metallic and have some sort of electric and magnetic field around it. With that being said, it's almost like the orb was trying to charge itself by interacting its magnetic field against the electric field emitted by the light. The orb then became brighter. Quote, as the orb did this, it started to brighten. After staring at this orb, baffled, confused, and coming to the realization that I wasn't seeing things, I took out my phone and started recording it. After a couple of seconds of recording, I waved my hands to try to get its attention. Upon seeing me, the orb started to zigzag from one point in space to another instantly, and then suddenly vanished instantly. Also, the object appears to disappear traveling to the left. The witness included one video with the MUFON report, which was filed September 19, 2016. Pennsylvania State Regional Director Fred Saluga is investigating. You can read the complete news coverage on these stories, including the videos and photos I mentioned tonight, and much more at our website, MUFON.com. Use the newsroom link at the top of our homepage and choose UFO News. This is Roger Marsh. Please stop back next week for more news from the UFO Traffic Report.
The multi-talented, the multi-gifted. Executive producer of this program, editor of the MUFON UFO Journal, and head of communications, Roger Marsh. My good friend, thank you so much for another awesome traffic report. Folks, if you want the coolest stuff in the galaxy, head on over to the MUFON store at MUFON.com. They've got everything UFO, everything ET, everything MUFON. You can pick up stuff like field investigation training equipment. You can also get jewelry, greeting cards, and MUFON clothing, as well as clearance items. You can get symposium proceedings there. You can also get symposium DVDs, donate, as well as join MUFON or renew your current membership right there in the MUFON store at MUFON.com. Folks, don't go anywhere, because we're coming right back to detail case 76291 from the MUFON CMS case management system with Wisconsin State Director and lead field investigator on this case, Susan Bergman, and her two witnesses right here, live. You're listening to MUFON UFO Radio.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Whoa. The moment my son saw a redwood tree.
It's huge!
Is the moment I knew that for him,
You can't even see the top of that thing.
even the sky has no limit.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go. Your moment is out there. Find it at discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. Foodforliberty.com sells high-quality, storable foods from Numana. And right now, take advantage of our summer special. Purchase 2 family packs and we'll send you a Pro Pure Water Pitcher, a $70 value, free. This premium pitcher is ideal for use with just about any water source and removes more contaminants than other brands. And it comes with a filter that lasts up to 2 full years. Whether you need to be prepared in the event of an emergency or an outdoor sports enthusiast, Numana is known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, super nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. And with a 25-year shelf life, you can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. Go to foodforliberty.com right now for great-tasting, high-quality, storable foods from Numana. Buy 2 family packs and get the Pro Pure Water Pitcher free. It makes good sense to be prepared. Get it at foodforliberty.com.
Looking for uncommon talent? Meet the Grads of Life. They're not the typical candidates you're used to, but they're exactly who your company needs. An ideal fit for entry-level positions, internships, and even mentorships. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn more. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Your best source for live UFO paranormal talk radio. KGRAradio.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MUFON UFO Radio Show and Traffic Report, broadcast live every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on KGRAradio.com. It's wonderful to have all of you along for the ride tonight with us. We've got a great case that we're going to be talking about tonight. And if you go over to MUFON.com, you can search the CMS database for case 76291. That's 76291. Very, very interesting case. But before we get to our guest and get into this case, I want to remind everybody that you can follow MUFON on Facebook and Twitter. Just search the Mutual UFO Network. Follow us, like us, and keep up to date with what's going on in real time in the UFO movement as it happens. I can tell you from experience that it's a great resource to help you kind of keep up with what's going on. And you're going to find them in just about every state and every country, because MUFON is international. And you can add the ones near you and around you, find a place where you guys can all go meet up. There's locations all around. And, it's just a wonderful way to network and keep up with late information on UFOs. So, go find us on Facebook and Twitter, because it is awesome. We love it. We love to Twitter around and Facebook around. All right. Tonight, I gave you the long description of the sighting report in the beginning of the show.
pretty interesting, sort of, I don't do a really good job of, I need sound effects and all that kind of stuff. You hear me do these commercials and promos and stuff on the radio. I'm kind of looking over here at my beautiful and lovely wife, Robin. Hello, say hello, Robin.
Hello, Robin.
We're going to change her name to Gracie, I think. But she's in the studio with us tonight. Hello. And it's wonderful. Hey, hang on just a second there, sweetheart. I'll get you in. But I was sitting here talking with Robin, and, I don't do good reads for I really have to practice at it. And trying to read this report, it was all I could do to not fumble over myself. But it was a good report, great report. And, our associate producer, of the show, was like, we really need to go check on this one. She went, she checked on it, and, luckily Susan was available to come on the show at pretty much, just a few days notice. So, Susan Bertman is, she's the state director of Wisconsin, and she also happens to be the, lead field investigator on this case. So she is the perfect person to talk to about how this case came to MUFON and how it was investigated and what were the results and the disposition of the case. And, I've got Susan on the line now, as we just heard a little bit. She thought we dropped her, but we didn't. Sue, you're still with us, right? Well, maybe we did drop her. Honey, I'm going to have to keep you.
No routes found.
Oh, no. We did. Yeah, I need to keep you in the studio more, Robin, because, live radio always presents its challenges, but it seems like you always bring me good luck. And the phone is ringing. Cross your fingers, bird. Toes too.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Now we're getting the answer machine. Oh, this is great. This is great radio. You folks have got to be loving this. Huh? This is almost as good as the traffic report. Let me see if let me try one more time. Roger's going to slap me for making that joke because, the traffic report rocks.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
I'm getting the voicemail for Susan. And Susan, if you just happen to be listening, do me a favor and hang that phone. She may still be sitting there thinking that, we're coming. And we're just going straight to voicemail with her on the other line. Let me try one more time. If it doesn't work now, I'm going to go to commercial and then go try to fetch her and then come right back. All right. Then I've had it. That's it. Let me run over here. I'm going to run over here right now. And let me hang up on this first. And I'm going to grab a bumper, toss this in. And we're going to go to a commercial break, folks. I am so sorry about this. Somehow I lost connection, with Sue, but I'm sure no matter what, I'm going to get her back. I promise. If I've got to go drive a satellite link out there to her, we're going to get her on the show. Stand by, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, I promised I would get her back, and I have done just that. While she was calling me, I was calling her. But I am the producer of the show. Susan, welcome to the MUFON UFO Radio Show. It's wonderful to have you on the program for the first time.
Hello.
Yeah. First time ever on the radio show.
Excited. Yes, my first time.
Yes, absolutely going to have a nice conversation tonight. All right. Now, again, we are detailing case 76291 to start things off. We've got the witness coming on. The witness is coming on here in just a bit at the top of the hour. Folks, you're listening to MUFON UFO Radio. Susan Bertman, as I mentioned earlier, is the state director for Wisconsin. And Susan, you just got this appointment in, my notes say, April. Yeah, absolutely.
April this year.
How are things going, in the big chair for you?
Okay. Everything is fantastic. I am having such a ball. It is very, very fun. Our case number tonight is actually 76192.
How did I get 76291?
Not sure.
Let me.
But I'm glad we're able here to get that correct.
Yeah, tell us one more time, Susan.
It's 76192.
76192. It must have been mistyped in the email for me. But you know what? I should have known this, because when I went to the CMS and looked it up myself, I might have just brought up the wrong case report. I may have read the wrong case report for the beginning of the show.
Well, this is a really exciting case.
Well, you know what? Let's.
This is much better than whatever you could have read.
Well, I'm going to tell you, this case, we put together this show, so quickly that, today, all day for show prep, it was just, one thing after the next to put the show together, get it together, and get everything done. And I swear, I hope to God that I just read the right case report for this show, because I talked to you on the phone for an hour and a half today about this show tonight. And what you told me is unreal, and I can't wait to hear it. So why don't you start first by telling our listeners here on MUFON Radio, since this is the beginning of your radio career, as a field investigator and state director in the Mutual UFO Network, tell the listeners a little bit about yourself, and maybe, how you got your interest in ufology.
Okay. I grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota, and I went to all Catholic high school, elementary, and college. So we really had that kind of jammed down our throat. But I had a great interest in Earth mysteries. I just love to read about things that couldn't be explained. And one day I was at the bookstore, and I started looking at some UFO books, and I thought I would take, buy a couple just to see it, because it was in the Earth mystery field. And I read a couple books, and then my interest was immediately picked up. Next, I was a realtor at the time, and I ran into one of my buddies, and he had the book Communion with him. And when I saw that face on the Book of Communion, it was like an oh my God moment. I have no idea why that affected me in such a way, but it was like a shock, just a shock. And I said, I gotta read that book. So that is Communion by Whitney Strieber. And from there, I was pretty much hooked. And I had to buy and read everything I could in all the bookstores all around town. And then I didn't know what to do. And I was at Barnes & Noble's one afternoon, and a man came up to me. And I don't know how we started talking, but he said something about, well, it looks like you've outgrown all the books that you can get in stores. And I said, yeah, I don't know what to read next. And he said, well, have you ever heard of the Internet and buying books on the Internet? So from that point on, I learned how to buy books on the Internet, and then I really got hooked. But in the meantime, I also was the mother of 2 children, and I was divorced, and so a real estate career is a 24/7 job. So I was really kind of very, very busy, but I just could not hold back my interest in the UFOs. And it kind of got a little out of hand, because I recall a friend taking me aside and saying, you can't keep talking about UFOs all the time. You have to worry about your career, and you need to stop talking about those. And I thought, well, I'll try, but I don't know. And really, I don't even know how I found MUFON. I don't know how I even got there, but one day I found myself at a MUFON meeting in Minnesota, and I remember going up to talk to the state director, and I wanted to introduce myself. And I was going to ask him just how he was or something, and what came out of my mouth was, "Are you an experiencer?" And the state director, who was Craig Lang, and he is also a member of the MUFON abduction team, and he said he wasn't sure if he was or not, and we carried on a little bit of a conversation. Now, not to say anything bad about Craig, but as I was at this meeting, I was realizing these people need help. They really need some services and some of the things that I can offer. I'm very social. I'm up to date on the UFOs, and I'm a great organizer. And so I asked if I could help out a little bit more, and then I kind of got into it. Now, I am a resident of Minnesota, but I live on the Minnesota and Wisconsin border.
Right.
I've also lived in Wisconsin and worked in Wisconsin, so I do have a Wisconsin background. As I was working and starting with Minnesota, I don't exactly know how I got into Wisconsin, but I had been working with Wisconsin for the past couple of years, kind of in a background position.
Right.
And I was really happy because I was just helping them out with their backload of cases. So as I was working through, I got a call from the previous state director saying that he had resigned. And the thought came into my mind, well, I'm already working in Wisconsin.
Right.
So I said, I'd like to, maybe step up for that position. So I asked at MUFON, and now it's a temporary position. I'm temporarily state director. But you know how things go. You usually go from temporary to permanent.
Right.
So I can see that direction. But I am considered a CAG, which is a case assistance program, which I'm in, and that is where you help out other states with their cases if they get behind.
Right.
And I've been asked to help out a couple other states, but I am just literally too busy in Wisconsin. And right now, we are rebuilding the chapter. And so we are looking for members, we are looking for field investigators, and I personally need a lot of help with computer. And right now, I have a Facebook page that we just started, and it's kind of up there part way.
Yeah, but you're putting it together.
And right. And so it's Wisconsin MUFON. And so I'm working on that. That's up and going, but it needs help. Other than that, I have talked to quite a few people in Wisconsin, and they have asked about meetings. I have 2 people right now who are in training to become investigators, and overall, the people in Wisconsin are exactly the same as people in Minnesota. They are just normal, everyday people having these sightings, and some of them are pretty spectacular.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Yeah, we've had some doozies on this show. I just did some background. I'll tell you, when you're married to the right person, when you make a huge foot in the mouth blunder, and
everybody does that,
and your better half turns to you and says, "Blame it on me."
Aww.
Literally, blame it on me. And I'm just about in tears. Robin does a lot. My wife does a lot to help the KGRA do what it does.
Yeah.
And behind the scenes, and very little credit is ever given to her, but she does a lot of work. And today she typed up my show notes and she, actually typed the case number wrong. She got all the numbers in there, but they were just not in the right order. And, it's not her fault at all. I should have known, because I'm going to tell you, the notes on the handwritten and the notes on the typewritten don't match. So.
Well, that's just the way it is, because now folks have the ability to hear about 2 cases instead of 1.
Well, that's good. That's a good representation of the case as it comes into MUFON. That's for sure. And now, Tell us a little bit, because we've got about 5 minutes before break. Tell us a little bit about this case and how it came to you and how you began to investigate it.
Okay. The case came into MUFON, and I was assigned a case, and the event happened right around April 4th, 2016. And it's a husband and wife, and they were just leaving, backing out their driveway, and 2 houses away, they saw an amazing craft that was just hovering in midair. Now, this is only 2 houses away, so that is really close. And the wife reports we happened to look up directly in front of us and saw this amazing craft just hovering in the sky above us. We got a very positive feeling from this sighting, and the craft sat there for about 30 seconds or so, and then it took off extremely quickly and made a whooshing sound as it took off. We know this was a UFO because no plane looks like that, and we haven't seen anything like that in our opinion. We were waving at them like a couple of goofballs, but we really didn't care. We were so... with a dog in the background. We were so excited to see the craft.
They just want to get on the radio too. They just want to get on the radio too, Sue.
Okay. We truly wish we could have seen the beings and who they were. This was not, in our opinion, a military plane or anything from the planet. We believe they were observing us, possibly trying to communicate with us, as my husband and I are very open. And we got a feeling of love from the plane, and a peaceful feeling, and a very simple and happy feeling.
And that's how the case came to you.
That's how the case came to me. Now, when I contacted them, they were happy to provide me with quite a good description. The craft was a boomerang. And I have had experience with boomerangs before. And when they're coming in close like that, they're not actually coming to just say hi and wave. They're coming in for a purpose. And at this time of the sighting, they thought that that was what they just saw. And I had kind of warned them. I said, well, if you have some symptoms, and I named, like sleep problems or bad dreams or anything like this that may happen over the next 6 weeks, a month, or whatever, you might want to take a little bit better look at the case. It might be a little bit more than just a sighting. So apparently over these months and whatnot, they have done that, and I think that maybe we could let them tell you or whatever.
Well, you can tell us a little bit about it. We'll get the story from them, and we'll get the story from them in their own words. But you can tell the listeners a little bit about it, sure.
They know someone who is a channeler, and the channeler told them that the craft was actually from Arcturus, and that they were abducted. And apparently the female of the couple has a photo of a spirit guide.
Really? Well, is this...
Now, I don't know anything about channelers or spirit guides, I'm sorry to say. So I'm just kind of repeating what I've been told.
Right. So this wasn't an actual part of the official investigation through MUFON. This was something that they did on their own accord.
As far as the channeling part was, they did on their own accord, yes.
Right. To what was revealed, to your knowledge, what was revealed? Can you give us any idea on maybe some things that were unremembered that they may have been able to recall that were significant that could be validated maybe by science some other way?
Well, they have, I have introduced them via a portfolio and talked about them coming to see Craig Lang. And he would be offering, he's, like I said before, from the abduction research team of MUFON. And he'd be able to do regressive hypnosis if they would like. And then he'd be able to help them recover more memories. Now, I've only talked with the wife so far today, and she has said that her husband remembers much, much more. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say, because I feel that, he may even know more than what the channeler said or whatever, because they both have had past experiences. So I think it'd be really helpful for them to both see Craig and also, develop as things go along as their experiences and then what is happening to them, both physically and mentally, because an abduction, if it actually did occur, actually takes quite a bit out of a person.
Right, absolutely. In the course of your investigation, Susan, did you go to the location where this took place? Were photographs taken? Were there any sketches drawn or anything like that?
Well, they only could give me an approximate date of around April 4th. So I did not find it was necessary to go to the property. But they did provide a sketch, and it's definitely a boomerang, a regular boomerang type craft.
Right.
And what else is interesting is that, they said that it was probably there for at least 30 seconds or even more longer. And there was no military overflight or no helicopters, no anything that they would have noticed, and they would have noticed something afterwards. So I find it very interesting that anytime a UFO is that close to you, you've got to think about a little bit more than maybe it was a sighting.
Did you have any sightings in your research that were in the region or in the area around the same time with the same description?
Well, I definitely checked that out, and I have found that the boomerang and triangle-shaped objects are very, very rare in that particular area of Wisconsin.
Right.
Now, most of the sightings in Wisconsin are in the southeast portion of the state. And, of course, in the southeast portion, you've got Lake Michigan there, and then you've got a lot of water, a lot of lakes and rivers and whatnot in the Wisconsin area. So the most prominent objects we have now are going in the line of orbs.
Orbs?
Orbs.
What kind of orb descriptions are you folks getting up there?
Well, it's very interesting because in the past couple of years, they've mostly been in the orange, yellow, red colors. But now this year, it's in both Minnesota and Wisconsin, they seem to be just a white color. And I know this is getting a little bit away from the case, and I'm sorry to divert.
No, that's fine. You go right ahead.
That's okay? All right. So they have been white. I've gotten just a couple that were kind of a yellow-orangish. But most of them have been white, and they have now some of these orbs are actually telepathic, and I've had a couple people tell me that the orbs have been they can kind of feel or sense here in their brain, so to speak, like a telepathic message. Look at me and look at me now. just these orbs are really out there to try and attract people's attention.
Well, I'll tell you, I've heard a lot of stories about that very same thing. There's lots of cases where people seem to think that these things are communicating with them, and literally
they are.
and literally they get something in there tells them something in their head tells them to look up, and they look up and there it is, But listen, we're up against a break, Sue. We're gonna jump into it really quickly. We're going to run and go and grab the witnesses to this case. Now, let me get it right this time. 76192. And the witnesses tonight that are coming up behind this break will be Scott and Luann McMurray. So don't go anywhere.
Right.
This is Ray Hobbs. You're listening to MUFON UFO Radio. We're detailing case 76192 with Wisconsin State Director and CAG Field Investigator Susan and Bertman. And listen, Susan, don't you go anywhere, because we're going to lead off with you in the last quarter of the show. We definitely have some really interesting conversation coming from Sue and some of her experience as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages, folks. This is MUFON UFO Radio.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Work with your doctor when taking medications. Make Protovite part of your healthy lifestyle.
HealthForLiberty.com is your source for Protovite, a powerful nutritional supplement that's a true breakthrough for your health. Poor digestion makes it nearly impossible to absorb the nutrition your body needs. Protovite is a liquid multi-nutrient formula with patent-pending absorption technology and the highest quality ingredients to nourish every cell in your body.
My name is Sandra White. 6 weeks ago, when I started taking Protovite, I was on 14 medications, from everything for blood pressure to fibromyalgia. In the first 10 days, my blood sugar dropped 50 points, and my fibromyalgia pain is gone. And so was 12 of the 14 medications that I was taking. I'm 66, living life and loving it.
Go to HealthForLiberty.com right now. That's HealthForLiberty.com.
Thank you, Protovite, for giving my life back.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
Do you know what's in your body soap? Well, I didn't know the answer until about 5 years ago when I looked at the label of my soap and was shocked to see all the chemicals. For my entire life, I had been assaulting the largest organ of my body, my skin, and to think my children were using it too. Well, a lot has changed since then. Today, my family and I operate Stone City Farms, where we make and sell all natural goat milk soap using fresh goat milk from goats we raise on our farm. Our mission at Stone City Farm is to produce high-quality, all-natural goat milk soap for people who want a fresh, unrefined, natural product. At Stone City Farms, we offer scented and unscented soaps and a signature line of gift sets customizable to your needs. To see what our customers are saying, go to StoneCityFarm.com. Use the code NATURAL for a 20% discount. That's StoneCityFarm.com, code NATURAL for 20% off your order. You never know what could be hiding in your soap.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Need traffic to your website or blog?
CallTheFirm.com can quickly and easily expose your site on the first page of major search engines from just $39.95 a week. Choose from Google, Yahoo, or Bing search networks. Your site or blog can be found on the keywords that matter, and you pay as little as $39.95 per week, 4-week minimum order. Open a browser now and visit CallTheFirm.com for all the details. Get the online exposure your site needs by visiting CallTheFirm.com. That's CallTheFirm.com.
Always on the edge of the hottest alternative talk.
No way you could keep a secret as big as covering up a UFO. Is this how evidence is suppressed?
Always has been. Always will be. KGRA, the planet.
Welcome back to the Mutual UFO Network's official presentation of the MUFON UFO Radio Show and Traffic Report. I am your host, Ray Hobbs. Thank you all so much for joining us. I cannot believe that I've fumbled and bumbled my way all the way through an hour and 5 minutes of this program already. I want to thank Susan Bertman for coming on the program. She is the MUFON SD and CAG field investigator of Wisconsin, and she is the lead investigator on this case. Tonight we are detailing case 76192, and it's a very interesting case. I read it, just more of it on the break there, and I had to jot down a few more notes. Correct ones this time. Susan, you are with us, and now we are joined by Scott and Luann McMurray, and they are the witnesses to this case. And we're going to lead off with Luann. Luann, welcome to the program, and if you could, in your own words, and I know that your portion of the witness description is brief, but in your own words, can you tell us and our listeners what you saw?
Yeah, sure. Hi. We were on our way to go visit a friend. It was around 5:30, 5:45 in the evening, and I looked above our neighbors on the corner's house and saw a huge craft. It was white in color. It had different colored lights. Had a dark window that I can remember, but I only remember seeing the front of it, and I remember feeling ecstatic joy. It was not fear at all. And that was all I remember. My husband, he remembers a lot more than I do as far as what it looked like, how big it was, and everything else. So, but it was a really cool experience.
My goodness. Well, you know, there's seems to be a lot to this case, and if we could, let's bring Scott on. I would like Scott to, first of all, welcome to the show, Scott.
Here, let me.
She's handed the phone.
Hello?
Scott, hi, my name is Ray Hobbs. I'm the host of the Mutual UFO Network's radio show, the MUFON UFO radio show. And I want to thank you, man, for taking the time to come on the program and share your story with us tonight.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome.
Could you tell us in your own words, Scott, sort of what happened and, what you saw?
Yeah, I sat here and kind of wrote it down a little bit before so I could. It was in the first part of April before my wife's birthday. Her birthday was on the 9th. We couldn't remember exactly what day it was because we were kind of freaked out about it. But we knew the time because a buddy of mine works at a hospital. He's a mate, and he had a break at 6, and we were going over to see him. And so it was about 5:45, and we were backing out of our driveway, and we were facing this other street that intersects, and there's like a row of houses there. Anyway, right above, directly above neighbor's house, I would say 50 to 100 feet in the air, above our neighbor's house is a white-colored kind of V-shaped craft, and it had blacked-out windows, kind of like in the front of it was like kind of a rounded V, though. It was, blacked out, and I would guess just, from what I can remember, about 20 feet long, maybe 3 or 4 feet high, and the windows itself. And the craft, all the angles were kind of rounded. I was in the Army from 74 to 77. I was in nuclear surety. So I seen a lot of stuff back then, and since then I've kept up. I have a lot of family and stuff where there's a lot of stuff, so I know a lot of the newest things that we have. But even the stealth fighter, the angles are more sharp, and this was like because it was sharp. years later, when my wife and I got together, I told her, she's like, wow, I said, yeah, I never thought to look up there. I was always just looking around here and saying, there's nothing around. And then I started seeing them, and after, it seems like once you like you said, you become more aware, you look up there more, and it's just like, I read a book by Michael Allergon. I don't know if you know him. Keep your eyes to the stars, and the skies, about, being coming.
Yeah.
And when I read that book, it was like him and the lady that wrote it, co-authored it with him. It was almost like some of the stories they were telling were almost telling my own life. It's just some pretty strange things I've encountered in my time.
Yeah. Sue mentioned that you folks talked with a channeler.
Yeah, my wife did. Michael, that's who we're talking about, Michael Allergon.
Right. And then, I just wanted, because I know little, if nothing, about channeling. And I just wondered if maybe you or Lou Ann could explain to the listeners a little bit about that experience and what that is.
Well, she could maybe do that. I have never really done that. I know a little bit about it, but she's more informed about that.
Okay.
I'll give you back to her.
All righty. Thanks, Scott.
Hello?
Lou Ann?
Yes. Sorry, we're having to share one phone.
No, that sugar. Look, that is not on tonight's program. That is no problem, because I have fumbled over my own 2 feet all the way through this show. So the fact that you're using the same phone is a step up of the way things are going on my end. Now, we've got 6 minutes before we have to go into break. And I was wondering if you could share with our listeners a little bit about, kind of explain what channeling is, and then kind of get into, if you can really quickly, a little bit about the channeling experience that you had regarding this sighting.
Well, as far as channeling goes, I myself don't channel, but I have friends that I've met online, and channeling is when they get in contact with beings from other planets or even here. And I've had some pretty neat experiences listening to them. Michael Allergon is one that I can mention because he's pretty well known. But a friend of mine also told me that with my experience that happened to us when we saw the craft was that, and now this is just hearsay because I don't know this is for sure, but he got the feeling that the craft was from Arcturus. And I kind of got that feeling as well because I'm kind of a sensitive in things. I can tell when things are going to happen, or I've taken pictures of spirit, and every time I take a picture, I get one. So I've just got that ability, I guess.
Can you tell me if I'm going to come into a lot of money anytime soon?
I wish I could do that for ourselves. But I wish I could do that. That would be pretty cool.
So where did you say that he thought that they were from?
Arcturus, the planet Arcturus.
Arcturus. And where is that exactly?
I'm not for sure. I'd have to look it up. All I know is Arcturian, and from what I've read is that they're the beings that welcome you into heaven after you cross over. So that's what I've read.
Well, maybe that's the reason for, how well and happy you guys felt after this happened.
Oh, it was just amazing. We felt no fear whatsoever.
Well, see, that's important, because a lot of people that see things and they can't explain what they are. Like last week, we had a witness on who saw what she described as like a hot dog shaped thing floating 15, 20 feet over the road, about telephone pole height. They drove right under it. And once she saw it for maybe 10, 12 seconds. They came around a corner, there it was coming towards them, and she said it was undulating like a snake, like back and forth kinda. And it was just round on both ends, long, straight, smooth, and had these 4 little appendages on it, but it just floated over their car, flew over their car, and then flew and, kind of straightened out into a straighter sort of erect shape and then went straight into a cloud. And she was terrified about it. She was, nothing happened. It didn't like hit their car or, it didn't attack them or anything like that. And it was just a round-ended, long straight tube that was sort of undulating over the road at about telephone pole height. And she was terrified. So the fact that you guys weren't, and you saw this sort of boomerang-shaped object very closely, really.
Yes.
I mean, a lot
right
of these.
Right above the houses.
Yes. I mean, that's, it doesn't really get much better than that, I couldn't imagine.
No,
you walked up
and
on
the
one.
strange thing was that there were no other people outside. It was like we were meant to see this. And maybe there's a connection with us. Who knows?
Have Luann, do you have any like UFO sightings from your childhood or any experience?
I've had all kinds of crazy things happen to me throughout my life. I've seen beings. When I was 5 years old, I saw a being with a beard, and I was told that he's my spirit guide, and he was also on board the craft, is what I was told by the friend that does channeling. But now I don't know that for sure, but I feel that that's true. But I've always had feelings when spirit is around me or other beings are around me. Mm-hmm. And my husband, he's had some pretty crazy experiences too. I guess that's why we're married for 26 years. But
oh, well, how wonderful is that? That's always
it's
good.
Awesome.
Well, Luann, obviously you have sort of a spiritual connection to, the world around you. Let's say.
I feel that I do. I've let go of fear, which was a big thing for me.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. But, the thing of it is, the more that I've been involved in this subject and research this subject, sort of the more spiritual I'm beginning to turn, with it. Yeah. I've been everybody knows that listens to me and has followed the KGRA for a week or two even. Mm-hmm. Knows that I'm a cradle Catholic. I was born Catholic and was raised in the Catholic Church, an organized religion. And,
Lutheran.
Pardon?
Lutheran, I was raised, so kind of close.
Yeah, very close. And I love it. I'm still a Catholic. I still go to church every Saturday night or Sunday with my wife and my family as much as possible, and hang out with our friends and family up there, and it's a wonderful existence. But when I got actively into ufology, that kind of changed a little bit with my belief paradigm. Like, how is this possible? We're supposed to be God's greatest creation or, special creation and this, that. But over time, I have, spoke with clergy and folks in the church and come to realize that life is all over the universe in an abundance of all kinds of versions. And, we are just a gem, for him and something that's very special to him, and he cares about us, and he put a little bit of himself in all of us. And so when we judge ourselves harshly, or we don't judge ourselves, or we make decisions, we consider the goods and the bads and the rights and the wrongs, and it comes from him being there already, I believe. And I think that extraterrestrials are intelligent life from somewhere else, some other dimension, some other solar system, some other universe, multiverse, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. I think that it's all tied together. And when, I hear stories about ghosts and sightings of these, I don't really lump in the cryptids so much, like Bigfoot and things like that. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I think that my marriage with my organized religion and my belief system regarding God, I think that comes from the stories from the Bible, sort of biblical, descriptions of things that I see, are reported still to this very day. Mm-hmm. Things on the horizon that light up the sky and light up the earth. Like the pillar of fire that guided Moses through the desert. Ezekiel, there are so many representations of things that really match what we find, descriptive in the Bible that, I think that could have been the same descriptions that we see today and the very same.
I agree. My husband and I say the same thing.
Life forms. Yeah. So, With that said, I think when you put on those spiritual goggles to sort of look at the subject of ufology, it's really easy to express faith in a lot of ways when there's also a very stringent and scientific army that want to get that smoking gun in hand and something that we can take and say, here is empirical evidence in hand that these things are real and that they are intelligent and they do come from somewhere else. Yes. You and Scott seem to have, you seem to know about the subject and maybe have an active interest in UFOs and extraterrestrials. Yeah. And my question, I guess, is, what are your thoughts on it? Really quickly, what do you think, it's going to take to convince the masses that this is a real issue?
I think that disclosure is coming more and more and more, and more people are waking up, per se. And I believe we've been here hundreds of times on this, maybe not in this plane, maybe on another planet. That's just my belief. Because, why would they be wanting to connect with us if they weren't family or if we weren't connected in some way? Through the Creator or however people want to perceive that. But I think that this omni-universe is huger than anybody can imagine, and there's so many other dimensions and other beings that it's, who knows how big it gets, but, there's just stuff coming out more and more of what others are seeing, and the more people get closer to love, I believe things open more and more as far as to positive things that happen in people's lives, and, you make your own choices in life, and I think love and positivity is the best way to go.
I tell you what, I couldn't have said it better myself, Luann. If everybody thought and acted from the heart first, no matter what, no matter where, no matter when, no matter what, the world would be a better place, wouldn't it?
Absolutely agree.
That's a great way to wrap this segment. We're going to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to bring Sue back in, Luann and Scott, and we're going to talk about a lot more. Sue has more experiences she's going to share, and we'll definitely wrap up with Scott and Luann and let them close out, and then we'll get to Sue next. So I promise she's still with us, and we'll be right back, folks. Don't you go anywhere. You're listening to MUFON UFO Radio and Traffic Report.
Thousands of wounded warriors returning from battle. Wounded Warrior Project has developed the Warriors to Work program, a career counseling service that helps wounded warriors translate their military experience to a civilian job. These extraordinary men and women bring more than just teamwork and inspiration to the workplace. They bring proven world-class job skills. And to ensure proper placement, Wounded Warrior Project works with employers to find just the right job fit. Talented, skilled, and eager to get back to work, you have the opportunity to hire a seasoned veteran. Contact Wounded Warrior Project at findwwp.org. Welcome home the brave.
So, I heard somebody say that 50 is the new 25. I mean, I can live with that. But isn't age just a number?
I mean, if you feel good and look good, who cares about numbers anyway? I take care of myself. And, well, I use Nature's Youth RSF. From, you guessed it, Nature's Youth. Think of the money you spend on things that make you feel better for just a little bit, and then think of spending the same amount or less on something that can make you look and feel better for a lifetime. How about the facts? The ingredients in Nature's Youth RSF work naturally, providing just the right environment to support healthy HGH levels while maintaining homeostasis. RSF is non-toxic, and it doesn't contain any synthetic hormones, which can weaken your endocrine system. Simply add RSF to your sensible diet and exercise plan. You can, and will, thank me later. Forget about that aging number I mentioned and focus on the anti-aging number. 800-333-6923. That's 800-333-6923 and online at naturesyouth.com. Nature's Youth. Live your life.
Want a solution for your hard water that doesn't need salt? Get a HydroCare water product from Wave Home Solutions. You can learn more at bestwater411.com.
Need traffic to your website or blog? CallTheFirm.com can quickly and easily expose your site on the first page of major search engines from just $39.95 a week. Choose from Google, Yahoo, or Bing search networks. Your site or blog can be found on the keywords that matter, and you pay as little as $39.95 per week, 4-week minimum order. Open a browser now and visit CallTheFirm.com for all the details. Get the online exposure your site needs by visiting CallTheFirm.com. That's CallTheFirm.com.
It's not a lifestyle we chose. We were born this way. KGRARadio.com.
All right, we are back. This is the MUFON UFO radio show and traffic report, and I am your host, Race Hobbs, and I'm talking with, some salt of the earth folks, and it's just among some of the best conversations you're ever going to have, especially when you're talking about, God and UFOs. And I got to tell you, it's refreshing. I really enjoy these conversations. I've got Sue Burton on the line, and I've got Luann and Scott McMurray on the line. They're the witnesses who actually saw this boomerang-shaped object. And when we went into the break, we were talking a little bit about, the spiritual side of this subject. And, I think it's, again, and I'm going to, pull out a cigar here because I really am relaxed for tonight's program. And every once in a while, I don't smoke them like I used to, but every once in a while when I'm happy enough, I think I run to the box and pull one out. I really honestly think, and this is just me. This is just my opinion. This doesn't represent MUFON, but in my opinion, I really think, J. Allen Hynek was right when he said you had to put on those spiritual glasses to understand the reality of this subject. And, he was a guy who was right in the thick of it. Back in the 60s and the 70s, even into the 80s, he was an astronomer, professor, and, he went to work for the government. He was hired to debunk and sort of discredit a lot of these reports. And over the years in working for Project Blue Book, came to believe that this subject had a reality to it, that there was a phenomenon taking place, and that physical objects were invading our airspace at will and coming and going when and where they desired, and we couldn't do anything about it. And very highly intelligent guy, and represented the UFO subject well once he came over to the, from the dark side. And he actually came to, that sort of, that reality with the subject. And so, I'm just wondering, kind of what your thoughts are. I don't want to keep you guys much longer, Luann, but I want to, you think this disclosure's coming, and what form do you think disclosure will be here? What do you think it's gonna? How it's going?
Luann, you was asking.
Yeah. Well, no, we can ask you, Scott. Do you think disclosure is going to come from the government, or is it going to be, a mass sighting of some kind, or?
I think it's going to come from the what do you call it? The media that is not so well known. I can't.
The alternative media.
Alternative media, yes. I don't think it's going to come from the government, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. So you think it'll be a civilian, alternative organization that breaks the news to the world somehow?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping that it comes from, those that are in the government, because I know that there are some that want to do that, because I've seen whistleblowers and things like that online. And I listen to David Wilcock a lot, and he's and Corey Good, and he's in the secret space program, so I'm into all this ufology stuff.
Right.
But I think it's going to be alternative media, in my opinion.
Luann, I want to thank you and Scott so much for taking the time to come on tonight. I know it can kind of be stressful to folks that don't do this very often, if at all. And, but you two have come on and been real pros about it and real generous and nice. And I really thank you guys for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Fun to be on.
Thanks, Scott, for us.
I will do that. Thank you.
And y'all have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And, if you need anything, you can call us anytime.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And blessings to all of you guys.
Blessings to you, Sugar.
Thank you.
We've still got Sue on the line.
Hello.
She has nicely stayed right here, silent in the background, and just listened to us go. But listen, when we were doing our show prep today, and we've got about 10, 12 minutes, when we were doing show prep today, and I was talking to you a little bit about, what you had going, you mentioned to me a story about, I guess an encounter that wound up having, healing effects for you on the backside. Can you tell our listeners a little bit about that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It just happened this is a personal story, and it happened in July of last year, 2015. And 2 months prior to this sighting, I had to go by ambulance to the hospital because I had almost bled out, coughing up the blood and out the other way. And I had 2 ulcers, and I almost passed away. My hemoglobin had dropped. They told me it was like 5.4 or something, right around there. And I was, in the hospital. I got blood going in both arms and stuff. And so when I got out of the hospital, I was on medicine. I think it's I'm thinking the word Prexium or something like that, that purple pill. Nexium. Anyway, Nexium. I was taking that and following, their orders and whatnot. And all of a sudden, I start having actually bend over huge pains, in my stomach area. And, I'm the last one to want to go to the hospital. But I thought, it is so god-awful, I'm going to have to go to the ER tomorrow morning. Well, it seems to be that night. I don't know what time it was, but all the lights were on. We were in my bedroom, and I had fallen asleep with my head toward the foot of the bed, which was facing the doorway. And I heard 2 really, really loud claps. And almost as loud as like when thunder is right over your head. And I woke up, and I was paralyzed. And I couldn't move my head. I couldn't move any parts of my body. But I knew there was something in my doorway. And I had been sleeping with my head on my arm, and all of a sudden I was levitated up about 2 feet, and my body was straightened out so that I came down and I was on my belly. And my face was still turned to the side. I still could not see what was going on. But, with the background in ufology, I figured, wow, this must be an alien or something, or a robot. I actually got the feeling that it was a robot. And as my body, I thought I was still in my bedroom. But anyway, as my body came down on my bed, anyway, as my body came down on my bed,
we're losing you.
And all of a sudden,
Stand by, folks. I
Can you
think
hear
I've
me?
lost I'm trying to get Sue back.
All right.
Okay, I think I got her back here, y'all. Go ahead, Sue.
Okay, so I know that something is in my doorway, and so it's approximately 4 feet from me, but I am paralyzed and I could not see, and I could not move my head, and I felt a pressure moving up and down from my throat down to my stomach, going back and forth several times with increasing pressure. And I was getting very, very scared, and it actually started to hurt. And then all of a sudden it stopped, and I must have fallen asleep or something because it was the morning. I woke up in this morning. Now, I knew instantly that this was not an hallucination, this was not a dream. I knew instantly it was an actual event. And I called up the doctor that puts the thing down your throat, and then they checked to see if your ulcers are better, and made an appointment, and I was in his office and having a procedure done within 18 hours of this visit, and I was told that the ulcers were completely healed, and I had no more pain. I felt totally normal. Whereas just right before that, I had been in severe pain, bending over with pain. I consider that pretty much a miraculous healing.
We've heard these stories before. I mean, it's not an uncommon story in ufology anymore, right?
Well, I haven't heard anybody else have a story like that, but maybe you have, because I know you hear probably from a lot of people.
Well, I thought maybe, with this experience, maybe you had done research into it, but I have absolutely now, moving forward, every time I come across these again, I'm going to forward them to you. And,
great.
Yeah, maybe you can, through networking can make some contact, you guys can get together, because really that's one of the magical things that happens in the organization of the Mutual UFO Network. It brings people together that, it reminds me sort of when, a long time ago, the village would come together at night around a fire and share, conversations of the day and tell stories and things like that. And that's how, the knowledge was passed on in humanity. There weren't books and tablets and libraries and things like that. It was, us communicating together, and sharing the information and the knowledge. And that's what happens when these MUFON meetup groups and MUFON section meetings all over the country and in the world, in fact, bring people together that share these stories. And just like with you and I, talking here on the radio show, I learned that you had this experience, and I've heard of this happening before. And, perhaps, through this connection, we can expand the knowledge and the experience, with those who have had this, bring them together, because you never know where a realization or, the eureka moment is going to happen, in regards to the truth or the reality of why these things happen, how they happen, and who's doing it.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Now, we've got about 6 minutes, and I want to get to the Men in Black thing. Now, you had mentioned that you had, and is that okay to bring up? Can we talk about that?
We sure can. Let's see here. Now, this is a case I was assigned, and it was in June of 2015. I got the case, and let's see. I got the case on June 29th, 2015. At 4:46 p.m., I called the witness, and he said he had an alien in his garden and 5 boomerang-shaped objects in the sky in a layered formation, and this was at 3:11 in the afternoon. He said suddenly there were 5 F-16s that flew over his apartment building, and at the instant they flew over, the boomerangs and the aliens disappeared. And he said, I don't even know if they crashed. It was that close, between the F-16s and the boomerangs. But shortly thereafter, within 5 to 10 minutes or so, he said a black mint condition Chrysler showed up. It had tinted windows and a white license plate, no writing on it. A guy gets out of the vehicle. He is dressed all in black. He's got a funny-looking black hat on his head. And he comes over to the witness, and he tells him that silence is golden. And if the witness reports anything that he saw, they will make sure he will lose everything in his life. And they tell him that he had just seen a hallucination. At that point, the man in black started kicking at the witness's feet, and he's trying to intimidate the witness. And then he went back to his car, and he did not leave. So when I had called the witness, the men in black were actually still in the car sitting out in front of his apartment building. And the witness was outside glaring at them. And when I called him, he said, would you like to speak to them? They're still here. No. Kind of like, oh my God, no, I don't want to talk to him. But in the interim, while I had been on the phone with the witness, the men in black had been able to cut our telephone conversations off several times. And after hearing, the witness tell me what was going on, again, our phone call cut off. And the witness was gone, and I was still hanging on the phone because I was trying to figure out what was going on. And I hear a male voice say, you know what to do. And a second voice say, okay. And then my phone was cut off. And quite frankly, I think I had just heard the men in black talk.
Really?
Subsequently, can I keep going?
Yes, absolutely. We've got 4 minutes.
Okay. Subsequently, the men in black went to this individual's employer, and presented some evidence saying that he was, arrested or that he was a convict, and making him look really bad, so that the poor guy got fired from his job. Then that very same afternoon, they had his checking account and all of his business transactions at First Bank closed out. And it was closed out in such a fashion that the bank said they never had any evidence that he had ever had an account there. And he was there in person with his bank statements, his checkbook, and everything else. And First Bank said that they thought he was trying to commit fraud, and they threw him out of the bank, so to speak, is exactly how he told them. And after that, the witness did not cooperate with being in contact with us. I think he was just absolutely terrified at that point, and for self-protection, would not accept any more phone calls in any or shape. Now, during the time that the men in black were there, when I heard the men in black say, "You know what to do," I was very frightened for the witness. I didn't know if they were going to go make him disappear, or if they were going to kill him, or what. So I had called 911 and told the police that this person is being assaulted, and told them to get over there right away because I was worried if this guy was getting murdered. And sure enough, by the time the police got there, the men in black were still there, and they just very slowly drove off. And the police did what was called a welfare check, and checked out the guy's unit, made sure he was safe, and then wrote the report, of course, and then went home. This is where I found out that the men in black were able to get the Social Security number from the witness, his Social Security number. And so that is how we figured that they got into his employer, and then they got into his bank. And I did go to the police department that had done the welfare check, and sat down with one of their officers and asked them what their protocol was and what they had, what they had to say. At one point, I thought that the police department is the one who was after this guy's Social Security number. And I asked them what more or less what the heck they were doing, and then they assured me that that wasn't the case, and that we needed to treat this witness as someone who is very, very traumatized and is in need of a lot of help at that time. And now it did come to a point with that witness where he was so frightened that we did offer him a place to stay, finances, a car, anything that we could do in order to get him to a safe place, and then find out what the next step would be. But of course, then he did cut off communication with us. Now, I would like to, ask people to think about this happened in St. Paul, Minnesota, and the men in black showed up within 5 to 10 minutes after the witness was returned from an abduction.
Really?
And I think we have I think that's called, is that called time travel? Possibly?
Could be. Well, I'll tell you, Sue, this is an amazing account, but listen, darling, we are out of time. I don't mean to cut you off, darling, but we are out of time already. It just flies.
Okay.
It just flies. Listen, really quickly, give the listeners your contact information if they are interested in Wisconsin MUFON in any way and would like to join, or at least come to some meetings and so forth.
All right. We need you right now to just go to MUFON.com. We are not set up right now to go directly to Wisconsin MUFON. So you need to start there at MUFON.com, and then the information will be passed to us, and we are right on the spot, and we'll handle and take care of everybody. We are very, very healthy. We are very active, and we're looking for, as many members as we can get, sightings, and we are willing to offer help in just about any way that we can think possible to help people through these traumatic events.
Sue, thank you so much. The State Director for Wisconsin as of April the 1st, Sue Bertman. Thank you so much, darling.
You're welcome.
All righty. We'll talk to you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need any more information on getting a hold of Sue or for Wisconsin or, Minnesota, you can always write us at radio@mufon.com. We'll be glad to give you, or forward you whatever information we can, to help you move forward. Folks, that's going to do it for this edition of the Mutual UFO Network's official presentation of the MUFON radio show. Join us next week. We're going to have another great show all lined up for you. I promise you. We're going to have another case investigation. And this show is produced and streamed by KGRA Digital Broadcasting. Our executive producer is Roger Marsh. And our lead producer is Chase Kletsky as well. And well, we've got some more producers coming, and Philip, he's one of them. And Humphreys is one of my, he's one of my gems in hiding that's coming. So be sure and look out for him. Intro is by Big Mike, and I am your ever grateful and very blessed host, Ray Sobbs, here every week with you. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Fate Magazine Radio is up next, followed by 3 more hours of live talk radio with Jimmy Church. You don't want to miss it. Stay right here.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
On the next episode of Recipes for Disaster.
So we've got our neighbor Paul coming over tonight for a barbecue, which is why I prepared a delicious lemon rosemary steak marinade from my special collection of old family recipes. To make sure the steaks are extra, extra, extra tender, I left them marinating out on the counter overnight, just like Nana used to.
Maria may mean well, but without food safety, it never ends well. Always thaw or marinate foods in the refrigerator at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below, or you could make your friends and family really sick. Maria's neighbor Paul didn't think twice about the steak he ate until he was presenting his company's financial forecast to the board. That's when a sudden bout of food poisoning made it explicitly clear that profits weren't the only thing on the rise. Watch Recipes for Disaster at foodsafety.gov. You'll learn the right steps as Maria does everything wrong. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Need traffic to your website or blog? CallTheFirm.com can quickly and easily expose your site on the first page of major search engines from just $39.95 a week. Choose from Google, Yahoo, or Bing search networks. Your site or blog can be found on the keywords that matter, and you pay as little as $39.95 per week, 4-week minimum order. Open a browser now and visit callthefirm.com for all the details. Get the online exposure your site needs by visiting callthefirm.com. That's callthefirm.com.
Live alternative talk radio in over 125 countries across Mother Earth. KGRAradio.com.
A large number of perfectly sane and reliable people have been involved in this flying saucer.
For whatever reason, the big science journals don't want to publish their findings.
Dr. Reed is a famous investigator of psychic phenomena. But this belief in such a show might interfere with my investigation.
The term flying saucer has become a household word.
There's a multitude of theories and explanations for the mysterious lights and unexplained phenomena witnessed by millions of people around the world every year.
Since 1948, one publication has continued to bring the world news about paranormal phenomena and unexplained events. That magazine is Fate, and in that tradition of true reports of the strange and the unknown, this is Fate Radio. Now, coming to you direct from the archives of Fate Magazine itself, your host for Fate Radio, Chase Kletsky.
Welcome, everyone, to our program tonight as we feature one of the biggest names in talk radio. Our guest tonight is the host of the nationally syndicated program, Coast to Coast AM, which is broadcast on more than 600 radio stations and streamed over the internet to millions of people every night of the week. George Norrie is most known for his role as radio host on Coast, but also for many, many appearances on television, including his reoccurring role on Ancient Aliens. He is also seen on the award-winning documentary series Watchers. But he is also called Sir. My husband calls him Lieutenant, as he has spent 9 years in the Naval Reserves as an officer and was awarded the very distinguished Navy Achievement Medal. With his 6th publication, Night Talk, he is again at the top of his game. His newest release is indeed receiving rave reviews, and I promise it's keeping us up at night. All of us. I won't make you wait any longer. George, welcome so much to Fate Magazine Radio, and thank you.
Hey, Chase, it's my pleasure to be on the program. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, I've been an avid reader of Fate Magazine for years, and it's really exciting to be on the radio show with you. Kind of like turning the tables a little bit. You're always my guest, or somewhere on Beyond Belief or something, and now here I am talking to you, but I'm looking forward to this.
It's a little intimidating to be interviewing, a giant as yourself in talk radio. And it is kind of fun to turn the tables just a bit. But, you're always so interesting to talk to. So I know this is going to be a great, interview and discussion for sure.
You know, we just came back from Asheville, North Carolina. We just had our live stage show event, and it went great. I had, 3 super guests on, Micah Hanks on UFOs, Bill Forstian on EMPs and solar flares, and Joshua P. Warren on the paranormal. But just a great time to be out there in front of people, Chase, to see them face to face and to do these live programs. We had a band there. We did, some songs, and everybody had a great time. But the most important part about it is we get information from people about what they are sensing and what they're feeling about things that are happening on this planet. And you can't just get that off a telephone. You got to see people face to face. And we do that quite a bit. We're going to do more next year. But I'm learning. I'm learning a lot doing Coast to Coast because every night is different and unique for us. We're meeting new people. We're meeting new guests. And we're getting feedback from people all around the country, and it's working.
Yes, and you're known to, almost be those boots on the ground because you're very, very active in live events all over, whether it's, hosting panels at conferences or, as you said, the Asheville event, which Micah Hanks is a radio show host on this network, and he was looking forward to it. In the background, he was telling Race and I often about, he was really looking forward to that event, and I knew it was going to be a huge success.
He's a great guitarist, by the way. I mean, he is, you would not really know it until you see this guy pick up a guitar, and he was just perfect heading up the band. He's also an accomplished violinist. He doesn't tell a lot of people that. And he didn't bring the violin this time, but if I ever do another show with him, I'm going to have him bring that too.
Absolutely. Yes, I've heard Micah play, and he is jaw-dropping. He's very good, especially with that bluegrass riff, which is difficult for most people even accomplished.
No question about it. But he brought a keyboard player, a drummer, and another guitarist along with him. And so they had 4 people, and I sang 4 songs with them. And it was kind of fun. It was really, I think, perfect part of a setting for that kind of a show in Asheville, North Carolina. And like I said, Chase, we're going to do a number of these all around the country next year as well. And so you got to come out. You got to talk to executive producer Tom Danheiser about being one of the guests for one of the events somewhere where you live.
I would love that. Tom and I, as you know, are close. I adore him and consider him one of my closest friends. I just adore him. So yes, I will absolutely. It would be my honor and pleasure. But, he did discuss me coming up to Asheville because I'm right here in Georgia. The problem was I had the MUFON Symposium at the same time. So, but next time, 100%, George, I'm looking forward to it. But, Night Talk is magnificent and scary. And as we're drawn in by Greg Norwell, your main character, his predicament as he is on the run after being accused of possessing ultra secret files hacked from the government, When did you first realize that this type of story needed to be told?
Oh, gosh, Chase, I've been kicking this idea around for the last several years based on my role as a talk show host. And ironically, Greg Noel, GN, interesting initials, right?
Yes.
He's a late-night talk show host, and he's got a staff that is trying to unravel mysteries, and he is intertwined and weaved into a government conspiracy. And that's the book. It's my first novel, and hopefully it might be turned into a TV show one day. We'll find out. But I've been working on this for a couple of years, and it's got a basis of real life events that have been happening to me or the radio show, and of course some of it's entertainment. And so I put it together, and voila, there's the book that you have.
It couldn't be a better timing, especially with, the premise of the book being a lot of this oversight and surveillance and the lack of privacy that we're having. When you're developing the characters, well, you kind of answered this a little bit, but your personal experiences, as a, radio talk show host, but, you're one of the biggest out here, if not the biggest talk show host. It's definitely in our genre. I can just imagine how much gets passed to you personally, especially at these live events, but also through the email and through your staff.
Oh my gosh, we get inundated, Chase, with all kinds of things. We check them out. Some are real, some are not. But that's how we get a lot of information about guests and upcoming stories. And that's where I got a lot of information to do this book, Night Talk, by simply looking at all the different facets that were out there. And I said, you know what? This is out there. This is real. This is happening to people. And, we start part of the program with a call from a caller, a fellow who calls the show regularly, and he's a conspiracy buff, and all of a sudden something happens to him, and I get involved in the story even more. Greg does, of course. And it just evolved into that. I'm not going to give away the ending, of course.
Right.
But it was a fun book. It moves along, and I've been told by a lot of people that once you pick it up, you can't put it down.
Yeah, I could absolutely verify that. And it was such a pleasure, when you're friends with people out here and, you want to support it. But when they're really, really good, it was just the greatest feeling. It is excellent story. But one of my favorite parts is how the listeners of Greg, the main character, how he uses them to help him and kind of get underground and, uses his connections that he's made. That's my favorite part of the story. What is your favorite part?
He interacts very well with his audience, hopefully just like I do on Coast to Coast. And he takes it a little step further because he actually goes out and grabs these stories from them. He's like his own investigator. My favorite part of the story is the end of the story because it is the most dramatic part of all of it. It's the head-turning part of it. And again, we'll let the listener get to that point on his or her own. But that's what we led up to, something surprising and dramatic. And I hope there's a message and a lesson for everybody too, Chase, and that is things that are happening out there are real right now. And though you might hear things on Coast to Coast or other radio shows, these events are happening, and we need to be aware of it. Because if we're not, we're going to lose sight of a lot of things. And the message I want people to get when they read Night Talk is that these very real possibilities could affect all of us today, tomorrow, and in the future. And we need to be aware of it.
Absolutely. The ending is a great part. It would have been my favorite part of the story, except there's so many to choose from. And you're right, without giving anything away, because it's worth the journey. It is so worth the journey to go through the book. But the ending is reasonable and very, very smart. And like you said, very head turning. You don't see it coming, and it's perfect. The perfect way. You feel so satisfied at the end. And that doesn't always happen, George.
No, not at all. And, it's got a little bit of Fate magazine type genre in it. So that's kind of intriguing as well. All the mysteries that we go through in our day-to-day lives as talk show hosts and as human beings, I've tried to weave part of that into that book. And, keep my fingers crossed. I hope everybody likes it.
I don't doubt it, and I'm hearing that it's a huge success. But George, is someone completely embedded into these things that are not supposed to exist? Is there a topic that keeps you up at night?
There was a time, Chase, a very brief time, that I did not believe in life after death. And some episodes occurred in my own life to make me wonder about that life would be over and this is it. And I snapped out of it pretty quickly. But that is one subject that I'm fascinated with. What is on the other side, and how did it happen, and how did we get here? So even though I cover a lot on Coast to Coast, I mean, we talk with real scientists and conspiracy buffs and searchers of Bigfoot and ufologists, and you name it, we've talked to them. But it's the search for extraterrestrials, but in a different life form. It's what is on the other side. What is out there that makes us push and try to find out who we are? Is there an afterlife? And that keeps me up at night, just wondering and pondering all of that.
Exactly. In a world where secrets are obvious, you have another character in the book, Ethan Shaw, who is a hacker. Do you think people like Ethan Shaw, or a Snowden or a McKinnon really make a difference when it's clear they're silenced one way or another?
They do make a big difference, and it's unfortunate that so many of these people who are whistleblowers either have to escape, go live in an embassy, or they get murdered, or something tragic happens to them that I don't think is an accident. And, Ethan is an example in the book of what could happen to somebody who tries to get the information out. And, we see this time and time again, without naming any specific names in real life. We see people who try to get the word out, and they get killed. Something happens to them. Their cars blow up. I mean, there's this haves and have-nots on this planet. There are those who want to control, those who want to manipulate, and they fight back whenever anybody tries to publicly come out and say something about what they're doing and what it means to all of us. Those special interest groups put a stop to it. And in reality, one of my jobs on Coast to Coast is to fight back. And I'm not concerned about what they may think about me or what they may try to do to me. I'm going to do every day, try to get the word out about what's out there and what could be affecting people.
Exactly. Paranoia or heightened awareness. That line is difficult for us to see sometimes. And I was always curious if you ever come across stories or report that make you wonder if these feelings are useful.
Oh, there's no doubt. There can be too much where you get paranoid about just about everything, that you hear footsteps behind you and you hear voices in your head and people are out to get you. I mean, you could become too paranoid at all of this. You could become so ingrained in all of this that you lose sight of what you're really trying to do, and that's get the answer out and get the message out. I mean, I've had people call the program who, for whether it's true or not, believe that they're being followed, that they're being bombarded by electronic messages. And are they paranoid? Some probably are, of course, and some probably not. The problem is you don't know who's telling the truth or not, because the stories are so compelling. So, we look at all of this all the time. And, I would say of every 10 big stories that deal with conspiracies and eavesdropping and electronic surveillance, I would say about 20% of them are probably real.
Right. Well, the invasion of privacy in our world is absolutely real and unforgiving. You use the long-reaching tentacles of the NRO as a culprit. Do you envision a future of technology that reshapes how we as humans behave with each other? Meaning, the texting and, the constant surveillance, the reality TV star, where we're so distracted that we can't see what's right in front of us or what's going on in front of us by the secret keepers. Do you see more of this happening in our future?
Absolutely. As technology gets quicker and faster and better, we're going to have more and more of this happening. I mean, just look at what we're doing right now with our little computerized smartphones.
Yeah.
These are little computers in our hands. A company just announced that they're going to start driverless taxis in Singapore. I mean, my gosh, can you imagine a taxi shows up, there's nobody in it, you get in it, and it takes you where you want to go? I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Right.
And technology is making these things happen. You go out to dinner, you see a couple of four, none of them look at each other, they don't talk to each other, they're all text messaging. Maybe they're texting themselves. Who knows? But it's just unbelievable what social media, what technology has done. And I think you can multiply it by tenfold in the future as technology gets quicker and faster. People are going to probably be implanted with chips in their heads to use telepathy with people, So if I want to talk to you, I just think about you and you pick up that signal from me and I say, hey, Chase, how you doing today? Without even a telephone.
Right. I could just imagine. I know that the chips are available now, for, keeping medical data and, DNA, all sorts of information. And I was shocked by that. Of course, growing up with biblical prophecy, it's scary enough, but our handheld computers are more powerful than what launched the Apollo missions.
Well, there's no question about that. We have more firepower in our smartphone than they had on the Apollo landing missions. And that's truly unbelievable. But technology is going to continue to get better. It's going to continue to change. I think it's wonderful for mankind. But at the same time, there's some dangerous applications there. And we just need to be aware of it and to be careful.
Exactly. You've recently appeared in the latest documentary, Watchers 10, as part of an amazing story about giants. Do you believe we're going to be hearing more about giants or, hybrid beings?
That's an amazing story that came to us from Steve Quayle, one of our great guests. And I actually had one of the pilots who claimed to have flown one of the giants' dead bodies out of Afghanistan on the program. This goes back to the biblical days where they talked about giants, the Nephilim.
Yes.
And just amazing stuff. And, I think one day we will get more revelations of what had been going on in the past and what might be going on today. So I think the possibility of giants on this planet roaming around were probably real. Look at the dinosaurs. Look at the size of those creatures at the time. This planet somehow created larger creatures, and I think it's very likely that we had giants, 10-foot tall people. Boy, would I love to own a basketball team with those folks around.
Right. Exactly. Of all the things you hear in research, is there anything that you hope is most true?
Breakthroughs in alternative medicine is very dear to my heart, Chase. I would hope that science through stem cells and other means continues to, get through the cutting edge of modern medicine to come up with cures for cancer and heart disease and Alzheimer's and MS and things like that. And I'm very hopeful and positive about that. I think medicine is moving in that direction. I'm an alternative medical practitioner myself. I mean, I just live it and breathe it and eat it every day. And I think it's important that people take control of their own health and destiny that way. But I think science is going to do some magnificent things in the future about that. So that's dear to my heart. Communications, of course, will continue to get better and better and better. But the big thing I'm pushing on Coast to Coast these days, too, and I've been doing it for a couple of years, is to protect and insulate our power grid. Because I'm concerned that either a large solar flare will hit us or an EMP, which is an electromagnetic pulse, a detonation by a nation who sets off a nuke in our atmosphere, which would have the capability of shutting down our power grid. If that happens, 90% of the American people will be dead within 1 year. Right. 90%. 270 million people dead. And for $2 billion, which is the estimated cost to repair and fix and insulate the grid, to me that's a good, worthwhile endeavor. We spend so much money on everything else. Why don't we do it on that? Put it in the defense budget and fix our power grid and ensure that if one of these catastrophes occurs, at least we won't be knocked offline. Because without electricity these days, we are literally up a bridge. We're cooked. We can't function a day without power anymore, let alone a year. And that's a pet thing of mine, and I hope we get that done too.
Well, and we've seen the reactions of people that, you know, unfortunately with devastation, as we saw with the hurricane coming into New Orleans, within 24 hours, we had people walking over their neighbors, to try to get, you know, to food and water. And then 3 days later, it was getting violent and brutal. And you're absolutely right about the power grid. It amazes me that this is not something on the table right now when every expert out there is talking about, it being probably our Achilles heel. Absolutely.
Well, there was a Twilight Zone episode, Chase, called The Shelter, about a family that had a fallout shelter during the Cold War. And all of a sudden there was a siren that went off in the neighborhood, which meant that there was an attack by the Soviet Union on the United States, that nukes were headed this way. And so they rushed into their fallout shelter, locked the door, but the neighborhood knew and laughed because they had known that they had a fallout shelter. But this time they didn't laugh. This time everybody in the neighborhood tried to break down that door, get into that fallout shelter for their own protection. And it was just an amazing story on humankind and how they react to episodes like that. And as they're trying to smash down the door and the families in the shelter going, oh my God, they're going to kill us.
Right.
Then you heard this big announcement. This has been a test. A false alarm. Please go back to your homes. And all these people, kind of like with their heads down, walked back to their home. And it just told you what happens during moments of strife. And these things happen. I mean, you know, when there are episodes like Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, looting occurs. People go crazy.
Yes.
And if anything like that happens today, it's out of control. We have to fix the power grid.
I agree 100%. George, we're out of time. I want to thank you so much for joining Fate and our audience tonight. You are one of our biggest voices that brings so much to the world to hear, consider, and understand. You just rock, mister. You rock, mister.
Well, not only do you rock, you've been a great guest. You've been a friend of our show, Chase. And, you know, we love all of you at Fate Radio and the magazine. And just tell everybody hi for us and just keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, thank you so much, George. And please give Tom a big hug and my love and tell him I will be calling him soon.
I'll give him your love, but I'm not going to give him the big hug.
Okay. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Chase.
To find your copy of Night Talk, please visit Amazon.com and other stores that feature the best books in print. And you can learn more about George Norrie and his work and his busy schedule at www.pgirnus.com. www.coasttocoastam.com. Stay tuned for another round of Fate Magazine radio right after these important messages from the station, bringing you paranormal talk radio 24/7 as the biggest stories keep breaking. We are kgradio.com.
Fate Radio will return after this.
Well, Jason, I've got to tell you, you're pretty much everything this company is looking for in an entry-level candidate.
Great.
Your resume isn't quite what we're used to, but you've got a fantastic work ethic.
Thank you.
And I'm impressed by how you carry yourself.
So, should we talk about the job?
What? The job? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have no way of recruiting or even meeting you. This interview didn't happen.
It may sound ridiculous, and that's because it kind of is. There's a huge pool of talent your company is missing out on. Meet the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Man, we really could have used him.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7 with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on the smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
If your home has hard water and it's leaving white spots, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes. Limescale can cost hundreds of dollars a year in wasted energy and early appliance breakdown. HydroCare systems available at Wave Home Solutions prevent and remove limescale with just a simple filter change every 3 years. There are no salts, chemicals, or magnetic coils. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, just go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Would you like freedom from insurance? Liberty HealthShare has united a community that shares their healthcare costs. And Liberty HealthShare members are exempt from IRS penalties. You choose your doctor and hospital. Your medical provider submits your bill to Liberty HealthShare. Why wait? You do have choices. Use promo code TALK and save $50 when you enroll. Go to libertyhealthshare.com/option. That's libertyhealthshare.com/option.
On the next episode of Recipes for Disaster.
So we've got our neighbor Paul coming over tonight for a barbecue, which is why I prepared a delicious lemon rosemary steak marinade from my special collection of old family recipes. To make sure the steaks are extra tender, I left them marinating out on the counter overnight, just like Nana used to.
Maria may mean well, but without food safety, it never ends well. Always thaw or marinate foods in the refrigerator at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below, or you could make your friends and family really sick. Maria's neighbor Paul didn't think twice about the steak he ate until he was presenting his company's financial forecast to the board. That's when a sudden bout of food poisoning made it explicitly clear that profits weren't the only thing on the rise. Watch Recipes for Disaster at foodsafety.gov. You'll learn the right steps as Maria does everything wrong. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Your UFO paranormal powerhouse of live alternative talk radio. KGRA, The Planet.
They couldn't believe that I had taken anyone out there to show them that, much less left with information like that.
It's beyond doubt that we have recovered aircraft, alien vehicles.
We have just said our goodbyes to the truly wonderful short story as we talked about the dangers that can indeed find us as truth seekers. The stakes have changed drastically these past few years, and to help us understand this evolving arena to the complexities and diplomacies that must be deployed when dealing with not only our government, but also other government bodies. And it's complicated, you guys. So let's just bring Ruben in right away and we can get talking about some of this. Ruben, thank you so much for spending this time with our audience.
Chase, thank you very much for the invitation. And that was a great interview with George, by the way. So really great to be on the show with you.
Thank you so much. George is so easy and friendly, and he's such a pro at this. He just started that interview off, just take it off a little bit. Oh my gosh, it was just an honor. But it's equally important and fun to have you back this up because, his book is fiction based on a lot of fact. And part of his, the storyline, which makes it so intriguing, is just some of the pitfalls and things that we're learning out in the field. It's not like it used to be out here. It can be very, very dangerous, can't it?
Yes, it could be, especially you never know what that person or field investigator may be at risk. And that's why we have to take precautions. And especially also the repercussions of the information. Sometimes we will receive something very, very sensitive. It might involve a military project, for example, or it might involve other government funding. I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm talking about other governments that are connected with this government. And so when we get something that sensitive, and of course, it's very important to include the rest of the team, our international staff, and see what direction we need to go. But yes, it's a different world out there. The nuts and bolts of like we used to do way back has changed, as George was saying, because of technology. It has a lot of opportunities for us, and then at the same time, it does bring up some complications.
Well, you and I work together closely in MUFON and the international organization, on that side mostly. Of course, that's Dave McDonald, Chuck Reaver as DOI, and of course you as chief investigator for international, the whole world outside of the United States. It's an impressive responsibility. But coming on board as international CAG and helping with that, I learned very quickly it isn't just as easy as throwing an email out. Can you explain why?
Well, it also, I just, for our audience, I just want, maybe what I'd like to do is just maybe go into the process a little bit and then get right into the question. But as you mentioned, David McDonald, he's our international director dealing with the international cases. Of course, we have the executive director, which is Jan Harzan.
Right.
And then we have Chuck, who is our director of investigations international. And you and I play different roles. We have different responsibilities. I primarily work under as a national director at large and international affairs. So what I look at is primarily if there's something out there that's happening, like for example, I think we're going to have a flap of sightings in northern Mexico, primarily along the California-Mexico border, because I've been monitoring the amount of news and reports that are coming from the investigators on that side of the border. And at the same time, when these cases or something does occur, my role is I want to make sure that we get the information, but that we don't put ourselves into any potential problems. For example, as you know, Chase, many of these countries have their own independent researchers, their own independent organizations, and what we try to do is work in a spirit of collaboration. Either, hey, guess what? We got this information received, and I understand that you folks have also been looking into it. Can you share any information, or can we share with you what we receive, for example?
Right. Well, some of these countries still have political structures that are difficult, like our work in Cuba. And it's still, even though the relationship is open now, getting information can still be touchy because it's still a communist country. If we push too hard or say the wrong thing in an email, that researcher we're contacted could be arrested and interrogated.
Exactly.
It is difficult, isn't it?
Yes, and the good thing is, as you know, that you and I will discuss the matter, and then we'll involve, of course, either David and Chuck, or if needed, for the further chain of command. I believe very firmly about the chain of command. It's so important to keep everyone appraised as to what is going on.
I agree. Coming from that military background and, military family for 30 years, we definitely have a chain of command, even in this household. But I agree. That's what keeps things running smoothly. And it's also, we expect our leaders to lead. And that's exactly, how things are running. So,
for example, today, Chase, I received a video from, Dr. Anthony Choi, who is an independent researcher from Peru, and he has some amazing video footage that is from a gas station. There were 6 cameras that caught this something, looked like a little humanoid, for lack of a better word. Started walking across through the gas station and then along the road, and then these people saw it and they started to chase it. And again, I don't know whether it is real or not real or what, all that, but it's being investigated. And of course, I forwarded to Chuck, and now Chuck forwarded to our national director of Peru, Fernando Tavares. And now he'll be able to, he may be aware of it already, but he will be most likely get in touch with Dr. Choi, and hopefully we'll get more information as to what it is. So you never know.
It's a great video, Ruben. And when I saw it, I also realized quickly that this was already on. I'm going to be back in Peru here in just a few weeks working with Ellie Marzulli, and get ready to hit another expedition down in Paracas with the elongated skulls. I'm going to be there for about a week, I think, on this expedition team. So I'm really hoping to meet him while we're there.
Oh, that'll be great. I'll forward you the contact information and everything for Dr. Choi, and I'm sure with Fernando as well.
Oh, he's so awesome. But Ruben, in the past, we know that we've had some dealings with, just being boots on the ground investigators and getting out there. I've always said I don't play secret squirrel. I'm never going to meet some guy in a basement to hand me secret files. I don't want information that's going to betray my country. And yet there's very important information coming from people as whistleblowers. What do you think is the best way to handle a situation when there's so much scrutiny and cameras and, like, would you accept information like that?
Again, it depends on from who's sending it to me and why, and of course, and then the other is why. What is their goal? I actually had kind of like a interesting experience that I would like to share with you, Chase, and the audience. That I call it our UFO Da Vinci Code. I had received a real interesting email from a gentleman from Italy, and he said that he had a document or the drawings from Galileo, and that it also had his autograph, and I believe it was dated around January 11th of 1610. So he says. And then what he describes is that Galileo every night would go out there and observe the heavens, and as you know, he was an astronomer and was particularly interested in Jupiter. And that this one particular night, he had observed some movement of some lights. And as it turned out, it was a moving triangle with 3 small lights on each end and a light in the center. So the gentleman claims that he has the actual drawing and the comments that were made by, and then he said, I would like to sell it to you guys. And right away, first of all, I don't know whether this guy, hey, is this guy for real? But he was so professional, and in our email exchanges, and I contacted Chuck, and then so I'm trying to remember the name of our executive director back then. His name will come to me. But I went up through the chain of command, and what was very important is that, first of all, if we're going to be dealing with him, we have to make sure that we're not breaking any laws. I mean, whether or not we're going to buy it is one thing, but the other is there are certain laws out there, as you know, the notification laws or laws of antiquity, where a number of these, there are laws that prevent the taking of these artifacts out of the country.
Yeah.
And that could be pretty tricky, as you know. So we brought that issue up. And then the other was whether and how much he was looking for. You know, he was ballparking around 40 to 80,000 or whatever. And I finally, at the end, I just said, "Well, thank you so much for contacting us, but due to the possible conflicts that we may have with those laws, that we're not going to be able to do business with you. However, please keep us informed." And so I told him, maybe there might be some other interest. There might be some other interests out there. But to me, that's a kind of interesting thing that you may come across once in a great while. And it just opened my eyes to the possibilities. There's people out there that want exchange information, or they want to show you. They have a great video or a great picture, and they're willing to share with you. But as long as you pay for it. And,
right.
We're not in the business of doing that.
Well, and then the laws, again, and we found that in Peru very quickly, that, it's just not put it in your pocket and go home. There are huge ramifications if you're caught doing this. And there was, also, just being boots on the ground, doing normal investigations. We were crossing the border into Bolivia the last time I was there, and L.A. Marzulli, Aaron Judkins, and I were separated from our group of, there were 9 of us, and we were led not back into the passport building, but around the corner in this, kind of dilapidated building, and L.A. and Aaron were told to sit in the hallway on these 2 little folding chairs that one was even broken, and they pulled me back to the back of the building, turned a corner, entered a room, and he shut the door. And I was terrified because,
wow.
Yeah, at this point, like, you almost think no one could even hear me scream, and it wouldn't matter anyway. And of course, the whole process of, empty everything out of your, your little backpack and, lift your shirt, all this stuff. And I hear this ruckus in the background, and, L.A. and Aaron just come busting through that door, and they're like, "You okay, Chase? You're not going to keep her back here by herself. We're not, had I been with people who would have been compliant and listened and, did what they were told and hope for the best. I am so thankful I was with some rowdy guys that just were not going to have it, because they probably saved me. I have no idea what the next steps were. I just know I was terrified and never so happy to see them, because L.A. and Aaron kind of shook them up so bad, they're just like, "Take your stuff and get out." And that's what happened. So, when we're boots on the ground internationally, or even dealing here in the United States, it's not the same. The environment has changed, even with their surveillance. We are photographed how many times before we even get into the bank?
Yeah, I wanted to briefly just go back to a real important question that you had raised about the working in other countries. And as you know, one of the big issues that Mexico has been having, of course, is the cartel wars, the drug cartel wars that have been going on.
Yes.
And that has, impacted as far as doing investigations going across the country, at least for me and then a number of other people. So that's why we rely so much on our international contacts with investigators that are there across the border. And I remember one time I was with Bill Burns and the UFO hunters. They were doing a documentary on crash retrievals in Mexico, and we went across the northern part of Mexico on a bus for about approximately 25 hours.
Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah, and that in itself was an adventure. We had someone that smuggled who actually got on board, and I don't know how he got on board, but he looked like one of the production crew members. He was tall and he was walking down the aisle, and then he stopped. He went right up to the bus drivers, and they were shocked, and they pulled over and they let him go. And when I saw that, I yelled, "Hey!" I started yelling. I said, "Look, who is this guy?" Just winds up that he stole a computer and a camera from one of the from one of the producers, and this guy was good, but that just told us, you think you could be safe, especially on a private bus ride, and then before you know it, you get a stowaway, and he or she could be ripping you off. So that was one thing, and then to our surprise, as we were going toward Koyame, in regards to the 1974 UFO crash that occurred on August 25th of 1974. Well, anyway, we were heading that direction, and then we got stopped, and we had Mexican military soldiers that were aiming their rifles at us.
Oh, jeez.
And so we got out, and the crew started laughing. I told Bill, I said, "Tell these guys, don't make any jokes, because right across the road we have a 50 caliber machine gun being aimed at us right now." And so Bill told the guys, "Hey, quiet," and then the boys realized that, this is serious. So we were asked where we're going, what business do we have, and then and Bill said, do you know Jaime Maussan? And Bill said, "We're friends of Jaime Maussan." Oh. And the military officer smiled and says, "I know Jaime Maussan. Yeah. Well, we're in a way doing what he's doing, So they allowed us to go ahead and leave safely. And so I think you could say Jaime Maussan was like our ambassador there, right? It was our
Absolutely.
freedom. That was so funny. But when we got across on the main road, I said, "Oh man, who knows what else is going to happen on this trip?" So it was some interesting experiences that we've had, and those are kind of things you have to be careful. And as much as I do plan to go to this UFO conference that's being held in Tijuana, Chase, probably in the first week of October. A number of UFO sightings have been occurring over Tijuana, as well as the other major cities along the border there, on the California and Mexico side. And I'm extremely interested in networking with some of the people that are coming to that conference, and I'm hoping to make some great contacts so that as these cases are developing, that we'll be able to get information as well as videos, and then from there, if it impacts on our side of the border, like San Diego, or perhaps it may extend to Phoenix or whatever, that our MUFON field investigators that live in that area will be given a heads up as to what's going on, because that's where it becomes an international event when you have both countries involved that are neighbors, especially with Mexico.
They're my favorite kinds. And getting back a little bit on, the story you just shared with us, as UFO investigators, we're not at the Hilton. We're usually off the grid. away from, the tourism, even when we're in Peru, we're in Paracas, a very beautiful seaside town with lots of tourists, but that's not where we're staying. We're off, digging in chongos and necropolises and, very much away from, all of that wonderful hoopla. So, I love George's book because he talks about, the intrigue, but the dangers of just, being out here trying to expose secrets that we know are real. We know the government's hiding information that really does belong to the people, but they're also hiding technologies and things that we could really hurt us. So it's amazing. Remember the good old days where, you'd have a UFO crash and we'd all go running out there to try to get evidence, not even thinking about radiation.
Oh, yeah. And also the quarantine law, if you touch it, you might be sent somewhere and no one's not going to hear from you.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. So it isn't even a question, do we put on, hazmat suits or, deal with this? It's definitely, you're in big trouble if you even think about it. Yeah. But, I really appreciate coming on. I think every once in a while we need to take a little pause and realize how serious our job is and what we're doing is very, very important out here. It may not seem like it to some people and other people are, just amazed, that we can dig up and ferret out so much good information. Real quickly, Ruben, you have a new book out, or your newest book, and I just love it. Could you tell our audience a little bit about that before we leave?
I think the one that we did was both my good friend Noe Torres and I. We collaborated with the Mexican with two very well known Mexican investigators. It was UFOs over Mexico, unidentified aerial phenomena encounters, and we really focus on what all the pilot sightings that have been going on, both military and commercial, and although. And again, this is going on the other side of our border, but it just gives you a sample of what the aviation community is dealing with worldwide. And it was very well done. What I really like about the book was the fact that we relied on so much of the media, the journalism, the newspaper reports, the actual accounts, because many of these reporters had access to the pilots, and the pilots were able to give them such detailed information. Although that has changed somewhat over the years, especially here in the U.S., where you have public relations type people that are like a buffer, and they try to keep you away from getting any sort of statements from the air crews or pilots. And although back then, from some of these historical cases in our book, it was a much more different process. It was a lot more easier, and the pilots were much more open, and they weren't afraid of the ridicule factor so much.
Right. Ruben, one last question, because there's a lot of trending news, and probably the hottest story right now has got to be, the Russians have just released that they've been tracking this signal in deep space. And even though it's kind of like, well, we're not sure what it is, what we're learning is they've been on this for about a year. They're pretty sure it's something. They're looking for the peer review. They need to go out of the community and, just verify this through other, sophisticated science, institutions such as, United States, UK, China. So they're putting out the big story, and very fascinated with this, because what I feel is, and I wanted to ask you, do you believe that we've all really waiting and pushing for disclosure, which really hurts, the secret keepers and collapses an entire system? Or do you believe our future of extraterrestrial reality that's confirmed is going to come from this type of confirmation?
Good point there, Chase, because it's something that Dave McDonald had shared with me, and because he interacts a lot with a number of international MUFON directors.
Right.
And he always had said that disclosure most likely is going to be released from another country.
Yes.
And it could be the Soviet Union, it could be Germany, it could be any of the France especially, or any of the European countries, or the countries in Latin America. And it's because we're so much what I call US centric. We think many times that all the UFO, the mecca of the UFO phenomena is happening right here, but it's not. It's a worldwide phenomenon, and
it's
as
really
you know,
not.
I agree that it's probably obviously if another country releases these files and more evidence, it really will put possibly more pressure on our existing government to release the files. We'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting.
I get so hopeful that we're going to hear, all right, guys, we really do believe that we have found, of course, it's, hundreds of light years away, but we do believe we found intelligent signals. How easy for science to unfold this one step at a time, like our discovery. And I'd love to talk more about this with you, Ruben. Oh my gosh, thanks for coming on, sharing your time and great wisdom with our Fate audience. You're always such a pleasure, Ruben.
Oh, thank you for the invitation. I work with a great team of people. I'm just one of many, and I especially value the work that you're doing, our STAR Team International, they're our case assistance group. Those are the folks that go out there that do help out, and also the international investigations. So it's been a great. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was just going to say it's one of my favorite things I'm doing in MUFON, 100%. It's just wonderful. But thanks, Ruben. Thanks. Hold on so we can say proper goodbye. Want to let the audience know to follow your fate. Please visit our webpage at fatemag.com and stop by our Facebook and Twitter page. There's a free e-copy of the magazine waiting for you, I promise. Please join us next week for another show featuring the true reports of the strange and unknown on the Global Radio Alliance. I am your host for Fate, Chase Kletsky, reminding you that fate loves the fearless. I'm out, guys.
Beyond doubt that we have recovered aircraft, alien vehicles, that we have made contact with aliens, and that we have vehicles and bodies.
You're listening to the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Station, Van Buren, Arkansas, Sarasota, Florida.
For the thousands of wounded warriors returning from battle, Wounded Warrior Project has developed the Warriors to Work program, a career counseling service that helps wounded warriors translate their military experience to a civilian job. These extraordinary men and women bring more than just teamwork and inspiration to the workplace. They bring proven world-class job skills. And to ensure proper placement, Wounded Warrior Project works with employers to find just the right job fit. Talented, skilled, and eager to get back to work, you have the opportunity to hire a seasoned veteran. Contact Wounded Warrior Project at findwwp.org. Welcome home the brave.
Live alternative talk radio in over 125 countries across Mother Earth. KGRAradio.com.
Radio for the masses.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
If the game is rigged, change the game. Game changer.
I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide
would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
This is Fade to Black with your host, Jimmy Church, on the Game Changer Radio Network and KGRA, the Global Radio Alliance.
I need your help to get to the year 1985. You're listening to Fade to Black with Jimmy Church on the Game Changer Network.
Yeah. Man. How you doing? Fade to Black, bespoke radio for the masses. Today's Tuesday, October 4th, 278 days into the new year. Just 92 days left. We are live from a bunker somewhere in downtown Burbank, California. And I would like to welcome everybody listening all around the world, all across the United States, hither and thither, to and fro, back and forth, up and down, east and west, north and south, far and near. This is Fade to Black for KJCR, the Game Changer Network, and KGRA, The Planet. I am your oh-so-humble host, Jimmy Church. What is cracking, everybody? Man, look at Twitter. That's what I'm talking about. All I got to say is, where's my dancers? And I've got dancers. How many shows out there have, how many radio programs have dancers? The answer is none. Because we are in a parallel world. And tonight, we have very special guest. Russ Emanuel is with us, director of the movie Occupants. He's here. Parallel worlds. Nothing better. Nothing better. I mean, time travel, ufology, Egypt. Well, we do all of that all week long. And tonight it's Parallel World Night. And I assure you, I'm not going to let you down. Nah. And tomorrow night, the one and only, the real deal, Daniel Sheehan is here. The UFO, the ET advocate. Thursday night is another Fader night with John Rappaport, who's going to be broadcasting from a brand new location somewhere here in the United States of America. And his No More Fake Newsroom. There's another parallel world for you. Followed by open lines all night long. You know how we do it on Thursday night. Call a number tonight, 323-825-5045. Follow us on Twitter at JChurchRadio. Yeah, man, I'm digging the dancers tonight. We got a whole new, who did the Girls Gone Wild one? This one right here. I'm going to blow this up and check that out. Mark Dunbar, you're out of control. That is pretty funny. Follow us on Twitter at JChurchRadio. That's what you want to do. And you can follow Russ tonight, Occupants, Russell Emanuel, and all of those links are up in Twitter right now. Okay, Facebook, YouTube, you guys know what to do. Follow, like, subscribe. Just go over to the website and click on the appropriate buttons. You can email throughout the show, Jimmy at jimmychurchradio.com. And the sandbox for everybody, if you're wondering what I am looking at right now, is hashtag F2B. Any questions or comments during the show tonight? Hashtag F2BQ. John Proctor in Twitter every night goes for my emotions, man, and gets these Eddie Van Halen gifs going. That one's the classic one with the I don't know, what do overalls, with the overalls. Okay, let's go. I am ready. I got good news today. I'm going to make the announcement, and you could probably go and do it right now. Life Change Tea just got the chocolate colostrum. I got the phone call today. Ours is en route. I cannot wait, man. I'm a colostrum addict. God, I'm so addicted to colostrum and Life Change Tea. And, Rita, I know you're listening. We're getting, the drops. We're getting, olive leaf and, moringa. We're getting the drops for our studios. Cannot wait, man. It's like, man, I swear, you're waiting for your drug dealer to come by and you're scratching and itching. That's what it's like, man, because I know it's en route. Also, okay, so just go to, getthetea.com. That's all you got to do. Use the promo code Jimmy either over the phone or online, and you're going to get free shipping. And see if they've got, I didn't check, but see if they got that chocolate colostrum up there, man, because you need to get it and hide it when you do, because you and the rest of the family are going to be fighting over it. I cannot wait. Also, I'm just going to do this, in advance. Yeah, River Moon Coffee is, sending us the Fade to Black blend. And, I'm, again, just like you're waiting for your drug dealer. The Fade to Black blend is on its way from River Moon Coffee. So I'll do a full 15-minute review of the River Moon, once it, gets here to the bunker. Really looking forward to that. And I want to thank, Juanita and, Jeff over there at, River Moon for doing that for us. And I can't wait. The Fade to Black blend will be here shortly. Check out, of course, all of our sponsors. Support the show. You hear a commercial, go to their websites, support the show. Tell them, you listen to Fade to Black. Studio Dome, their Fade or Not special will be here until the next technology arrives. But their stereo, true wireless Bluetooth system is available for the Fade or Not, and you get it in a hard shell case, 2 SBB2 speakers and power for $129. Use the promo code JCRTWS, 60% off the normal price of $399. And of course, you get free shipping. All right. Let's get the show cracking. Happy birthday today to Christoph Waltz. Who is Christoph Waltz? You know who Christoph Waltz is. He's the bad dude. He's 60 years old today. He's the bad dude in Inglourious Bastards. And man, his career just after that, because he was amazing in Inglourious Bastards. He was also pretty good in Django Unchained. And now he pops up in movie after movie. And I've heard rumors that dude doesn't even speak English. I've heard those rumors. He's a phonetic actor. Christoph Waltz, you are amazing. Happy birthday. And also today, Liev Schreiber is 49. There you go. I've also heard rumors that Liev Schreiber is like 6'10". Can anybody confirm that he had a career in the NBA and gave it up for now we got the Led Zeppelin. We got the Led Zeppelin dancers. Yeah, it's pretty good. Rita likes that one. She likes herself some Robert Plant. Trust me. What woman doesn't? At least the old version. What is it? What do you think about Robert Plant today? But the song means the same, Robert Plant. I get it. I do. Our dead guy's birthday today is Charlton Heston, 1923 to 2008. Planet of the Apes. That is all. Died at the age of 84. That's all you got to say right there. Planet of the Apes. It's it. It's done. I didn't bring up the NRA. I didn't bring up cold, dead hands. I didn't bring up any of that. I didn't. Charlton Heston, happy birthday. He's up there somewhere saying, get your hands off me. I'm not going to finish that line. It's a little racist now, isn't it? It's kind of weird. Kind of feels funky. On this day in history, 1957, Sputnik was launched and the space age officially arrived. Allegedly. Fader fact, 2/3 of all United States $100 bills are outside of the U.S. That is a Fader fact. Doesn't feel right. Tonight we have very special guest. Russ Emanuel is with us. Yes, he is the director of the movie Occupants, is going to be here. We're going to talk about Parallel Worlds and his movie and, parallel worlds and pop culture, what his beliefs are, how he films and directs. We're going to do all of that tonight with Russ Emanuel. He's going to be here in a few minutes. Tomorrow night, Daniel Sheehan's going to be here. And, we will fully cover government secrecy, ufology, and his work on disclosure. And there is nobody better than Daniel Sheehan. And it is going to be a remarkable show tomorrow night. Thursday night, another Fader Night with John Rappaport from a secret location somewhere here in the United States with his No More Fake Newsroom, followed by Open Lines like we do every Thursday. But my favorite subjects on this show, and we all know what they are because we cover them so much and thoroughly. Tonight, our guest is Russ Emanuel. And with a movie like Occupants, which is a movie about parallel worlds, and not only do I enjoy talking about that, but I like to learn about it. I love Egypt, Göbekli Tepe, lost history, lost civilizations. Not only that part of the world, but everything under that umbrella of conspiracy. Right? It's great. And everything falls under that. Government cover-ups and black ops and black projects and, Area 51 and Dugway. You've got that. Of course, we have JFK and 9/11 and those types of conspiracies and the conspiracy of the Fed and shadow governments and puppet masters and the Illuminati and the cabal and the secret space program. It gets bigger and it just unravels right in front of us, right? But parallel universes is different. Why? Because science now, for the most part, says that parallel worlds, universes, they actually exist. String theory has suggested this for a while now. And I think that most physicists, scientists, and thinkers, they may not all agree about the how many, or what those worlds or universes might even look like, or what makes them tick, what makes them happen. They may not agree on that, but you know what they do? They enjoy the conversation. Because once you get those thinkers going on this, and you look at the math, and you look at the theory, and you look at us and our world and our galaxy and our universes and Big Bang and everything that comes into play, well, no matter what you call it, parallel worlds, parallel universes, multiverses, alternative reality, all of those are synonymous, and I get that. But they exist, man. They really, really do. But how could I, Jimmy Church, how could I prove to you that they are real? How would I do that? Well, actually, it's easy. Tonight, we have the vice presidential debate. Live without a net. Live without commercial interruptions. A debate, allegedly, that just might be as or more important than the actual first presidential debate that was held last week. Now, how is that possible? I ask you. How? How is that possible? Never before in the history of anything and everything has anyone cared about the VP debate. Do you remember the last one? Who was in it? Do you remember? Of course you don't. Was it actually on television? Maybe. Is this the Mandela effect playing out in real time? It just might be. What is going on? Everything is just a little bit off kilter and a little out of color, a little fuzzy, a little weird tonight. The media cares about the VPs? Since when? Do you care about the VPs? Since when?